Chapter 258. To Gu Fei, he had seen many battles between experts. However, those people's cultivation were much higher than his, and he could only see flowers in the fog. He did not understand what was going on, and he could not even tell what was going on. However, he had benefited a lot from the battle between the twin ominous demons and Ba Ji, an expert of the descendants of gods and devils. The two brothers, Tong Lu and Tai Xiao, were in the transcending mortality realm, while Ba Ji, the descendants of gods and devils, had not broken through to the void-controlling realm. They were all in the transcending mortality realm. Even though the cultivation of these demonic Dao people was stronger than Gu Fei could still see some things from them. Gu Fei was different from other cultivators. He was walking on a path that no one had walked before. Others had teachers to guide them, so they would not take many detours during their cultivation. However, Gu Fei did not have any teachers to guide him, so he could only rely on himself on the path of cultivation. Today, after watching the battle between the twin ominous demons and Ba Ji, who were in the same cultivation realm as him, he suddenly understood many things. In the past, when he was cultivating, some of the doubts he had encountered were also easily solved. On the path of cultivation, different roads lead to the same destination. The battle between the demonic Dao experts could also be used as a reference. The battle between the twin ominous demons and Ba Ji seemed to have a clear winner. Tong Lu and Tai Xiao displayed the twin unification demonic technique, and the two of them merged into a terrifying ominous demon. This was not as simple as 1 + 1. The new body that was formed from the fusion displayed a terrifying strength that was comparable to a void-controlling realm demon general. It was not a demon general, but it was comparable to a demon general. The twin unification demonic technique could be said to be a terrifying demonic Dao technique. After the fusion of two transcending mortality realm demon masters, they could display the strength of the void-controlling realm. It could be said that the two twin ominous demons, Tong Lu and Tai Xiao, were already invincible in the transcending mortality realm. This made Gu Fei pay attention to Tong Lu and Tai Xiao. If he were to face these two terrifying opponents in the future, as long as they showed signs of the twin unification technique, he would have to retreat. One must know that the Gemini ominous demon that could display the strength of the void-controlling realm was undoubtedly a nightmare to the transcending mortality realm cultivators. The transcending mortality realm cultivators were absolutely unable to contend against the Gemini ominous demon. The Gemini ominous demons, who were 1 meter tall, exuded a boundless might from their demonic bodies. They walked in the void step by step, and their powerful strength caused the sea below to surge violently. He did not intend to let Ba Ji off. Since he did not want to surrender, then he would kill him. The demonic path pursued the truth that the strong were supreme. Fame, wealth, status, they were all empty. Only formidable strength was the most real. As long as one's strength was strong enough, one would be able to ruthlessly trample on all opponents. This was the most basic rule of survival in the extreme northern devil region. Pung. Just as the Gemini ominous demons approached the place where Ba Ji had fallen into the water, the surface of the sea suddenly burst open. A figure broke out of the water, and a bright black light shot towards the Gemini ominous demons like a black lightning bolt. Humph! I knew you wouldn't be defeated so easily. The Gemini ominous demons sneered. It was as if two people were speaking at the same time. It was extremely strange. Swoosh! The Gemini ominous demon's body suddenly became blurry. The black lightning that shot out from the waves instantly split the Gemini ominous demon in half. Hiss! The people on the shore who noticed this scene could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Gemini ominous demon, with unparalleled demonic might, was killed just like that. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he could not clearly see whether the black light that suddenly shot out from the sea, which emitted a powerful energy fluctuation, had actually hit the Gemini ominous demon. However, the next moment, the answer was revealed. The Gemini ominous demon's tall demonic body appeared 10 meters away. What the black lightning had torn apart was only a demonic shadow. It had not truly injured the Gemini ominous demon's body. After the black cold light shattered the remnant shadow, it continued to soar for more than 100 meters before dissipating. A tall figure that emitted a strong demonic aura appeared on the surface of the sea. It was Ba Ji, who was holding the three-pointed, double-edged black iron trident. A violent aura surged from Ba Ji's body. His long hair fluttered wildly in the wind, and his body was surrounded by a blue, flame-like light. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared fiercely at the Gemini fiends, who were 100 feet away. Ba Ji reached out his hand to wipe away the scarlet blood at the corner of his mouth. He then said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to have such demonic skills. I have underestimated you." Ba Ji did not show any fear in the face of the Gemini ominous demon, whose strength had skyrocketed to the void-controlling realm due to the fusion. His behavior, however, surprised the Gemini ominous demon. It should be known that when the Gemini ominous demon became one, the enemies of the two brothers only had two choices. One was to immediately turn around and escape without looking back, and the other was to fight to the death and be killed by them in the end. Smart people who didn't want to die would immediately choose to escape when they knew that they were no match for them. As long as there was life, there was hope. This was the wisest choice. The people of the demonic path did not care about their reputation. They would not do things that they knew were impossible for the sake of fame and status. If they died, they would have nothing left. On the contrary, if they could preserve their lives, then everything was possible. Ba Ji was a warrior with the blood of a demon god flowing through his veins, but the Gemini ominous demon did not believe that Ba Ji would fight to the death for some bullsh * T warrior's reputation. He must still have something to rely on, otherwise he would not be so calm and composed. This was what the Gemini ominous demon was worried about. The descendants of the demon god race were definitely not simple. "I'm very curious. Why aren't you running away?" The Gemini ominous demon's strange voice rang out. He stood in the void, not in a hurry to attack Ba Ji. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the forest by the shore, was also very curious as he watched this scene. At this time, the situation on the battlefield was very clear. Ba Ji's strength was weaker than the Gemini ominous demon. Even though he knew that there was a huge disparity in strength between him and his opponent, he still wanted to continue fighting. That was extremely stupid behavior, and it was no different from courting death. You have demonic techniques, and I have demon god battle techniques. Victory or defeat is still unknown. Ba Ji said with a hint of disdain in his tone. Demon god battle techniques? When the Gemini ominous demon heard this, his expression immediately turned serious. He knew that the natives of Divine Demon Island, which was called the Divine Demon Island, claimed to be the descendants of the ancient demon gods. Although there was no evidence to prove whether the natives of Divine Demon Island were really the descendants of the ancient demon gods, the big shots of the northern demon region were still very afraid of Divine Demon Island. The big shots of the demonic path, demon monarch of 6 paths, and the great demon venerate all wanted to occupy Divine Demon Island and bring it into their sphere of influence. However, every time they tried, they would return in failure. Although no one had occupied Divine Demon Island, the big shots of the demonic path had already vaguely guessed that there seemed to be some kind of secret on Divine Demon Island that outsiders did not know about. The powerful natives had strong bodies and terrifying demon battle techniques. They seemed to be innately fearsome warriors. Moreover, the cultivation techniques they cultivated were not pure devil path divine abilities. "I want to see what other abilities you have," the Gemini ominous demon said coldly. Its demonic voice made everyone's hair stand on end, as if there were two people speaking at the same time from the terrifying demon body. As the Gemini ominous demon spoke, 2 terrifying demonic lights shot out from its eye sockets. Its right eye was dark green, while its left eye was blood red. It was indescribably demonic. A vast demonic aura suddenly erupted from the Gemini ominous demon's body. It was about to make a move. However, at that moment, Ba Ji, who was standing on the waves, slowly rose from the surface of the sea under everyone's shocked gazes. Everyone could feel a terrifying energy wave spreading from Baji's body. Within Baji's body, there seemed to be a powerful force breaking through the restrictions. Rays of blue demonic light rushed out of his body, and the ferocious and wild aura caused everyone to tremble. At this time, the battle on the shore had already come to an end. The young expert of the god-devil race, Man Yo, was incomparably powerful. After tearing apart 7 or 8 demons, the demons were defeated. There was no way to reverse the situation, so the demons began to flee. After one demon began to flee, a second one followed. Finally, all of them fled in defeat. As for the natives of Divine Demon Island, they did not chase after the fleeing demons, because everyone knew that the decisive battle had just begun. The battle between Baji and the Gemini Ominous Demon would ultimately decide who would win and who would lose. If Baji was defeated, none of the god-devil race's descendants present would be able to resist the Gemini Ominous Demon. Defeating the demons did not mean that they had truly won. The outcome of a battle between experts was the deciding factor. One of the demons was very unlucky. When he was fleeing, he actually rushed into the forest where Gu Fei was hiding. Hence, the result was obvious. Gu Fei did not want to alarm anyone. He instantly made a move and crushed the demon's neck, silently killing him. This demon did not even know how he died, nor did he see Gu Fei's figure. This was the difference between the transcending mortality realm and the awakening self realm. A transcending mortality realm cultivator could even face a large group of awakening self realm cultivators and kill them all. Roar! Baji held the pitchfork in his hand and roared towards the sky. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, and his inky black hair danced wildly. He looked extremely ferocious and frightening. A majestic energy wave, as heavy as a mountain, surged out from his body. As his body gradually rose, it gradually turned into a terrifying energy storm. The terrifying pressure was so heavy that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. What surprised Gu Fei the most was that Baji's bare upper body began to have a layer of blue markings that looked like scales. Demonization? Seeing this scene, the Gemini Ominous Demon could not help but be shocked. Then, he immediately attacked Baji. A terrifying demonic aura immediately enveloped half the sky, and a vast power rushed toward Baji, who was slowly rising up. Under the great demonic aura of the Gemini Ominous Demon, heaven and earth shook. Chapter 259. It had to be said that there were many cultivation systems in the Tonglong continent, and there were countless cultivation methods. Among them, there was no lack of powerful and mysterious cultivation methods. Baji, an expert of the descendants of the gods and demons, rose slowly from the surface of the sea with his 3-pointed, double-edged black iron trident. His vast power caused the waves to surge violently. He was executing a terrifying fiend-god battle technique. Its ferocious power shook the heavens, and a scaly demonic inscription began to appear on his strong body, which seemed to be forged from steel. Every demonic inscription was emitting a terrifying blue demonic light, as if a powerful force was being summoned from Baji's body. It was too terrifying. The entire heaven and earth where Baji stood shook. His long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes emitted a ferocious light that was several feet long, as if it had materialized. His ferocious face was like a demon, and his fierce killing intent caused even the heavens and earth to pale in comparison. At this moment, Baji, the warrior of the descendants of the gods and demons, was extremely powerful. Without a doubt, this was his true strength. He was not a low-ranking Empyrean general, but his strength was breaking through the bottleneck of a low-ranking Empyrean general. Rays of dazzling blue demonic light began to emit from his body. The power of the 2 fiend gods and demons was being released from his body. This was a terrifying and powerful force. Do not underestimate the people of the world. Gu Fei's mind couldn't help but shake when he saw this scene. He was extremely shocked and nervous, and even his palms were covered in cold sweat. He asked himself, If his cultivation base could reach the peak of the ninth heaven of the transcending mortality realm, would he be able to use his martial Dao battle technique to display the terrifying strength of an Empyrean general? Gu Fei was very confident. The ancient martial Dao ultimacy that he cultivated was not any weaker than the Gemini demonic skill and the War Demon battle technique. The Gemini demonic skill was a fusion. When two transcending mortality realm demon masters used the Gemini fusion technique, their strength would break through to the Empyrean general. Ba Ji, who was a descendant of the Fiend gods, could also use the Fiend god battle technique to demonify and suddenly increase his own strength, becoming a terrifying existence that was comparable to the void controlling realm devil masters. The battle between the Gemini ominous demons and Ba Ji was an eye-opener for Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In order to get something, one must pay a price. This method of increasing one's strength shouldn't last long. Moreover, at the same time that one obtained great strength, this new strength would also cause a certain degree of damage to one's body. This was a flaw that no cultivation method, no divine ability, no Taoist technique could avoid. What would happen if he was allowed to complete his demonization? Devil Master Tong Lu and Tai Xiu's newly born Gemini ominous demons, which were formed from the Gemini Unity divine art, were shocked and immediately attacked. A monstrous demonic aura enveloped the entire area, and a terrifying power rushed towards the halberd, which was still slowly rising up. The powerful force shook the heavens and the earth. The state of the Gemini Unity divine art couldn't be maintained for long. He had to kill the enemy in front of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he couldn't maintain the state of the Gemini Unity divine art, they would be the ones to die. Although the flesh and blood of the Gemini ominous demons had fused together to form a powerful war demon, their souls hadn't fused together. However, this didn't matter. Tong Lu and Tai Xiu were twins. Ever since they were born, they had lived together, cultivated together, and made a name for themselves together in the far north demon region. They had even been accepted as demon masters by the demon monarch of Six Paths. The two of them had long reached the stage where their minds were connected. Because of this, they were able to fuse two souls into one and truly display the great power of the Gemini demonic art. Rumble. The destructive power surged high up in the sky. No one dared to breathe too loudly as they watched the terrifying scene in the sky nervously. Just as the terrifying demonic light was about to annihilate Ba Ji thrust out the trident in his hand. The trident looked ordinary, but at this moment, it emitted a blue light that was thousands of feet long. It emitted a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and the earth. It pierced through the void and directly broke through the surging waves of energy. The simple and unadorned black trident seemed to have turned into a terrifying divine weapon that could pierce a hole in the heavens and the earth. It broke through the waves of energy and directly stabbed towards the Gemini ominous demons. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that Ba Ji's demonic transformation didn't seem to stop because of the Gemini ominous demons' attack. The power emitted from his godlike and demonic body continued to rise. Boom! The trident in Ba Ji's hand carried an extremely sharp momentum and fiercely collided with the Gemini ominous demon's demonic palm. A circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye exploded. Then, in the sky, a destructive energy storm erupted. Rumble. The terrifying energy storm swept out between Ba Ji and the Gemini ominous demons like tens of thousands of horses galloping. The heavens and the earth shook, and the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The few clouds in the sky were also instantly dispersed by the blast waves. The sky and the ground were filled with terrible energy turbulence. Even the barbarian bull and the other warriors of the divine devil race who were watching the battle from the shore also retreated far away in fear. On the shore, a row of coconut trees that were dozens of feet tall were swept up into the sky. Then, they were torn into pieces by the violent power and smashed into the forest behind them. The warriors of the god and demon clan who were retreating in panic on the shore hurriedly blasted away the broken trees in front of them. Cries of alarm rang out everywhere, and it was a scene of chaos. Even the place where Gu Fei was hiding was hit by the broken coconut trees, causing him to hide in another part of the forest. While Man Yo was in chaos, he sensed that something was wrong with Gu Fei's side. Bang! 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 Man Yo took heavy steps, and like a fast-moving mountain, he charged towards the place where Gu Fei was hiding. The distance of 100 meters was covered in an instant. Man Yo was like an unstoppable, fierce beast. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble, as if a 1,000-pound hammer was heavily pounding on the ground. His unparalleled strength and indomitable momentum, as well as that fierce, wild, and fierce aura, made Gu Fei feel a strong sense of oppression. Bang! Man Yo directly crashed into the forest, and the flowers and trees that were in his way were instantly destroyed, turning into sawdust and broken leaves that filled the sky. Without any words, Man Yo directly attacked and punched towards Gu Fei, who was hiding behind a big tree. Boom! The big tree, which required several people to wrap their arms around, was broken by a single punch. The powerful fist energy caused the huge tree, which was at least more than 60 feet tall, to be shattered into dozens of pieces, which were smashed towards Gu Fei. Humph! With a cold snort, Gu Fei rushed out from the tree like a phantom, and then he also punched towards Man Yo. The dazzling golden light, like a golden wave, rushed forward. Gu Fei directly punched the metal element fist. Under the powerful fist energy, everything in front of him was shattered. Without any fancy moves, this was the most direct expression of power. It's you? At this time, Man Yo had already recognized Gu Fei and exclaimed. The fist energy of the metal element fist was unparalleled, and under the shroud of the golden light, everything was destroyed by this incomparably overbearing power. Seeing the power of Gu Fei's punch to this extent, Man Yo instantly became incomparably dignified, and then his body sank, and he still punched out, directly meeting Gu Fei's metal element fist. Bang! The two fists collided with each other. It was the same incomparably ferocious power, the same incomparably domineering aura. Such a collision of power caused the two of them to involuntarily retreat. Pong! A muffled sound rang out. The terrifying fist energy broke the flowers and trees near the two. The ground burst open, and the soil scattered in all directions. You and I are not enemies. After stabilizing his body, Gu Fei stared at Man Yo, whose battle intent was like a rainbow, and said in a deep voice. He did not want to fight with Man Yo. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Man Yo and the others have been fighting with the demon dwellers endlessly, and both sides should be life and death enemies. Then why are you watching from the side? Man Yo said loudly, and directly approached Gu Fei. The cold, evil qi on his body showed no signs of dissipating. At this time, the other descendants of the demon dwellers also surrounded Gu Fei, but these people did not attack Gu Fei. It's just a coincidence, Gu Fei replied. What he said was also the truth. He never thought that someone would ambush on the shore and attack the demon dwellers on the shore. Tell me, do you think I will believe your words? Man Yo has already approached within 3 zhang from Gu Fei. This is a distance where he can launch a powerful attack. I have said what I should say. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Gu Fei said coldly. He is not a person who is afraid of trouble, and he will not tolerate being bullied by others. Let's talk after I take you down. Man Yo said, took a step forward, arrived in front of Gu Fei, and then swept his leg towards Gu Fei's waist. Bang! Gu Fei directly swept his leg, meeting the attack. Like two pieces of divine iron colliding, both of them were pushed back by the powerful force of each other's leg. Good! Man Yo shouted. His eyes were filled with bestial light, and at the same time, he was very excited. At this moment, he was like an incomparably frightening, fierce beast, emitting a powerful, evil qi. Swish! Swish! The two young experts, almost at the same time, once again rushed together, their movements as fast as lightning, The dull sound of flesh colliding resounded. The two left a series of afterimages in the forest, the eruption of an incomparably powerful force, collapsing one forest after another. The broken branches and withered leaves flying in the sky all burst into pieces under the dazzling light. The violent aura spread in all directions. The two great experts were fighting endlessly, not using any combat skills or magical powers. It was completely the most direct contest of strength. Giant trees fell one after another, as if there were ancient fierce beasts fighting in the forest, directly destroying a part of the forest. Those descendants of the demon dwellers who came to watch the battle from the sidelines looked at this scene in shock. Even the ultimate battle between the two great experts in the sky couldn't attract their attention. Everyone couldn't believe that there was actually someone with such a strong physique. It must be known that a strong physique is a talent that the descendants of the demon dwellers were proud of. Chapter 260. The descendants of the divine devils, who possessed the bloodline of the divine devils, were known for their vigorous strength and powerful physical bodies. However, Barbarian Bull did not gain any advantage in the confrontation with Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a martial artist, and his body was in the process of transforming into the five elements battle body. He was not inferior to Barbarian Bull, who possessed the bloodline of gods and devils. Boom! A loud sound echoed. The two young powerhouses with strong physiques collided head-on, and at the same time, their bodies were uncontrollably retreated. Gu Fei's body emitted a layer of misty, multicolored light. He, who was unable to stop his retreating momentum, crashed into rows of giant trees and broke them one after another. He could not believe that he was actually repelled by pure strength. Barbarian Bull also had the same feeling. He also found it hard to believe. His powerful physique was a talent that he was proud of, but unexpectedly, there was someone who only relied on the strength of his body to fight with him endlessly. Moreover, he was not defeated. This made Barbarian Bull shocked. Heaven collapsing, Barbarian Bull roared in anger. His hands drew a mysterious trajectory in the void, and a terrifying power surged out from his hands. Rumble! The surging energy shook the void, enveloping a part of the space. Although it did not really collapse the world, it made Gu Fei feel a sense of danger. The void seemed to really collapse. This was a heart-palpitating power. In the end, Barbarian Bull, the descendant of gods and devils, still used the divine devil battle skill. Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent. Facing this peerless attack, he formed a seal with both hands, and the power of the five elements, along with a mysterious seal, surged out from his fingers. Then, the power of metal, wood, water, and earth, the power of the four elements receded, and a small flame appeared from the seal, instantly turned into a sea of fire, soaring into the sky, blocking the attack. The two powerful forces collided with each other, causing a bright light to erupt. The dull sound was like muffled thunder from the ninth heaven. The power of heaven collapsed, and a monstrous fire dissipated. The two terrifying forces collided and offset each other, and a vast and mighty energy storm directly destroyed a part of the forest. In the clash of battle skills, it seemed like there was still no clear winner. The two seemed to be evenly matched. It had to be said that Gu Fei and Barbarian Bull had many similarities. They both possessed a powerful physique and were extremely powerful. Moreover, there seemed to be similarities between their fiend god battle skills and martial path battle skills. The toughness of their bodies and the might of their battle skills caused the two of them to seem like two gods of war. They moved quickly through the forest and continuously unleashed waves of terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Very good. Barbarian Bull exclaimed excitedly after fiercely colliding with Gu Fei. Awesome. Huh. Barbarian Bull's eyes revealed a hint of madness. To Barbarian Bull, Gu Fei was absolutely a rare opponent, arousing his desire to fight, and like a wild beast, he roared and charged towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. In his view, how could Barbarian Bull not be a very good opponent? Seeing Barbarian Bull rushing towards him again, Gu Fei's momentum instantly rose to the peak, leaving an afterimage where he was standing, and burst out with an earth-shattering momentum to meet Barbarian Bull, the expert of the Fiend God clan. Both of them burst out with incomparably powerful explosive power. The terrifying power burst out from their bodies, causing the nearby trees to collapse unceasingly. The terrifying power was surging violently, and the dazzling light was tearing the void. In the distance, the dozens of Fiend God clan's practitioners who were watching the battle were all aghast. This kind of evenly matched battle was really intense. The strength of Gu Fei was also beyond their expectations. They knew that they could not match up to him at all. Roar! The 10-feet-tall barbarian bull, with his long hair fluttering in the wind, roared again and again. Then he leaped high, his body rotated rapidly like a top, and at the same time, his feet seemed to have turned into a huge, rapidly rotating sharp arrow, drilling towards Gu Fei's chest. The softest thing in the world is water. The water seal technique moved forward to block, as if summoning a surging flood. The vast power of water surged around Gu Fei's body, and the water-blue aura seemed to have solidified, as if it had really condensed into a large amount of water. Puff! With a sound, Barbarian Bull's legs turned into a huge, sharp arrow, as if piercing a huge bubble, broke through the layers of water, and shot towards Gu Fei in the center of this huge bubble. Bang! The huge bubble was broken, and the water-blue aura collapsed. However, Barbarian Bull's offensive was also weakened. Finally, Gu Fei's seal technique collided with Barbarian Bull's toes. Dang! 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 Stare! Gu Fei retreated 4 or 5 steps, and with each step, the whole ground shook. Barbarian Bull was sent flying and lightly landed 10 feet away. Although he was tall and looked clumsy, his movements were extremely agile. As soon as he landed, he immediately blasted a punch towards the retreating Gu Fei. The fist force was extremely fierce, and like a surging Yangtze River, it chased after Gu Fei. Gu Fei soared into the sky, and a 10-feet-long 5-colored sword Qi shot out from his hand and chopped toward Barbarian Bull. The incomparably swift and fierce sword Qi emitted a great pressure, causing Barbarian Bull to feel great pressure. Sword Qi. Barbarian Bull was startled, and he quickly retreated. Bang! Soil splashed, and the swift and fierce sword Qi left a 10-feet-long sword mark on the ground. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps, and like the wind and lightning, he rushed towards Barbarian Bull. The bright sword Qi from his hands turned into a 5-colored rainbow and chopped towards Barbarian Bull. You are a sword cultivator? Along the way, Barbarian Bull had a look of astonishment on his face as he dodged unceasingly. The might of the sword Qi unleashed by Gu Fei was definitely not inferior to a true divine weapon. Even if Barbarian Bull had a powerful physique, he wasn't willing to take the risk of using his flesh and blood to contend against it. While Barbarian Bull was being forced back by Gu Fei and was at a disadvantage, the battle between the Gemini demons and Ba Ji seemed to have reached its climax. Bang! 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 Muffled, thunderous noises shook the heaven and earth, and monstrous energy fluctuations continuously came from the sky above the sea. In the end, after a deafening explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, a powerful and sinister aura quickly retreated towards the ocean, while another powerful aura quickly headed towards Gu Fei and Barbarian Bull's direction. The cultivators of the God-Devil clan in the forest burst out in cheers. Gu Fei sensed the powerful aura quickly approaching, and his expression immediately changed. Then he shot out a bright sword Qi, forcing Barbarian Bull to retreat, and retreated towards the depths of the forest. Seeing that Gu Fei was about to retreat, the cultivators of the God-Devil clan, who were blocking Gu Fei's path of retreat, immediately attacked Gu Fei. However, the strength of these cultivators was much weaker than that of Gu Fei, and it was difficult for them to stop Gu Fei. Gu Fei easily broke through their obstruction and retreated calmly. No one could catch up to Gu Fei, who had the 8 steps extreme speed technique. Soon, Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the dense forest. Don't chase after him. Barbarian Bull wanted to chase after him, but a dignified voice came from the sky. When Barbarian Bull heard this voice, he immediately stopped. The next moment, swoosh! Then a tall silhouette descended from the sky and landed beside Barbarian Bull. He was holding a simple and unadorned black trident, and it had two edges. "Uncle, why didn't you let me capture that person?" Barbarian Bull looked at the person descending from the sky in surprise and asked. The person descending from the sky was the expert of the God-Devil clan, Ba Ji. He looked in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared, thought for a moment, and then said, "You are no match for him." "What? I didn't lose." Barbarian Bull was unconvinced. Although he was at a disadvantage in his confrontation with Gu Fei, he didn't think that he had lost because he still had a backup plan. Don't look down on the people of this world. That person didn't show any killing intent towards you. What is going on? Ba Ji asked in a deep voice. "It's like this." Thus, Barbarian Bull told Ba Ji about how he met Gu Fei. Then he quietly stood to the side and looked at Ba Ji, who was deep in thought. After a while, Ba Ji muttered to himself, "Could it be that even those people from the Central Plains have designs on our God-Devil Island?" Ba Ji's expression changed several times. Suddenly, his face flushed red, and then, with a wah, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Uncle, you!" Barbarian Bull couldn't help but be shocked. He realized that the mouthful of blood that Ba Ji had spat out was not congested blood, but bright red hot blood. This meant that Ba Ji's injuries were not light. It seemed that his internal organs had been damaged. The surrounding cultivators of the God-Devil clan were also shocked to see Ba Ji suddenly spit out blood. They all revealed nervous expressions. Although Ba Ji had chased away the twin ominous demons, he had also suffered heavy injuries. In the battle with the twin ominous demons, it seemed that no one had gained the upper hand. It was a situation where both sides were injured. It doesn't matter. I didn't expect the twin ominous demons to be this powerful. The Six Paths Demon Palace must have sent them here to receive the demon that intruded into the forbidden area. Let's go back first, then we can discuss further. Ba Ji said as he walked into the depths of the forest. Barbarian Bull and the other cultivators of the God-Devil clan followed Ba Ji into the forest, leaving the forest by the coast. At this time, the demon dragon ship on the fallen god sea had already sailed out of the distant sea. From afar, one could barely see a black dot floating on the surging sea. Gu Fei, who had retreated into the depths of the forest, didn't go far. After Ba Ji and his clansmen left, Gu Fei walked out of the forest again. He had already vaguely guessed that this was an island in the fallen god sea. He didn't know how far this island was from the extreme North Devil region. When he arrived at the coast, he discovered that the demon dragon ship hadn't left. He could still feel the aura of the demon dragon coming from the sea. He wanted to know why the people of the Six Paths Demon Palace had come to this island. Chapter 261. Gu Fei paced back and forth in the forest by the sea. He kept a close eye on the demonic dragon ship on the sea. Before he figured out the situation on the island, he would not enter the depths of the island easily. When night fell, Gu Fei suddenly discovered that two black figures had appeared on the sea. They were stepping on the turbulent waves and heading towards the shore. They're finally here. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the forest by the shore, thought to himself. However, he discovered that the two demonic cultivators who were stepping on the waves had the cultivation of the transcending mortality realm. They were master-level devil cultivators. The two of them were very careful. After confirming that there was no danger on the shore, they walked onto the shore. At this moment, the light purple vertical scar between Gu Fei's eyebrows rippled with the power of space, enveloping him within it. His aura seemed to be isolated in another void. The two devil masters, whose strength was not inferior to Gu Fei's, did not notice anything strange at all. Of course, they did not know that there was a pair of eyes watching them from the forest. The two devil masters were not the Gemini ominous demons that Gu Fei had seen during the day. Instead, they were two unfamiliar faces. This made Gu Fei secretly surprised. At the same time, he was secretly relieved. Fortunately, he was far behind the demonic dragon ship. If he had boarded the demonic dragon ship, the consequences would be unimaginable. He did not expect that there would be so many experts on the demonic dragon ship. The 3 devil masters that he had seen on the demonic sand island, the Gemini ominous demons that had been fighting with the powerful descendants of the gods and devils during the day. And now there were 2 unfamiliar faces. Just the transcending mortality realm devil masters alone had appeared one after another. Gu Fei knew that this was not the true strength of the demonic dragon ship. There must be even more powerful experts on the ship. The devil masters were not scary, even if they were no match for them. With Gu Fei's ability, he was confident that he could retreat easily. However, if he encountered a void controlling realm devil general, he might not even have the chance to escape. After the 2 devil masters went ashore, they carefully looked around for a while before heading west. Gu Fei carefully followed behind the 2 men. These 2 fellows took advantage of the dark and windy night to come ashore. They definitely had some unspeakable secrets. Although the 2 devil masters tried their best to conceal their aura, Gu Fei, who was also in the transcending mortality stage, could roughly sense their cultivation. These 2 sneaky fellows were not weaker than him, and one of them seemed to be stronger than him. Thus, Gu Fei became even more careful. Gu Fei grew up in the mountains. Once he entered the forest, it was like a fish in the sea. Even an experienced hunter would not be able to find him. In addition, the power of the inner space enveloped his body, isolating all auras. The 2 demon masters in front of him did not even notice that they had been targeted by Gu Fei. The 2 fiends in front of him were traversing through the forest. The dark forest did not obstruct their line of sight at all. However, Gu Fei realized that these 2 fellows were too careful. After traversing through the forest for a distance, they would stop to see if anyone was following them. Once these 2 fellows even suddenly hid. After a while, seeing that there was no movement, they walked out of their hiding place again. However, Gu Fei had already used these tricks when he was young. He could not be more familiar with them. How could they deceive Gu Fei? After walking and stopping like this for 5 or 6 times, the 2 fellows seemed to realize that no one was following them. They turned east, and after walking for about 10 miles, they came to the bottom of a stone hill. This was a messy stone hill in the forest. After countless years of being washed by wind and rain, the stones scattered on the stone hill were covered with traces of weathering. Vines intertwined and weeds grew. As the night wind blew, there was a rustling sound of the grass and branches rubbing against each other. Unknown insects in the grass and in the cracks of the stones, chirping tirelessly. Other than that, there was no other sound in the surroundings. Why did these 2 fellows come to this place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs? Gu Fei was hiding in the dark, watching the 2 fiends on the messy stone hill. He could not help but be surprised. At this time, the 2 fiends standing on a large stone seemed to be whispering to each other. Their voices were very low. Gu Fei did not dare to get too close, so he did not hear what they were saying. Then, Gu Fei saw one of the fiends take out an item from his bosom. A wave of power burst out from the fiend's hand. That item emitted a dark red demonic light. It turned into a hazy, blood-colored bird that could be vaguely seen soaring into the sky. In just a flash, the illusory, blood-colored bird that looked like a cloud of blood mist turned into a dark red light and disappeared in the air in an instant. Gu Fei could tell that this fiend master seemed to be using a fiendish Dao spell similar to the Flying Sword Messenger and Fire Talisman Messenger. They were clearly communicating with someone. After knowing the intentions of the 2 fiends on the messy stone hill, Gu Fei could not help but feel nervous. Who were these 2 fellows communicating with? Gu Fei did not know, but there was one thing he knew. If there was another fiend-level expert, he would be in danger if he was discovered. After a while, there seemed to be nothing strange in the surroundings, and no one had come. The 2 fiends on the messy stone hill began to become anxious. Gu Fei quietly hid in the forest, watching the 2 fellows on the messy stone hill. He could see that the 2 fellows were a little restless. Why hasn't the young master appeared yet? Could it be? One of the fiends said anxiously. His voice was a little louder, and Gu Fei immediately caught his words. How long has it been since the message was sent? Be patient. the other fiend said impatiently. He also seemed a little restless as he constantly looked around. After about half an hour, the two fellows on the messy stone hill became more and more anxious and uneasy. They began to walk on the big rocks. Did something really happen? The young master is known to be invincible under the half-devil realm. One of the fiends couldn't help but break the silence. He could hear that he was very worried and anxious. The other fiend also couldn't hold it in anymore. He said, "It seems that the young master won't come. Let's go back and ask the fiend general first, then we can decide what to do." The message that was sent out was like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. They did not receive the expected response. The two fiends decided not to wait any longer. This was not their territory. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. However, just as the two fiends came down from the messy stone hill, a tall figure silently walked out of the dense forest. "Since you've come, leave your lives behind." The newcomer was incomparably powerful. The fierce killing intent on his body caused a gust of cold wind to blow in the surrounding void. Leaves fluttered around his body. The two fiend masters were shocked. They never thought that someone would come so close without them noticing. There were only two possibilities. One was that this person's concealment technique was very brilliant. The other was that this person's cultivation was much higher than theirs. The two fiend masters hoped that it was the former possibility. A powerful aura surged out from the two fiend masters. One of the fiend master's right hand had already reached into the magic treasure pouch at his waist. They could suddenly launch a fierce attack on the person who walked out of the forest at any time. "You intruders are truly despicable. Do you really think that our divine Devil Island is easy to bully?" The person said in a deep voice and continued to press forward with large strides. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the fiend master that had his right hand in the magic treasure pouch pulled out his right hand at lightning speed. Then, he fiercely raised his right hand. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and the sun and moon lost their light. A gust of black chi surged out from the fiend master's hand. An eerie and terrifying killing intent immediately erupted. The black gas grew with the wind and instantly formed an overwhelming black cloud that emitted a terrifying fluctuation. It shrouded the tall figure that was approaching. Black evil soul fall sand. When Gu Fei, who was secretly observing the commotion outside, saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. Not only did the sinister black cloud emit a boundless, baleful aura, but it also emitted a terrifying, baleful aura that seemed to even freeze the surrounding space. The power of the black, evil soulfall sand released by the Fiend Master was so great that it couldn't be compared to the Fiend Sand released by the Fiend Cultivator that died at the hands of Gu Fei on Demon Sand Island. Within the surging black cloud, one could vaguely see specks of demonic green light flashing. When the Fiend Master released the black, evil soulfall sand, there was a bang. A resplendent blue light shone from the tall figure that was closing in on the two demon masters. A powerful ripple of energy that was as powerful as a mountain spread out from the person's body. The light that was like a blue divine fire illuminated the night sky, and at the same time kept the surging black clouds away. Gu Fei was finally able to see the person's face clearly with the help of the light. It's him. The person that suddenly appeared was not unfamiliar to Gu Fei. It was the young expert that he had fought with during the day, Man Yo. Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. This barbarian bull's concealment technique was truly brilliant. Even Gu Fei couldn't sense his existence. If Barbarian Bull hadn't shown himself, Gu Fei wouldn't have known that there was an expert hiding nearby. Heavens collapse. Man Yo shouted and directly used the Fiend God's battle skill. As his hands moved, the vast Fiend God's power surged forward like a surging river. The ferocious power directly dispersed the dark clouds that shrouded the sky. Although the terrifying power did not cause the sky to crack, it still shook the void. Shwa! Man Yo directly turned into a blue lightning and disappeared from where he stood. He directly arrived in front of the two Fiend Masters. Earth's collapse. Barbarian Bull let out another low roar. Both of his hands moved in a mysterious trajectory. The vast power of Fiend God sealed a part of the void and rushed towards the two devil masters who were trapped in the storm of power. Rump! The earth trembled and cracked. The Fiend God's battle skill displayed a great power. Man Yo seemed to have turned into a war demon. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and he was as fierce as a demon. The two Fiend Masters were scared out of their wits. Chapter 262. The ferocious power locked the void, as if there was an invisible hand shrouding the world. The entire rocky mound trembled, and the incomparably hard boulders crumbled one after another, and then turned into dust. Barbarian Bull was incomparably powerful, and he immediately displayed a terrifying Fiend God combat skill. There was no hesitation at all. His goal was to kill these two hateful intruders in the shortest time possible. Damn it, let's go all out. The two devil masters who were shrouded in the energy storm would definitely not resign themselves to death. Under their black clothes, an intense demonic light burst out from their devil bodies, and a vast power surged out violently. Both of them used their Devil Path divine abilities. Boom! With a loud sound, the power of the divine ability and the combat skill was like two meteorites colliding with each other. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out, and that was the fluctuation of destruction. Wherever the ripples passed, everything was destroyed. The area with a circumference of 20 zhang became a land of death, and the ground under Barbarian Bull's feet instantly turned into a desert. The terrifying energy storm that was released shook the entire rocky mound, and cracks appeared on the surface. The boulders that were further away were swept up by the airwaves, and then they shattered in the air. The forest around the rocky mound also collapsed, and the loud sound startled countless animals that were resting in the forest. The birds soared into the sky and flew far away, and the beasts ran away in a frenzy. The originally quiet forest was immediately thrown into chaos. The birds and beasts sensed the danger, and they all ran away in a panic. Even Gu Fei's complexion changed, and he felt a great pressure. He had no choice but to carefully avoid the stones that were flying in all directions like raindrops. Two figures flew out from under the rocky mound. Bang! 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 Two sounds rang out, and they streaked across the void for dozens of zhang like meteors and smashed on the hard rocky ground behind the rocky mound. Wah! The two devil masters simultaneously spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. They could not believe that Barbarian Bull could actually repel them. The tall figure that was as terrifying as the war devil emitted a dignified as heavy as a mountain, and he still pressed forward step by step. Barbarian Bull's long hair fluttered in the wind, and a serious killing intent shot out from his eyes, which were several feet long, like two solid sharp swords, wild and ferocious to the extreme. He did not seem to be a human, but a terrifying beast, a beast filled with killing intent, and a bitter killing intent, causing the two devil masters to tremble in fear. Their momentum was taken away, and their hearts were filled with fear. Imperceptibly, their strength was reduced. They could only use 100% of the power of the Devil Path spells, and perhaps only 80%. And on the contrary, Barbarian Bull's battle intent was like a rainbow, and his imposing manner was shocking. This made him incomparably lofty, giving people a feeling of invincibility. Barbarian Bull stretched out his hand to wipe away a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Under the attack just now, he also suffered a great impact. After all, the strength of those two devil masters was not any weaker than Barbarian Bull. However, Barbarian Bull seemed to have become even more berserk, and his imposing manner rose to the extreme. A wild and ferocious aura swept out in all directions, causing a terrifying cold wind to blow in the surroundings. He pressed forward step by step, and with every step he took, the entire ground would tremble, as if a mountain was moving, giving people an endless sense of oppression. In terms of imposing manner, Barbarian Bull had completely suppressed the two devil masters. However, the two devil masters still had the cultivation of transcending mortality, and they would not be defeated so easily. Roar! One of the demon masters roared angrily, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from his body. Then he patted the magic treasure pouch on his waist, and a dark blood-red demonic light with a hint of demonic blood-red light shot out from the magic treasure pouch. A chilling and oppressive aura immediately filled the air. The demonic light grew 10 feet in the air, and then, with a turn in front of the Devil Master, it turned into a demonic lightning and rushed towards Barbarian Bull. Chi! The demonic light cut through the void and made a sound like silk tearing. In an instant, it shot in front of Barbarian Bull, and like a spirit snake, it tried to twist Barbarian Bull's body into two. Oomph! Barbarian Bull sneered, and his laughter was full of disdain, as if he was laughing at his opponent for overestimating his own strength. When the demonic light arrived, he did not retreat, and directly threw out a punch. Clang! Barbarian Bull's iron fist instantly landed on the demonic light, and there was an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding, and sparks flew in all directions. Barbarian Bull, who had the bloodline of the gods and devils, was born to be an unyielding fighter. He had an incomparably strong physique, and the strength of his physical body was no less than that of Gu Fei, who cultivated the profound meaning of martial arts. He directly used his physical body to shake the magic treasure of the Devil Path. This caused the two Devil Masters to be dumbfounded, and they were extremely shocked. Under the disbelieving gazes of the two Devil Masters, the demonic light was sent flying by Barbarian Bull's punch. They did not expect that there would be a cultivator in this world who had cultivated his physical body to such a level. When Gu Fei, who was secretly watching the battle, saw this scene, he was secretly shocked. He was not the only one who had a strong physical body that could directly shake magic treasures. What was the background of this cultivator on the Devil Island? Gu Fei was a little curious about the cultivator on the island who dared to oppose the Devil Palace of the Six Paths. The magic treasure and the cultivator's aura were connected. When the demonic light was smashed away, the Devil Master who had released the demonic light also suffered the impact, and his face became incomparably pale. He stretched out his hand to call back the demonic light that was smashed away. A magic treasure of the Devil Path appeared in his hand. It was a strange weapon that was completely black and carried a demonic bloody light. It looked like a saber, but also a sword, but also a sword, but also a sword, but also a sword. This weapon was definitely a demonic weapon. It was less than a foot long, but he sensed a chilling, eerie, and terrifying aura from it, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. You dare to invade the Devil Island, so you should be prepared to die. Barbarian Bull's cold voice echoed in the forest. His body emitted an unparalleled murderous aura, and even Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. It was hard to imagine that a person could be wild and ferocious to the point that he seemed to have transformed into a cruel ancient beast. Barbarian Bull's murderous aura was too heavy. The two Devil Masters looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. At this time, Barbarian Bull's huge hand shrouded forward, and a terrifying power erupted from his hand. It was like a vast ocean, surging and rushing towards the two Devil Masters. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two Devil Masters suddenly rushed to the sides, and the ferocious power of their palms landed solidly on the rocky hill behind them. Rumble! As the mountain shook and the earth shook, the hill that had already begun to crack could no longer withstand such a powerful force. The entire hill burst open, and huge rocks flew in all directions. In the midst of the flying rocks, the two Devil Masters actually chose to escape. They turned into two black shadows and rushed into the nearby dense forest. Preposterous! Seeing this scene, Barbarian Bull couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He didn't expect that these two hateful intruders would flee. In his opinion, those who fled without a fight were cowards, and they were not worthy of being called fighters. Among the descendants of the gods and devils, fleeing without a fight was a kind of disgrace. However, what Barbarian Bull didn't know was that in the Devil Path, everything was bullshit. As long as they could survive, the people of the Devil Path would do anything. Even if they had to kill their own relatives with their own hands, they wouldn't hesitate. This was the Devil Path, and it was also the truth that everyone in the Northern Devil Domain believed in. Only the strong could dominate everything and obtain everything. As for the weak, being able to survive was already good enough. The cruel law of survival caused the people of the Devil Path to be unscrupulous. They only had two goals in life, and that was to survive and become stronger. Because of this, there were many experts in the Devil Path. This was also the reason why the forces of the Righteous Path in the Tonglong continent couldn't completely destroy the Northern Devil Domain for thousands of years. At this time, Barbarian Bull didn't have much time to think. He chose to chase after the powerful Devil Master. Killing the strong was his pleasure. Hiding at the side and witnessing this scene, Gu Fei also took action. He quietly chased after the Devil Master with a slightly weaker cultivation. He wanted to know everything he wanted to know from the Devil Master's mouth. Very quickly, a strong energy fluctuation came from the mountain forest in the distance. Obviously, Barbarian Bull caught up to the Devil Master and started to fight with him. But Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Although Barbarian Bull was strong, it wasn't an easy thing to kill the Devil Master. Gu Fei used this time to let the Devil Master escape even further. Then he would make a move. This way, he wouldn't alarm anyone. Fighting 1 against 2, Gu Fei was confident that he could fight against the two Devil Masters. But if he wanted to kill one of them, it was no different from a fantasy. If the two Devil Masters joined hands, he wouldn't be able to win. Of course, he wouldn't lose either. But now, the two Devil Masters separated and escaped. This gave Gu Fei an excellent opportunity. Of course, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Gu Fei discovered that the Devil Master who was escaping in front, when he entered the dense forest, was panicking and didn't know which way to go. He just kept running in the dense forest. However, after the Devil Master ran for 20 to 30 miles, he became more careful and changed his direction. The traces he left in the forest started to become less obvious. Seeing this, Gu Fei, who was silently following behind the Devil Master, couldn't help but secretly nod. This guy obviously had a certain amount of experience in walking in the forest. At first, he seemed to be running through the forest in a panic. He left obvious traces in the places he passed. When he found that the terrible guy behind him didn't chase after him, he immediately became more careful. This Devil Master was very smart. The obvious traces could mislead the tracker. At least, the tracker would chase him for 20 to 30 miles. Then, his traces suddenly disappeared in the forest. If it wasn't for the fact that he often walked in the forest and had incomparable experience in tracking, perhaps he would have stopped here. But Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary person. When he was cultivating in Taishan Mountain, he often went to the depths of the forest and fought with fierce beasts. No one knew the forest better than Gu Fei. This Devil Master's trick was useless against an excellent hunter like Gu Fei. Of course, what Gu Fei was hunting now was not a fierce beast, but this Devil Master who had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Soon, Gu Fei could no longer feel the energy fluctuations coming from the forest behind him. This didn't mean that the battle between Barbarian Bull and the Devil Master was over. It was just that Gu Fei was too far away from the battlefield between Barbarian Bull and the Devil Master. Gu Fei followed behind the Devil Master, going around in the forest. It seemed that he was walking aimlessly through the primeval forest on the island. But Gu Fei knew that the Devil Master in front of him was not doing this without a purpose. As the surrounding terrain rose and fell, this guy was obviously heading towards the sea. Sure enough, soon, Gu Fei heard the faint sound of waves coming from the front. But Gu Fei didn't rush to attack. He still followed behind the Devil Master silently, waiting for the perfect opportunity to attack. He wanted to hit the target with one strike and capture this Devil Master with lightning speed. When he heard the sound of waves, Gu Fei noticed that the Devil Master in front of him seemed to be relieved and relaxed. It was obvious that the Devil Master thought that he had escaped. Not long after, the sound of waves was loud and clear. The Devil Master and Gu Fei, who was following him, walked out of the primeval forest and entered a coconut grove. The fishy smell of the sea breeze immediately hit them in the face. After entering the coconut grove on the beach, Gu Fei quickly approached the Devil Master and then made his move. Chi, two dazzling 5-colored sword Chi like two five-colored lightning bolts, suddenly shot out from Gu Fei's hands and attacked the back of the Devil Master. However, this Demon Master was not a weak expert after all. The moment the sword chi appeared, before the sound of breaking air could be heard, he already felt something strange. His body nimbly dodged to the side. Pooh. The two peerless sword chi only left two bottomless holes in the sand. Did Gu Fei fail? Of course not. The real killing move came later. Although the sword chi that shot out had already missed, Gu Fei, who was charging forward, had already calculated the direction in which the Demon Master would dodge. He immediately executed a series of killing moves, and a golden palm blade swept across the Demon Master's chest. The Devil Master reacted quickly and raised his palm to block. Gu Fei's palm blade collided with the Devil Master's palm. The Devil Master immediately felt as if he was struck by lightning. Crack! The sound of bones breaking immediately came from the Devil Master's palm. Close combat was the strength of warriors, but it was the weakness of other cultivators. Once a warrior got close, it would be the nightmare of other cultivators. Gu Fei's palm directly broke the bones of the Devil Master's hand. Then his arm seemed to have turned into a nimble snake and instantly wrapped around the Devil Master's arm. Then he shook it fiercely. Crack! Crack! The Devil Master's arm suddenly emitted a series of bone-breaking sounds. In the next moment, the Devil Master's arm instantly exploded and turned into a putrid bloody mist. Gu Fei took advantage of the situation and punched the Devil Master's chest. He didn't even have the chance to scream. The Devil Master's throat was blocked by the blood that gushed out. This string of ferocious and swift to the extreme attacks could be said to be completed in one go, and all of it occurred in an instant. The Devil Master, who was not weak, had never thought that he would be crippled in an instant. Chapter 263. Gu Fei made his move in an instant, causing one of the Devil Master's arms to explode. His flesh and bones turned into a mist of blood, and with a punch, his opponent's chest caved in. With such an attack, the Devil Master's body had already suffered a great deal of damage. If it was an ordinary devil cultivator, with just one punch, he would have already died. It had to be said that the transcending mortality realm Devil Master's life force was far stronger than an ordinary devil cultivator. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a fatal injury, but this Devil Master still did not die. Of course, Gu Fei's strength was just right. He did not want to take the Devil Master's life with one move. Cough, cough. The magician who had collapsed in the coconut grove coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Within the blood, there seemed to be some pieces of his internal organs. His shattered sternum had already fallen into his internal organs. However, even though his physical body had suffered such a severe injury, the devil core in his dantian was still emitting waves of energy fluctuations, quickly protecting his injuries. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a fatal injury, but it did not threaten the lives of these powerful cultivators with strong vitality. Bam! Gu Fei took a step forward and stepped on the Devil Master's dantian. Don't! Cough, cough! Don't kill! Kill me! The Devil Master spat out a few weak sounds with difficulty. He did not want to die. If Gu Fei shattered the devil core in his dantian, he would die immediately. The condensed devil core was the same as the Dao core of a cultivator. It was the source of power for a devil cultivator. It was the essence of the devil power in the entire body. Now, the Devil Master, whose body had suffered heavy injuries, was relying on the devil core in his dantian to maintain his life. As long as the devil core was not broken and his divine soul was not scattered, even if his body was broken, if an expert were to make a move, he could use the life snatch to obtain a complete body. He might even be able to cultivate his cultivation back. Don't kill you? A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Give me a reason not to kill you. Gu Fei's eyes emitted two cold rays of light as he spoke in an eerie voice. Gu Fei was creating an imposing manner or atmosphere. Gu Fei wanted to make this demon master feel that his life was seriously threatened. In the next moment, he would be trampled to death by Gu Fei. A blurry layer of golden light began to emit from Gu Fei's right foot, which was stepping on the demon master's dantian. A powerful force was gathering in his right leg, as if he would really step on it at any time. Don't! Don't! The demon master who was being stepped on by Gu Fei was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. In his agitation, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Gu Fei knew very well what kind of people were the scariest in this world, and that was those who were unafraid of death. Those who had nothing to lose were the scariest. These kinds of people had nothing to fear and would dare to do anything. If this demon master was that kind of person, then Gu Fei wouldn't have bothered to talk nonsense with him. He would have directly killed him on the spot. How could this demon master still be alive now? It was very obvious that this demon master was very afraid of death. He wasn't someone who had a worthless life. What do you want? Magic treasures, spirit pills. I'll give them all to you. At this time, the demon master didn't care so much and hurriedly said. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, the demon master's words suddenly became smooth. I'm not a demon cultivator. Those things you said are useless to me. I think you should just die. Gu Fei didn't seem to be moved. He said disdainfully. It looked like he was about to trample this demon master to death. Don't. I'll do anything you want. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. The demon master was almost crying. He really didn't want to die. The extreme North Demon region was a terrifying place where the law of the jungle was vividly displayed. If you wanted to survive, you had to do whatever it took. He didn't know how many times he had been on the verge of death. He didn't know how many times he had crawled out a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. However, if he died, he would have nothing left. How could he be willing to die like this? Therefore, after Gu Fei completely destroyed his will, Gu Fei began to interrogate this demon master. Thus, Gu Fei obtained shocking information from this demon master. It turned out that there were many demon cultivators on the demon dragon ship. There was even a powerful void controlling realm demon general guarding the ship. These people had come to this divine devil island to receive a big shot who had already entered the divine devil island. This big shot could be said to be above tens of thousands of people in the Six Paths Demon Palace. He was the strongest person apart from the demon monarch of the Six Paths. Gu Fei learned the name of this big shot from the demon master. Chu Gu had a status that no expert in the extreme North Demon region dared to look down on. The first son of the demon monarch of the Six Paths. If there were no accidents, Chu Gu would be the first successor of the Six Paths Demon Palace. Like his father, he was extremely strong and had a genius talent for cultivation. He was said to be invincible under the half-demon realm. From the demon master, Gu Fei also learned that the first son of the demon monarch of the Six Paths was extremely strong. He was infinitely close to the half-demon realm, which could contend with demigods. He took the risk to enter the demon island because he had his eyes on something that the descendants of the gods and demons were guarding. If he could obtain this thing, his strength would increase exponentially. Although he might not be able to break through the final bottleneck and become the eternal demon lord, his strength would be comparable to the demon monarch's. However, Gu Fei learned from the demon master that the first son of the demon monarch of the Six Paths seemed to have encountered great trouble on the demon island. He might even have been lost in the depths of the demon island. The people on the demon dragon ship could be said to have come to receive Chu Gu. They could also be said to have come to see if Chu Gu was dead or alive. The demon monarch of the Six Paths would not make a move for Chu Gu. If he wanted to obtain it, he would have to rely on his own hands. If he died in the process, he could only blame himself for not being skilled enough and not having enough cultivation. This was the demon path. It was a cruel law of survival. Countless experts and masters were born in the reign of blood. This was the fundamental reason why the demon area could exist. The thing that the first son of the demon monarch of the Six Paths had his eyes on was certainly not ordinary. Gu Fei wanted to know what it was, but the demon master did not know. You could die now, without any hesitation. Gu Fei stepped on the demon master's dantian with his right foot, which was emitting a dazzling golden light, and stomped on the demon master. No! The demon master only had time to let out a shrill scream. With a bang, his dantian was crushed by Gu Fei. The demon core in his dantian also collapsed. Whoosh! Gu Fei's figure flashed, and he retreated. At this moment, the demon master, whose dantian had been shattered and his devil core had been shattered, was swelled up like a balloon by the berserk demonic energy that had erupted. Then, with a pong sound, his flesh and bones exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the coconut grove, a strong wind was set off. The power of the demon core exploded, and a large pit with a diameter of about 3 zhang appeared in the sand. A few tall coconut trees nearby also collapsed, and a few birds that were resting in the coconut grove were startled away. Since Gu Fei had found out what he wanted to know, he killed the demon master right away. The demon core was destroyed, and his soul was destroyed. Even if a true demon descended, he would not be able to save the demon master. Oh, they tracked me here so quickly? Gu Fei was suddenly startled, and he looked towards the depths of the forest. Then, his figure disappeared on the spot, and he left the coconut grove. Just as Gu Fei left, a tall figure walked out from the dense forest on the island, and then directly walked into the coconut grove by the seaside. Who killed that guy? Barbarian Bull muttered to himself. He saw the large pit on the sand in the coconut grove, and above the pit, there was an almost invisible bloody mist floating. Under the dark night, those bloody mists were very clear in Barbarian Bull's eyes. He could even see the extremely fine beads of blood floating in the bloody mist. Someone killed his prey. Barbarian Bull's eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of ruthlessness. Could it be him? He thought of a person, and his fists immediately clenched tightly. Uncle actually said that I'm not his opponent. I refuse to accept this. A fierce and berserk aura surged out from Barbarian Bull's body, and a gust of cold wind appeared out of nowhere in the coconut grove. The smell of blood in the forest stimulated Barbarian Bull's nerves. Like a rainbow, it startled countless birds that were resting in the coconut grove. They flapped their wings and flew out of the coconut grove. These birds instinctively felt the danger, so they flew out of the coconut grove in panic. At this time, a sharp whistle came from the depths of the God Devil Island. This whistle was like the howl of a ferocious spirit. It caused one's hair to stand on end when they heard it. HM, has it begun? When the whistle entered his ears, Barbarian Bull immediately came back to his senses, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Then, he directly rushed into the jungle. And Gu Fei also stopped under a big tree. He frowned. What was this sound? The whistle was sharp and ear-piercing, and it gave him a bad feeling, as if something big was about to happen. Under the night sky, the whistle lingered in the primitive mountain forest, and it seemed to spread to every corner of God Devil Island. It lasted for a long time, and it was exceptionally strange. At the same time, a fist-sized crimson bird that was emanating a layer of hazy, dark red bloody light soared into the sky from somewhere on the island and disappeared into the night sky. God Devil Island seemed to be somewhat different from Devil Sand Island. Here, one couldn't feel the demonic nature that came from the dark. In the sky, there were countless stars, and there was no feeling of the sky being blocked. However, Gu Fei didn't think that this was a good place. The strange whistle made him faintly feel that something was wrong in the depths of God Devil Island. So, he walked into the jungle and rushed in the direction of the sound. After about 100 miles into the depths of God Devil Island, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. That whistle actually spread all the way to the seaside. It was really unbelievable. After crossing over a mountain peak, Gu Fei suddenly discovered a valley in the distance, and there were figures moving around the valley. A wave of astonishment rose in his heart. The whistle had come from within the valley, and only when he arrived here did the whistle gradually weaken. Following that, Gu Fei sensed several powerful auras appearing nearby, rapidly approaching the valley from all directions. Soon, a tall figure walked out of the jungle outside the valley and walked straight into the valley. Gu Fei had already guessed the purpose of the whistle. The people in the valley were gathering people. Thinking of this, Gu Fei became even more careful and began to guide the power of space to cover his body. Gu Fei looked around and found that there was a mountain peak next to the valley. Gu Fei smiled. If he climbed that mountain peak, he should be able to see the situation inside the valley. Carefully avoiding the eyes of those people outside the valley, Gu Fei quickly sneaked towards the mountain peak and then climbed to the top. At this time, strange sounds came from inside the valley. There was the sound of metal clashing, jade clashing, and the rumbling of drums. Gu Fei felt very strange. After climbing to the top, he hid in the jungle and then looked down into the valley, and what he saw in front of him immediately surprised him. The valley below was very spacious. There were no trees, no weeds. It was cleanly cleaned up. In the center of the valley stood a tall altar. The altar was 7 or 8 feet high, and in front of the altar there were 7 or 8 old men kneeling, and behind these old men there were hundreds of tall figures kneeling like war devils. At the back of these people, there was a person that Gu Fei was familiar with, Barbarian Bull. These people were constantly kneeling in front of the tall altar, and their mouths were murmuring pious words, but because of the distance, Gu Fei couldn't hear what they were praying. What shocked Gu Fei the most was not the altar, nor the people kneeling under the altar, but the fact that the altar wasn't empty, but there was no fiend god tablet on it. Because there was a tall figure standing on the altar, or it could be said that it was a real fiend god, with a triangular head, silver horns, long in the middle, and short on both sides. It had a human face, but it wasn't ferocious and terrifying. It was holding a halberd in its right hand, and the body of a fiend god exuded a tyrannical and terrifying aura. The figure standing on the altar was a real fiend god, but it didn't have a body of flesh and blood. It seemed to be a fiend god stone statue, but the carving was vivid and lifelike. Even if it was just a stone statue, it was still daunting. Next to the altar, there were people playing all kinds of strange instruments. Gu Fei now knew that the strange sounds coming from the valley came from these strange instruments. The tall altar was built with unknown materials. The whole altar seemed to be a hole, as if it was naturally formed. Its color was dark with a trace of blue. It gave people an incomparably ancient, incomparably vicissitude aura. This evil altar, as well as the fiend godstone statue standing on the altar, seemed to have existed since the beginning of the world. The old men kneeling in worship, the tall altar, and the fiend godstone statue standing on the altar. The scene in front of him was too evil. It made Gu Fei tremble with fear. He vaguely felt that the fiend godstone statue standing on the altar seemed to be strange. Chapter 264. Under the curtain of night, an incredible scene was taking place in a valley in the depths of the demonic god island. Gu Fei was hiding on a mountain peak beside the valley and had a panoramic view of everything that was happening in the valley. A stone statue of a demonic god with a halberd in its hand exuded a terrifying and domineering aura. It stood on a huge altar. Although the stone statue of a demonic god was lifelike, it was not a real demonic god. However, it was still able to emit a powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was hard to believe, but it was also incomparably strange. Gu Fei quietly observed the movements in the valley below. He saw that the descendants of the demonic gods were praying and kowtowing to the demonic god statue on the altar. Then, an old man who was kneeling at the very front stood up. This old man's teeth had almost all fallen out, and he could no longer straighten his back. Even among the descendants of the demonic gods, no one knew how long this old man had lived. This was the great elder of the demonic gods. The demonic gods seemed to be holding some kind of sacrifice, and this sacrifice was presided over by this great elder. Sacrifice! The great elder shouted. Although he was old, his voice was still as loud as a bell, and his eyes were like cold lightning. The entire valley echoed with his words. Following the great elder's shout, the strong men of the demonic gods immediately brought the fierce beast that they had prepared to the front of the altar like kittens and puppies. Then someone took out a sharp blade and swung it down, chopping off the heads of the ferocious beasts that were still struggling and roaring with all their might. The hot blood of the beast sprayed onto the altar, dyeing it red. The foul stench of blood flowed down from the altar. Gu Fei discovered that among the beasts that were killed in front of the altar, there were a few incomparably powerful beasts. This truly shocked Gu Fei. Intuition told Gu Fei that none of the people in the valley were weak. He He faintly felt that the old man who seemed to be presiding over the ritual was very frightening. Gu Fei sensed danger from that frail body. Gu Fei couldn't see through the old man's cultivation. In the valley, only 2/3 of the people could be clearly identified by Gu Fei. In other words, the cultivation of the other 1/3 was far above Gu Fei's, causing Gu Fei to be unable to see through their cultivation. What kind of terrifying combat power was this? Just thinking about it made Gu Fei feel afraid. 20 to 30 experts who could possibly be of the void-resisting realm. What kind of concept was this? Even the few most powerful cultivation forces in the Central Plains did not have such experts. On the Godfiend Island, the Godfiend descendants were no weaker than the Six Paths Demon Palace and the other demonic Dao factions. Immortal Ancestor, Invincible Warrior, return. Your descendants are calling to you. Return. The old man prayed piously. Then, he used his hands to draw mysterious trajectories in the air. What was he doing? Was he summoning souls? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little incredulous when he saw this scene. However, what happened next made Gu Fei's heart turn cold. As the old man's skinny arms drew mysterious trajectories in the air, Gu Fei could vaguely feel that the entire Godfiend sacrificial altar was changing. An extremely obscure force was gradually bursting out from the sacrificial altar. It was a frightening force that was powerful enough to make Gu Fei look up to it. The old man seemed to have activated some kind of restriction to guide the power of the sacrificial altar out. While everyone was kowtowing to the fiend god statue on the altar, the fresh blood of the beast they had killed earlier was being absorbed by the altar and gradually seeped into it. This strange scene didn't escape Gu Fei's eyes. This made him feel uneasy and a little frightened. This was not right. When all the blood that had been sprayed on the sacrificial altar was absorbed, the whole tall sacrificial altar started to shake. Rumble. Following the shaking sound, the force contained in the sacrificial altar exploded and gathered towards the Godfiend statue standing on the altar. At this moment, the Godfiend descendants in the valley all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the Godfiend sacrificial altar. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Gu Fei stared unblinkingly at the tall sacrificial altar in the valley. He felt as if a primitive beast had been awakened from its slumber. Rumble. The ancient sacrificial altar shook violently. An extremely powerful force surged out from the sacrificial altar. Endless power poured into the Godfiend statue standing on the sacrificial altar. Under the infusion of the ocean-like energy, the fiend god statue on the fiend god altar began to undergo unimaginable changes. The Godfiend statue gradually emitted a terrifying energy wave. It was an expert's aura that made Gu Fei's heart palpitate even more than that of an invincible demigod expert. He couldn't help but have the urge to kneel down and worship it. Gu Fei even suspected that the Godfiend statue on the sacrificial altar had come to life. It was emitting a majestic aura from head to toe. The aura of an expert that looked down on the world was fully displayed. In the end, the sacrificial altar erupted with tens of thousands of divine lights. Endless power frantically gathered towards the tall figure on the sacrificial altar. The Godfiend statue standing on the sacrificial altar was like rivers running into the sea. It didn't reject anything. Rumble. The entire valley and even the entire region started to shake. The energy wave emitted by the Godfiend statue was so strong that even the heavens and earth were shaking. The old man who presided over the sacrificial altar was like a willow catkin in a gale. He swayed left and right and couldn't stand steadily. It was as if he could be blown away by the explosion at any time. Roar! When all the power contained in the sacrificial altar was poured into the Godfiend statue, it suddenly raised its head and let out a furious roar. A powerful soul wave was emitted from its frightening demonic body. The surging sound waves spread in the sky and on the ground. Even Gu Fei, who was hiding on the mountain peak next to the valley, felt the chi and blood in his chest churning, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his chest. It was as if an ancient god-fiend soul was really summoned and attached to the god-fiend statue on the sacrificial altar. The mighty aura emitted by the statue caused the weather to change. All the descendants of gods and devils kneeling under the sacrificial altar were trembling with fear. The god-fiend statue was very frightening. It was even more frightening and powerful than demigods. Perhaps the strength of the god-fiend statue had already reached the legendary god-fiend realm. The powerful aura emitted by the god-fiend statue made Gu Fei feel a great pressure. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. The terrifying pressure was so heavy that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. This scene was really too familiar. It reminded Gu Fei of the situation when he was trapped in the absolute Stoneman formation inside the virtual sky world. The god-fiend statue, standing on the sacrificial altar in the valley, was exactly the same as the Stone Man in the absolute Stoneman formation. The difference was that the Stone Man in the absolute Stoneman formation had the appearance of a human, while this god-fiend statue was an ancient god-fiend. The Stone Men in the absolute Stoneman formation had their souls sealed inside the statue. However, the soul of the god-fiend statue in front of them didn't seem to be inside the statue, but inside the sacrificial altar. At this time, Gu Fei also understood. The god-fiend's soul inside the god-fiend statue wasn't summoned, but awakened by that old man using a secret technique. The awakened god-fiend soul entered the god-fiend statue on the sacrificial altar and made the statue come to life. Roar! There was another earth-shattering roar. That was the roar of the soul. The god-fiend statue came to life and roared with its halberd in hand. The frightening might of the god-fiend made everyone shudder with fear and trepidation. Supreme Ancestor, please protect your descendants. Please mercilessly kill all invaders. The old man's aged voice resounded in the valley. Supreme Ancestor, please protect your descendants. The descendants of the god-fiend, who were prostrating on the ground, shouted in unison. After praying, the god-fiend statue on the sacrificial altar swept its gaze around. Two divine rays shot out of its eye sockets like tangible divine swords, seemingly piercing through the void. Then, the god-fiend statue soared from the sacrificial altar with its halberd in hand, instantly setting off a monstrous energy storm that swept through heaven and earth. A gust of wind blew through the valley, causing the descendants of the god-fiend, who were prostrating on the ground, to lose their balance. The few people prostrating at the very front were directly swept away. In the next moment, the soaring god-fiend statue suddenly disappeared from the sky as if it had shattered the void. That frightening pressure quickly faded away. The people prostrating on the ground in the valley all heaved sighs of relief. Gu Fei was shocked to discover that he hadn't even seen how the divine demon stone statue had suddenly disappeared. He hadn't even been able to see its trajectory at all. What shocked Gu Fei even more was that the frightening aura emanating from the god-fiend statue was rapidly moving in the direction of the sea. Could it be that the soul inside the god-fiend statue still retained its consciousness? It actually understood the prayers of that old man and the descendants of the god-fiend clan and directly attacked the place where the enemy was. No one knew better than Gu Fei how frightening this kind of stone man was. After all, he was plotted against by Dongfang Chun in the virtual sky world and was almost trapped to death in the Stoneman formation. The stone men in the Stoneman formation had their consciousness erased by someone using great magic power. If this god-fiend statue's consciousness hadn't been erased, it would be too frightening. The sacrificial ceremony was only for show and didn't have any effect. However, Gu Fei also didn't know how that old man awakened the soul inside the sacrificial altar. However, the power of the sacrificial altar was indeed completely absorbed by the god-fiend statue. The god-fiend fighting soul on the sacrificial altar also rushed into the god-fiend statue, as if it had broken free from its cage. Soon, waves of powerful energy fluctuations came from the distance. It seemed that the god-fiend statue that had come to life encountered the people from the Six Paths demonic palace and started fighting. Chapter 265. The elders of the Divine Demon clan awakened a terrifying remnant of the Divine Demon soul that was sleeping on the Divine Demon altar, causing the Divine Demon stone statue on the altar to come to life. The Divine Demon stone statue seemed to be able to hear the prayers of the Divine Demon clan's descendants below. It held a halberd in its hand and rushed out of the valley with a murderous aura, disappearing into the night sky. After the demonic god stone statue left, the terrifying aura quickly faded into the distance, causing Gu Fei, who was hiding on the mountain peak beside the valley, to heave a sigh of relief. However, the 100 or so demonic god descendants gathered in the valley did not show any signs of leaving. Instead, they stood up from the ground and whispered to each other. The 7 or 8 elders below the altar also surrounded the Great Elder. They seemed to be discussing something. All of their expressions were extremely solemn. Gu Fei could vaguely hear the young Divine Demon clan's descendants talking excitedly about how the invaders were doomed. The invincible ancestor fighting spirit would mercilessly exterminate the invaders. However, Gu Fei noticed that the older generation of Divine Demon clan's descendants had a hint of worry on their faces. What were they worried about? Could it be that there was a secret that even the younger generation of Divine Demon clan's descendants did not know about? They should be happy that they had managed to summon a God-fiend war soul that was comparable to a divine soul. With the help of that God-fiend stone statue, destroying the invading forces of the Six Paths Demon Palace would be a piece of cake. Gu Fei did not care about the secrets hidden on the Divine Demon Island. He was not interested either. What he needed to do now was to leave the Divine Demon Island and return to the Tongue Long Continent. If he wanted to leave the Divine Demon Island, the only way was to board the demonic dragon ship. He had a bold idea. He wanted to board the demonic dragon ship without anyone noticing. Gu Fei had learned everything about the demonic dragon ship from the demon master he had captured. He knew the number of people on the ship, the number of demon masters, and any particularly powerful experts. He knew everything like the back of his hand. But now, the descendants of the divine demons had summoned their so-called ancestor, a terrifying war demon divine soul with unparalleled battle strength that could be called invincible in the Tongue Long Continent. If this god-fiend stone statue directly attacked the demonic dragon ship, then, when Gu Fei thought of this, cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Gu Fei knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. He carefully and slowly retreated, moving through the forest towards the foot of the mountain. He was very careful and it didn't make any sound. One's aura could be isolated using spatial force, but if one were to move in the forest, even the slightest sound would be detected by the people in the valley. In the valley below, Gu Fei sensed more than one terrifying and powerful aura that was comparable to a demigod. Such a powerhouse could kill him 100 times with just a finger. It was no wonder that Demon Monarch of Six Paths couldn't take down the Divine Demon Island with his power in the extreme North Demon region. If the descendants of the Divine Demons on the Divine Demon Island attacked the inland of the extreme North Demon region, the power structure of the demonic Tao would be reshuffled. Although the descendants of the Divine Demons didn't have many people, every one of them had extraordinary cultivation. They were also more talented than ordinary people because they had the bloodline of the Divine Demons. After Gu Fei came down from the mountain, he wasn't discovered by the people in the valley. Then, he walked silently into the dense forest. After carefully walking through the dense forest for more than 10 miles, Gu Fei quickly passed through the dense forest. The mighty energy fluctuation in front of him was too shocking. That God-fiend stone statue had unparalleled battle strength, but he didn't know why it hadn't killed the troops of Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Could it be that there was an invincible expert on the demonic dragon ship who was comparable to an immortal? Gu Fei was bewildered. He couldn't wait to fly to the seaside and see what was going on. A distance of more than 100 miles wasn't far. In the dense forest, there were ferocious beasts fleeing in panic. There were even ferocious beasts that emitted a powerful and terrifying aura that made all living things within 100 miles feel danger. That powerful aura belonged to the God-fiend stone statue. The closer he got, the more frightened Gu Fei became. It could only be said that the God-fiend stone statue was too powerful. Boom! Bang! A huge collision sound came from in front of him. It was like a heavenly drum that shook the heavens and the earth. The powerful energy fluctuation caused the weather to change. It even dispersed the clouds in the sky, revealing the starry night sky. It was as if there were two incomparably powerful war gods fighting. The power that erupted from them shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Roar! Suddenly, a roar sounded out from ahead. The voice was like rumbling thunder as it surged in the sky, and it shook Gu Fei's ears to the point his ears buzzed as he swiftly passed through the dense forest, and he almost fell to the ground. Gu Fei felt a strong sense of unease. A great pressure came from in front of him, causing his soul to tremble. A feeling of helplessness and irresistibility rose in his heart. This roar didn't come from the God-fiend stone statue. Instead, it came from another extremely powerful and evil existence. Was it another terrifying existence, comparable to an immortal? Gu Fei was shocked. This aura wasn't any weaker than the God-fiend stone statue. It was hard to imagine that there were two existences comparable to an immortal on the God-fiend island. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. An even more powerful energy fluctuation came from in front of him. The great pressure almost made Gu Fei vomit blood. He had no choice but to use the power of the inner space to isolate all the auras from the outside world. This way, he felt a little more comfortable. An invincible powerhouse was truly terrifying. Even the terrifying aura they released could hurt people invisibly. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. He continued to walk through the forest. Soon, he arrived near the seaside. When he walked out of the forest, the scene in front of him made him dumbfounded. It was as if he had turned into a stone statue in an instant. This is too unbelievable. What did I just see? Am I seeing things? Am I hallucinating? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. In the distant sea, there was a dragon that was hundreds of feet long. In the fallen god sea, monstrous waves were set off. A thunderous roar shook the heavens. It was the faint shadow of a dragon that didn't seem to be made of flesh and blood. But even so, the vast dragon aura it emitted was shocking in all directions. Even with the power of space, Gu Fei could still feel the dragon's might. After Gu Fei recovered from his shock, he discovered that the 300-meter-tall dragon on the surface of the sea was emitting a powerful aura that was incredibly evil and sinister. It was not a divine dragon, but a demonic dragon with a monstrous demonic chi. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, but it wasn't just a phantom either. The huge dragon body emitted a strong soul fluctuation. It wasn't a battle tool without intelligence, but a remnant soul of a demonic dragon. The traces of the demonic dragon ship had already disappeared from the sea. Could it be that the remnant soul of the demonic dragon had something to do with the ship? Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something. The demonic dragon wreaked havoc in the sea. The dragon body was faintly discernible in the towering waves. Even if it was just a remnant soul, the power displayed by the demonic dragon could be described as earth-shattering. And the powerful god-fiend aura emitted by the god-fiend stone statue also came from the sea ahead. The stone statue roared again and again. It seemed to have encountered great trouble. It was hard to imagine that two powerful existences comparable to immortals and gods were fighting endlessly in the fallen god sea. The mighty remnant power caused the divine demon island, which was 20 to 30 miles away from the battlefield, to tremble. Just as Gu Fei was staring at the earth-shattering battle on the ocean with inconsolable horror, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching the shore from the island. Gu Fei was shocked. The descendants of the god-fiends in the valley had come out. Gu Fei didn't think too much and immediately retreated into the dense forest. Not long after, Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dense forest, saw three figures walking out of the forest. They were not the tall descendants of the god-fiends, but the demonic cultivators who were called intruders by the descendants of the god-fiends on the island. Gu Fei noticed that the three demonic cultivators all had wounds of varying degrees on their bodies. One demonic cultivator's left arm was missing and the wound was still dripping blood. Another demonic cultivator's back had been scratched by an unknown object, leaving behind 3 bloody wounds that were so deep that his bones could be seen. As for the last demonic cultivator, he seemed to be in the most miserable state. Half of his face was a bloody mess, as though something had smashed it. There was also a bloody hole the size of a bowl on his chest. This demonic cultivator's physical body was so seriously injured, but he didn't die. That was because he was a demonic master. It wasn't easy to kill a demonic master at the transcending mortality realm. Only by destroying his physical body and breaking his demonic core could he kill a demonic master. For a demonic master who had already cultivated a demonic core, although the damage to his physical body would cause great damage to his vitality, it wasn't fatal. When Gu Fei saw that the 3 demonic cultivators who came out of the island were actually demonic cultivators, he couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of attack did these 3 demonic cultivators receive? It was another 3 unfamiliar faces. Gu Fei had never seen these 3 demonic cultivators before. Of course, he didn't know why they were still on the island at this time. After the 3 demonic cultivators came out of the forest, they were like Gu Fei, completely stunned by what they saw. They didn't notice that danger was quietly approaching them. The more demonic cultivators died, the more advantageous it was for Gu Fei. Gu Fei wanted to weaken the strength of the demonic cultivators on the demon dragon ship as much as possible. Thus, he sneaked towards the 3 demonic cultivators outside the forest. When Gu Fei sneaked into the forest behind the 3 demonic cultivators, the 3 demonic cultivators still hadn't recovered from their shock. This was the best time to make a move. Whoosh! Gu Fei suddenly pounced out from the forest behind the 3 demonic cultivators. A strong wind immediately spread out. Gu Fei was like a tiger king descending from the sky. A fierce tiger preying on its prey, fierce, violent, and domineering. These 3 devil masters were worthy of being called experts. Just as Gu Fei suddenly released a peerlessly ferocious and domineering aura and pounced forward like a ferocious tiger, pouncing on its prey, the 3 devil masters immediately sensed the abnormality behind them and immediately dispersed. However, how could they escape from Gu Fei's sudden and ferocious attack when they were both injured and unprepared? Pooh! With a sound, Gu Fei's pair of tiger claws directly grabbed the demonic cultivator who had 3 bloody marks on his back. Then, Gu Fei's hands separated. Pump! Blood splattered everywhere. That demonic cultivator was actually torn into 2 by Gu Fei. In the midst of the blood mist, a bead emitting a powerful demonic energy flew out. Gu Fei took advantage of the situation and pressed out his palm. That bead immediately collapsed under his palm. A demonic cultivator, just like that, was killed by him in an instant. His soul flew away and scattered. The demonic cultivator who was killed by Gu Fei was absolutely scared out of his wits. He couldn't be more dead. His death also shocked the other 2 demonic cultivators who were not dead yet. Who are you? The demonic cultivator whose face was half smashed and whose face was swollen like a pig's head said in fear. His words were unclear, and it was very difficult to hear. Gu Fei did not say anything. After killing the strongest demonic cultivator, he immediately attacked the demonic cultivator who only had half of his left arm left. Gu Fei's hands pinched a mysterious seal. A ball of golden light, as bright as the sun, immediately erupted from his hands. The vast power of metal rushed towards the demonic cultivator who had lost an arm. Roar! The demonic cultivator roared angrily. His beard and hair stood on end. He patted the magic treasure pouch on his waist with his right hand. In the next moment, an ancient light shield blocked in front of him. This was a defensive magic treasure of the demonic path. The light shield emitted a strong wave of power, protecting the demonic cultivator behind it. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. He raised the power of the metal element exterminating seal to its peak. The golden light formed a golden wave, instantly drowning the light shield and the demonic cultivator behind it. Just as he heard bam, a loud sound came from the surging golden wave. In the next moment, A shrill scream was heard. Then, the golden light dissipated. On the ground, fragments of the light shield appeared. As for the demonic cultivator, it was as if he had evaporated from the world. There was not even a trace of blood left. Of course, if one were to look carefully, they would still be able to see specks of blood on the fragments of magic treasures scattered on the ground. Just like that, a demonic cultivator's protective light shield was broken by Gu Fei's metal element exterminating seal. He was completely obliterated. This scene made the last demonic cultivator who saw it scared out of his wits. The demonic cultivator roared and turned around to escape to the sea like a madman. First, he killed the strongest demonic cultivator. Then, he killed the second weakest demonic cultivator. Finally, he killed the weakest demonic cultivator. Everything was within Gu Fei's control. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and showed the extreme speed of 8 steps. In an instant, he caught up with the demonic cultivator. Just when he was about to kill him, the demonic cultivator suddenly stopped running. He laughed crazily and suddenly turned around to attack Gu Fei. It was too sudden. A guy who had been scared out of his wits by his thunderous methods suddenly went crazy and pounced on him without any defense. This was no different from courting death. Such a crazy move seemed to be the only explanation. Chapter 266. However, just as Gu Fei was startled by the Devil Master's sudden crazy action, Gu Fei saw that the dantian of the Devil Master's abdomen actually emitted a bright light. An extremely powerful and violent power fluctuation spread out. Gu Fei felt danger. Oh no! Gu Fei turned pale with fright, and without thinking, he quickly retreated. Madman, this guy's a madman, Gu Fei shouted in his heart. The 8 steps of extreme speed was displayed by him to the extreme. Huh, let's die together. The Devil Master laughed crazily, and then boom! There was a loud bang, like a sudden clap of thunder. The Devil Master's body instantly exploded, and an extremely violent power swept out. In an instant, it enveloped the space within a radius of several hundred feet, destroying everything in its path. Gu Fei's figure was also submerged in the sudden explosion of the destructive storm. The Devil Master actually exploded his Devil Dan, wanting to perish together with Gu Fei. Shattering the Devil Dan is different from exploding the Devil Dan. Self-explosion is a crazy action of perishing together with the enemy. All the essence, chi, and spirit in the body instantly converged into the Devil Dan, and then suddenly exploded. This powerful force will first explode itself. The next moment, this destructive force will spread out. Everything in the vicinity will be destroyed. Just as Gu Fei was submerged by the destructive force of the Devil Master's self-explosion, a bright 5-colored light burst out from the energy storm. Then, Gu Fei actually rushed out of the energy storm that enveloped a radius of tens of feet. The powerful force sent him flying, like a meteorite smashing into the forest 100 feet away. Wah! When he smashed into the ground, Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if his body was strong enough to fight against the magic treasure of the same level, he was still injured. Although it was the self-detonation of a heavily injured Devil Master, the power of the self-detonation was still extremely powerful. The destructive energy that enveloped a radius of dozens of feet caused a huge crater to appear on the beach, a huge crater with a radius of dozens of feet. The sea was pouring in through the gap in the pit. Gu Fei stood up from the broken branches and leaves in a sorry state. His face was deathly pale. Madman, he's really a madman. Gu Fei muttered to himself, still in a state of shock. The terrifying destructive power not only tore apart the clothes on Gu Fei's upper body, but also caused Gu Fei to suffer a great impact. This level of impact was enough to threaten his life. Gu Fei looked inside himself and found that his internal organs had been shaken violently. He had already suffered internal injuries. It seemed that he had to find a secluded place to heal himself. Hence, Gu Fei ignored the battle between the demonic dragon's remnant soul and the stone statue of the demonic god above the sea in the distance and walked straight into the dense forest. Man proposes, God disposes. Gu Fei never thought that the weakest Devil Master would explode his devil core in an attempt to perish together with him. Although he didn't die, he was still seriously injured. The gains did not make up for the losses. The earth-shattering roar and the earth-shattering dragon roar continuously came from behind him. Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to them. The only thing he was thinking about now was how to recover as soon as possible. The earth-shattering battle between the demonic dragon and the demonic god statue could no longer attract Gu Fei's attention. In the end, who won and who lost had nothing to do with Gu Fei. Under the curtain of night, the primitive forest was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Gu Fei was like a ghost as he silently traversed through the forest. According to the surrounding terrain, Gu Fei arrived at the foot of a mountain. Gu Fei looked around and found that there was a cave in the stone wall at the foot of the mountain. When Gu Fei arrived in front of the cave, roar! All of a sudden, a loud roar came from the cave. The huge sound wave caused Gu Fei's ears to buzz. Then, a huge black shadow rushed out of the cave and pounced on Gu Fei, who was standing in front of the cave. Gu Fei was shocked to find that the black shadow that rushed out of the cave was actually an extremely fierce black bear. This black bear was 3 meters tall, and there was a crescent-shaped mark made of white fur on its chest. It was extremely eye-catching. This big black bear was very fierce. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed in front of Gu Fei. Its 2 sharp claws directly clawed at Gu Fei's head. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes as he directly swept his leg towards the black bear's waist. There was no suspense. Bang! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's right leg swept the black bear's body like a huge whip. The black bear's body suddenly emitted a hair-raising sound of bones breaking. Then it was directly sent flying. Its huge body smashed into the nearby forest, breaking 7 or 8 trees. Then it rolled into the grass and no longer made any sound. It was the black bear's bad luck. Although Gu Fei was heavily injured, it was still a piece of cake for him to kill a ferocious beast. A single kick was all it took to take the black bear's life. Gu Fei walked into the cave and found that it was very clean. There was no smell. It seemed that this black bear was a black bear that loved cleanliness. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the cave. Then he guided the power of the inner space and wrapped it around himself. Then, the vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows began to emit rays of light. The purple light seemed to open a door to another world. The space around Gu Fei that was covered by the power of the inner space began to crack. Then, like a broken mirror, the void shattered. A big mouth suddenly appeared in the void and swallowed Gu Fei. Gu Fei's figure disappeared. He was using his real body to descend into the inner space. In this world, there was probably no place safer than the inner space that he had refined himself. After Gu Fei's real body descended into the inner space, he directly sat in the center of the inner space. At this time, Gu Fei's entire inner space had expanded to a size of more than 10 feet. Gu Fei took out a spiritual herb from his storage bag and swallowed it. Then he operated his magic technique to refine the spiritual herb and heal the injuries on his body. It was a natural treasure he brought out from the virtual sky world. After he swallowed it, it immediately took effect. A huge amount of spiritual aura rose from his dantian. This kind of plant essence was of great help to the recovery of injured bodies. Gradually, rays of spiritual light began to appear around Gu Fei, lingering around his body. His injured body was rapidly healing. It had to be said that ever since Gu Fei's cultivation broke through to the transcending mortality realm, his strength, speed, and physical healing ability had all been greatly improved. His injured organs were healing quickly. The clotted blood in his body was gradually forced out of his pores. Gu Fei's organs, bones, flesh, and blood were all trembling. There was no sound. The thunderous sound of the heavenly drum no longer sounded from Gu Fei's body. However, as Gu Fei's body trembled, the huge power contained in his body was awakened. Finally, Gu Fei entered a deep state of meditation. After an unknown amount of time, The medicinal power of the spiritual herb he swallowed was gradually refined. A layer of colorful light began to emerge from Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and swallowed a mouthful of clotted blood. At this time, his internal injuries were all gone, and he was completely healed. He stood up from the ground. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Gu Fei opened the passage to the outside world and walked out of his inner space. At this time, it was already daytime outside the cave. When Gu Fei walked out of the cave, the light outside the cave made Gu Fei feel a bit uncomfortable. But this discomfort soon disappeared. After determining the direction, Gu Fei went straight to the seaside. He really wanted to know who won the earth-shattering battle between the demonic dragon's remnant soul and the demonic god statue. When Gu Fei arrived at the seaside, he was greeted by the head-on sea breeze that carried a fishy smell. There was no one around, not even a trace of human activity. During the day, the field of vision was wide, and one could see very far out on the sea. Gu Fei looked into the distance and was disappointed. There was not even a shadow of the demonic dragon ship. Then, Gu Fei walked along the coastline, looking out to sea as he walked. It seemed that Gu Fei's luck was good. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, Gu Fei found traces left by other people on the coast. Moreover, Gu Fei saw a small black dot on the surging sea, moving up and down with the waves. The heavens are helping me. Gu Fei was overjoyed. Without thinking too much, he directly used the 8 desolate steps and rushed into the sea, quickly moving towards the small black dot in the distance. As he stepped on the waves, his long hair danced in the wind. An extraordinary aura emanated from Gu Fei's body. The turbulent waves under his feet were like a broad road. Gu Fei quickly approached the small black dot. It was a large black ship. However, when Gu Fei approached the large ship that was floating on the sea, he felt that something was wrong with the ship. This large black ship was the demonic dragon ship. However, this ship that could sail on the fallen god sea was now like a ghost ship drifting on the sea. The huge skull of the demonic dragon at the bow of the ship had been smashed in half. The ship had almost completely collapsed, and there were a few gaping holes in the body of the ship. What made Gu Fei most uneasy was that he had discovered some broken corpses floating on the sea near the demonic dragon ship. These corpses were all subordinates of the six-path demonic palace. Clearly, someone had attacked the demonic dragon ship and fought with the people of the six-path demonic palace on the ship, killing all of them. The demonic dragon ship was silent, and there was no sound. This made Gu Fei feel very pressured. After he arrived near the demonic dragon ship, he did not board it. It was better to be safe than sorry. Before he could confirm that there was no danger, Gu Fei would definitely not board this ship rashly. Were all the people on the ship really dead? Gu Fei was bewildered. He had once heard from a demon master that the demonic dragon ship was guarded by a demon general of the void controlling realm. Could it be that the demonic godstone statue had really attacked the demonic dragon ship? Otherwise, who would have the ability to destroy a demonic dragon ship? Chapter 267. After hesitating for a while, Gu Fei gradually approached the demonic dragon ship. Finally, after confirming that there was no danger on the ship, he cautiously boarded the demonic dragon ship. The moment Gu Fei stepped onto the demonic dragon ship, an intense and sinister aura immediately assaulted his body, causing his hair to stand on end and his scalp to go numb. This was a demonic dragon ship. That sinister and terrifying aura made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. The situation on the demonic dragon ship was more serious than Gu Fei had imagined. The 2 floors of the ship had basically collapsed. Those that hadn't collapsed yet were on the verge of collapse, as though they could collapse at any time. The deck of the ship had been shattered, revealing the cabin below. A lot of seawater had gushed into the cabin, and the broken pieces of the wooden planks were floating in the water. Traces of fighting could be seen everywhere on the ship, as though an incomparably tragic battle had taken place. Blood and even pieces of corpses could be seen everywhere on the ship. Gu Fei even suspected that he had walked into a slaughterhouse. The pungent smell of blood continuously drilled into his nose, stimulating his sense of smell and causing him to frown. There were no signs of life on the ship. Could the people from the Six Paths demonic palace have all been killed? The shock in Gu Fei's heart could not be any greater. He had already vaguely guessed who caused all of this. Gu Fei walked around the ship and saw that it was a complete mess. He realized that none of the corpses scattered on the ship were complete. They were either missing their heads or missing half of their bodies. It was as though a terrifying savage beast had once started a massacre on the demonic dragon ship. It was extremely bloody. The demonic dragon ship had been severely damaged, but it was still floating on the sea and not sinking to the bottom of the sea. It was already a miracle. How could such a broken ship sail on the divine fallen sea? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little depressed. It seemed like it would be difficult for him to return to the central plains of the Tunglong continent for a long time. Although Gu Fei did not witness the battle between the demonic dragon's remnant soul and the demonic god stone statue that night, he already knew who the final victor was when he saw this scene. The people of the Six Demon Paths Palace had probably been wiped out by the fiend god battle soul that the fiend god descendants called their ancestor. The fiend god descendants of the fiend god island were simply too terrifying and too domineering. He summoned the distant ancestor's war soul and destroyed all the invaders who invaded divine Demon Island. Gu Fei noticed that there were a few relatively intact corpses floating in the middle cabin of the demonic dragon ship. Every single one of these corpses had ghastly pale wounds from being soaked in seawater. There was a corpse floating in the water. Its chest had been pierced through and its intestines had fallen out. This was the corpse of a middle-aged man. When Gu Fei saw this corpse, he had a strange feeling. It was as though he had seen this person somewhere before. However, this was absolutely impossible. There was no one he was familiar with in the northern demon region. Gu Fei was sure that he had never seen this middle-aged man before. But why did he have such a feeling? Gu Fei didn't understand. However, he was quickly attracted by the strangeness of the corpse. Gu Fei discovered that the flesh on the middle-aged man's wound hadn't turned white from being soaked in the seawater. Impossible. How could this be? Gu Fei stood at the edge of the cabin and carefully sized up the corpse floating in the water. He was shocked to discover that the bloody wound on the man's chest seemed to be new. Something was strange. The blood that flowed out of the middle-aged man's wound didn't melt into the water. Instead, it gathered around the wound, as though it hadn't coagulated yet. Immortal body? These three words appeared in Gu Fei's mind for no reason. Impossible. Gu Fei immediately shook his head. If this person had cultivated the immortal body when he was alive, then even the peerless demon god statue wouldn't have been able to kill him. Although Gu Fei didn't know how tyrannical the cultivation of a powerhouse who cultivated the immortal body was, he knew that such a powerhouse was absolutely more terrifying than an immortal god, a fierce demon, or a great demon. What was going on? Gu Fei was filled with questions. The corpse in the cabin was really strange. It actually had the characteristics of an immortal body, but it was still killed here. This was something that Gu Fei couldn't understand. The sea breeze blew. The broken demon dragon ship was constantly moving up and down with the waves. On the ship, a gloomy aura lingered. Even in the daytime, there was a deep and terrifying feeling. Voila! A splashing sound came from afar. A huge figure tumbled on the surface of the sea before sinking into the sea. Powerful demonic beasts started to appear in the vicinity. The smell of blood attracted the fierce beasts in the sea. However, those powerful fierce beasts didn't dare to approach the demon dragon ship. Although the demon dragon ship was damaged, the demonic dragon aura was still there. However, Gu Fei could feel that the demonic dragon aura on the demon dragon ship had become very weak. Hence, the fierce beasts in the sea would appear in the vicinity. The strange corpse in the cabin still attracted Gu Fei's attention. He carefully sensed it, constantly scanning the corpse with his divine sense. Over and over again, there was no sign of life or spiritual fluctuation. In other words, the corpse in the water was a real corpse. A corpse that had died tragically because its chest and abdomen had been pierced. After a person died, their flesh and blood would be as good as new. This was the immortal body. Cultivators weren't the only ones who had an immortal body. The Devil Path also had the legendary true demon immortal body, and Buddhism also had the golden body immortal body. Up until now, Gu Fei had only seen the immortal body of a martial artist in the cave at the bottom of the icy jade pool in Taishin Mountain, as well as the immortal corpse soldiers and immortal corpse generals in the primordial vicious city in the virtual sky world. Based on this person's attire, he should be a demon from the Six Paths Devil Palace. I'd like to see what's so strange about this corpse. After pondering for a while, Gu Fei directly jumped into the cabin. However, the moment Gu Fei's feet touched the surface of the water, the corpse that was floating in the water suddenly opened its eyes. Oh no! Gu Fei was shocked. All the hairs on his body stood on end. Without thinking, he used the desolate steps to rush out of the cabin. However, it was too late. The corpse leaped out of the water like lightning with a wah-lah sound. It immediately grabbed Gu Fei and rolled into the water. Gu Fei's limbs were instantly entangled by the corpse, and his body was submerged in the water. This sudden change scared him out of his wits. Gu Fei struggled with all his might. Huge bursts of power burst out from his body. He wanted to break free from the corpse's restraints. However, the corpse's limbs were as strong as steel. For a moment, Gu Fei couldn't break free. In a moment of desperation, Gu Fei gulped down a few mouthfuls of stinky seawater. At this time, a strong soul fluctuation spread out from the corpse. In the muddy water, a black light rushed out from the top of the corpse's head. Vaguely, one could see that in the small black light, there seemed to be a small, illusory figure wrapped in it. That figure jumped happily in the black light and let out a light cry. Then, it suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. In the midst of the chaos, Gu Fei felt a great danger from the corpse. When the black light instantly entered the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows, Gu Fei's struggling movements gradually stopped. This corpse, whose chest and abdomen had been pierced, with even its intestines spilling out, was actually not dead. After suddenly restraining Gu Fei, it wanted to take over Gu Fei's body. If this demon succeeded in taking over Gu Fei's body, there was no doubt that Gu Fei's original spiritual consciousness would be shattered by the demon's primordial spirit, and he would completely disappear from this world. However, at the last moment, the small black light seemed to see something terrifying and rushed out from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. The illusory figure in the light screamed in fear and instantly disappeared into the top of the corpse's head. Bang! With a bang, the water in the cabin exploded. Then, two figures rushed out from the cabin and landed on the deck on both sides of the cabin. At this time, the corpse was no longer lifeless. Its body shook violently and blood kept spurting out of its mouth. The blood actually emitted a dark red, demonic brilliance. A section of intestines hung down from the hole in his abdomen and dragged on the ground. It was hard to imagine that he could still survive after suffering such a serious injury. Ah! The middle-aged man roared at the sky. His appearance was extremely ferocious. A powerful and violent ripple of energy surged from his body. Then cracks appeared on his face, hands, and every part of his skin that could be seen. Gu Fei, who was both shocked and furious, was shocked to find that the fellow who pretended to be dead and attacked him had actually exploded like a piece of porcelain. Blood that emitted a dark red, demonic light seeped out from the cracked flesh. This scene was truly strange and terrifying to the extreme. The man seemed to be suffering great pain. He held his head with both hands and roared crazily. There seemed to be an extremely powerful but uncontrollable wild power erupting from his body. Sensing the strength of the middle-aged man, Gu Fei could not help but change his expression. The soul snatching was using one soul to destroy another soul. Everything that happened in the cabin just now, although it was only a short time, but Gu Fei clearly knew that he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. If it was not for the fact that his spiritual sense had already merged with the Niwen Palace between his eyebrows, perhaps this insidious guy would have succeeded in the soul snatching. When this guy's primordial spirit rushed into Gu Fei's Niwen Palace, it was almost trapped in Gu Fei's inner space. If it was not for this guy's quick reflexes, he would have failed miserably and been obliterated by Gu Fei's spatial power in the inner space. While you're down, I'll take your life. Gu Fei roared and soared into the sky, arriving above the middle-aged man. Then, he formed a seal with both hands, and the power of the 5 elements gushed out along with the seal, rushing towards the middle-aged man. Chapter 268. There seemed to be a problem with this guy's body. If he didn't take action now, when would he? Gu Fei was a decisive person. He felt a threat from this middle-aged man, so he directly took action to eliminate this threat. Bang! With a bang, the middle-aged man was blasted into the air by the mighty force of the 5 elements extermination seal, and he fell over 200 to 300 meters away. After that, he fell into the sea with a splash. No way. Gu Fei landed on the deck and looked in disbelief at the figure that disappeared into the sea in an instant. He couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that there would be a fierce battle, but he didn't expect that the guy who pretended to be dead and attacked him in the cabin would be beaten into the sea with one move. As soon as he thought of the situation in the cabin where he was suddenly hugged by the man and rolled into the sea, Gu Fei felt a chill in his heart. The soul attack at the moment of sacrifice almost made his soul sense collapse. However, under the protection of the power of space, the man's soul was seriously injured, causing the powerful force in the man's body to go wild and no longer be controlled. Just as Gu Fei thought that he had easily dealt with this middle-aged man, there was a sudden walla, and the surface of the sea splashed. The middle-aged man, who had just disappeared into the sea, frantically charged out. A fierce aura spread out from his body. He was like a demon that rushed out of hell. His body constantly emitted dark red blood light. He looked extremely ferocious and frightening. Roar! The man let out a crazy roar like a fierce beast. He directly stepped on the waves and rushed toward Gu Fei. Blood marks covered the man's body. His face, which was originally clear and resolute, was already badly mutilated. His cracked skin and flesh were flipped over. Dark red blood oozed out of his bloody flesh. Like a crazy demon or a fierce beast, his hair was flying wildly. The fierce aura that the man emitted made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. So fast, the person arrived before him in an instant, surprising Gu Fei once again. He hurriedly threw a punch, and dazzling golden light shone from his fist. The terrifying battle skill of the 5 elements shook up the surrounding space. It was as if the punch had stirred up the metal elemental energy in the surroundings, causing it to surge forward. That person seemed to have gone mad, but when he faced Gu Fei's fierce attack, he immediately reacted. With a roar, a berserk power erupted from his cracked body. Countless amounts of dark red blood immediately splattered from the countless cracks on his body. It was as if a rain of blood had fallen, and the scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. That person did not use any divine ability or Dharma art. As if he had fallen into madness, he directly punched out. Bang! A burst of blood mist exploded on his fist. The violent force directly met Gu Fei's fist. Boom! As if there was a sudden clap of thunder on the sea, the two violent forces instantly collided with each other. An incomparably strong wave of air exploded, as if a storm was set off on the sea. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Gu Fei felt a strong force coming from his fist, causing him to involuntarily take 5 or 6 steps back. The incomparably hard deck was shattered by his steps. As for that crazy middle-aged man, he was once again blasted away. With a plop, he smashed into the sea more than 20 meters away. The seawater was dyed red by the strange dark red blood that flowed out of his body. What a strong force. A numbing feeling came from his right fist. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. Ever since his cultivation advanced to the transcending mortality realm, other than Barbarian Bull, he had never met such a strong opponent. Gu Fei knew that although his fist sent the opponent flying, it didn't cause any real damage to the man. Gu Fei suddenly saw a few drops of dark red blood on the edge of the ship. This kind of blood was very strange. It didn't solidify. Instead, it faintly emitted a dark, red, bloody light. These drops of blood seemed to contain a mysterious power. This power made it so that the blood would never dry up and would never disappear. This person, Gu Fei's expression changed. He looked at the place where the man fell into the water. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. His face was full of disbelief. How could this kind of blood appear on this guy's body? Voila! Another sound of water was heard. The scary guy who fell into the water rushed out of the sea. He crazily waved his hands and fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei on the ship. The thick smell of blood, the strange man's skin and flesh burst open. The blood that didn't solidify and never dry up formed a crazy and unbelievable scene. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. A vast power surged out of his body. Bang! A dazzling five-color divine radiance instantly enveloped him like a five-color divine fire. It was as if he was wearing a five-color battle suit. The powerful aura caused the demonic dragon ship under his feet to shake. I don't believe that I can't beat you to death. Gu Fei's long hair danced wildly. The fierce light in his eyes was like two dazzling sword lights that shot out several feet. He took a step forward. Bang! The entire demonic dragon ship shook a little. Gu Fei Tong released an incomparably powerful aura and directly sent a palm strike towards the guy who was drenched in blood that was pouncing over. Rumble! Like thousands of galloping horses, Gu Fei's right palm emitted a dazzling light. The violent palm force was like a surging river that rushed forward. The man seemed to feel the danger. He let out a hair-raising roar like a wild beast and blasted his palm out crazily. Bang! Another earth-shattering sound erupted. The two terrible forces collided in an instant. They canceled each other out and clashed with each other, causing the void to shake. The terrible power that was released caused huge waves in the nearby sea. Boom! The deck under Gu Fei's feet burst open. With a plop, his whole body was smashed into the water in the cabin. Even the demonic dragon ship was pushed a few hundred feet forward by this powerful force. A dark red mist of blood erupted from the body of the man, who was badly mutilated and no longer looked like a human. He was directly blasted 30 to 40 feet away and smashed into the sea. Roar! A furious roar rang out from the cabin as Gu Fei rushed out of the cabin like a ferocious beast. A horrifying aura surged from his body. That guy had angered him. However, an unbelievable scene happened again to Gu Fei. The monster that was blasted into the sea broke through the water again and rushed out of the sea. Preposterous! Does he really have an undying body? Gu Fei could not understand how this fellow could still be alive and still be able to attack him. It was too strange. This guy's body was definitely changing. Gu Fei felt that the violent aura of this unkillable monster seemed to have changed after being blasted away by him. Bang! The blood mist evaporated. Without any suspense, the monster was blasted by Gu Fei until blood splattered all over its body. It was once again smashed into the sea. But soon, the monster rushed out of the sea again and fiercely pounced on Gu Fei. Again and again, Gu Fei's hands were numb. Ah, damn it. Gu Fei blasted the monster away with another palm strike. This couldn't go on like this. This monster didn't seem to know fatigue at all. It kept pouncing on him as if it was going to tire him to death. In the process of clashing with the monster again and again, the demonic dragon ship under Gu Fei's feet was constantly pushed into the depths of the sea by the powerful force that erupted. When the monster pounced on him again, Gu Fei chose to retreat. Thus, Gu Fei and the bloody monster began to chase each other on the ship. In the divine sea, the weather changed unpredictably. Unknowingly, the sky had begun to darken. Then, wind and waves rose on the sea. The demonic dragon ship was like a lonely boat that could capsize at any time as it drifted on the sea. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor. The demonic dragon ship seemed to have hit a reef in the sea. It almost sent Gu Fei, who was avoiding the monster, flying out of the ship. However, the badly mutilated monster was unlucky. The ship shook violently, but it didn't knock Gu Fei into the sea. Instead, it knocked the monster off the ship. A huge wave came crashing over and immediately swept the monster away. A storm was coming. Moreover, the storm in the divine sea was even more terrifying. There was nowhere to hide on the sea. Gu Fei wanted to use his palm to collapse the part of the ship that hadn't collapsed yet. Otherwise, the storm would overturn the entire ship and sweep it into the bottom of the sea. However, Gu Fei was surprised to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the broken ship at all. The materials used to build the ship seemed to have been refined. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was difficult to destroy the broken ship that seemed to be on the verge of collapse at any time. Just as Gu Fei was at his wit's end, a voice that he didn't want to hear came from the stern of the ship. "You're really haunting me." A figure reeking of blood roared and pounced at Gu Fei, bringing with it a gust of wind that made Gu Fei frown. Gu Fei had no choice but to continue to retreat. This strange person seemed to have lost his sanity and was mixed in with the chaos. Gu Fei couldn't afford to provoke him. While Gu Fei was being chased around the ship by the strange person on Divine Devil Island, in the forbidden area of the descendants of gods and devils, there were 5 or 6 old men standing outside the steps of a great hall that only the great elder of the descendants of gods and devils had the qualifications to enter. These old men all had dignified expressions. From time to time, they would look at the tightly shut doors of the hall. They seemed a little uneasy and anxious. They seemed to be waiting for someone in the hall. The only person who could enter the demonic god hall was the great elder. The one they were waiting for was the great elder who had entered the demonic god hall for more than 2 hours. The demonic god hall was the most important place for the descendants of gods and devils. It was a forbidden area within the forbidden area. No one approached it, and only the elders of the clan could approach it. At this time, in the dim demonic god hall, there was a hazy figure sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall. The illusory figure was like a wisp of black smoke that could dissipate at any time. Chapter 269. One could vaguely see that the figure sitting on the throne had a horn on his head and was at least twice the size of an ordinary person. He didn't seem to be a simple human. This faint and illusory figure emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation that was as vast as the ocean. He was holding a bottle in his hand. It was a transparent bottle that flickered with a dark red brilliance that flickered between strong and weak. The small bottle appeared very small in his hand, which seemed to be condensed from smoke. It formed a stark contrast with the large hand. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were 2 blood-red specks of light floating in the transparent bottle. The demonic blood-red color gave off a scorching feeling. The thing in the bottle seemed to not only emit that dark red, hazy blood-red color, but it also emitted a strange power. It was an unfathomable but powerful power. Below the throne was an old man holding a jade staff. The old man's body was trembling slightly. He seemed to be excited, but he also seemed to be afraid. He didn't dare to raise his head. "You people who have inherited the bloodline of a supreme warrior seem to be getting more and more outrageous," the illusory figure sitting on the throne in the demonic god palace said indifferently. Under the shroud of hazy black gas, no one could see his appearance. In the black gas, 2 beams of blood-red light shot out, looking down at the old man like a king. The old man didn't dare to make a sound. The faint and illusory figure emitted a terrifying aura that pressed down on him like a mountain. His clothes were already drenched in cold sweat. "Do you know what the distant ancestors' sacred blood means to us?" the demonic god's soul said coldly as he withdrew his gaze. The instant the demonic god's soul withdrew his gaze, the grand elder of the demonic god clan, prostrating before the throne, immediately felt as if he had been pardoned. His body lightened, and the powerful pressure immediately disappeared. I know," the grand elder replied in a trembling voice. "Since you know, why did you let someone steal the sacred blood so easily?" the demonic god on the throne said coldly. He seemed to be a little angry. Aye. We don't know how the intruder entered the sacred land and stole the sacred blood either," the grand elder replied in a fluster. "You all disappoint me." The nameless god fiend suddenly sighed. There seemed to be a hint of helplessness in his tone, as if he was disappointed that the god fiend didn't live up to his expectations. "Lord Ancestor, please calm your anger." The great elder's body trembled even more violently. "I'll leave the divine blood to you. If anything goes wrong, you don't need to wake me up anymore. Just kill yourself in front of the demonic shrine." The nameless divine demon waved his hand, and the translucent bottle, flashing with crimson light, flew to the Great Elder. Yes, the Great Elder hurriedly responded. Then he stood up in fear and trepidation and caught the small, transparent bottle floating in front of him with both hands. "You're on your own." The nameless divine demon's voice reverberated in the hall, and the faint figure on the throne began to gradually disappear into the void. The terrifying energy ripples that filled the demonic palace also retreated like the tide, completely disappearing in the end, as if nothing had happened. After a long time, the Great Elder of the descendants of the divine demon clan stood up from the ground, holding the jade staff in his left hand and the small transparent bottle in his right. He turned around and walked towards the door of the hall. The tightly shut door of the hall slowly opened, and the Great Elder walked out of the demonic palace. The 5 or 6 old men who were waiting anxiously outside the hall immediately surrounded the Great Elder when they saw him walk out of the hall. "How is it? What did the Lord Ancestors say?" One of the old men, who was tall and thin, had a sallow complexion and looked like a bamboo pole, opened his mouth and asked. "Yes, how is it?" The other old men also hurriedly asked. They all wanted to know what the Great Elder had said to the ancestor in the hall. It had to be known that the last time the ancestor's divine soul was awakened was a matter of hundreds of years ago. If it wasn't for something important, such as the descendants of the divine demon clan facing a life and death crisis, they couldn't awaken the ancestor's divine soul sleeping in the divine demon altar. The divine blood left behind by the ancestor has been stolen. Of the 3 drops of divine blood, only 2 are left. The Great Elder's expression was extremely ugly. This time, the descendants of the divine demon clan had lost all face. Someone had actually broken into the forbidden area and stolen the ancestor's divine blood. It had to be known that the ancestor of the divine demon clan was even more ancient than the nameless divine demon. He was a true supreme divine demon. His blood had unimaginable power. What? Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but look at the small, transparent bottle in the Great Elder's hand. They saw that there were indeed only 2 drops of divine blood sealed in the small bottle. There was actually someone who knew the secret that the descendants of the divine demon clan had guarded for countless years and had set their eyes on the ancestors' divine blood. This caused the old men to be shocked and angry. Some old men immediately suggested to kill their way out of the divine demon island and teach those intruders the lesson. The reason why that person stole the ancestors' divine blood seems to be because he wanted to condense the divine demon battle body. From what the ancestor said, that person's chest has already been pierced through and the infant in his body scattered. "He can't be any more dead," said the Great Elder. "We can't be careless. According to what I know, those intruders won't die so easily even if the infant in their body is scattered," said an old man disapprovingly. Although these old men said so, in truth, they couldn't just casually leave the divine demon island. They wanted to kill their way out of the divine demon island and teach those intruders a lesson. These words were only said in a fit of anger. He wants to refine the divine demon energy contained in the divine blood. That fellow is simply courting death. "What a pity he wasted a drop of divine blood," said an old man disdainfully. As the elders of the divine demon clan, these old men more or less knew many secrets of the divine demon clan. Of course, there were some things that only the Great Elder had the qualifications to know. Immediately send people to search every inch of the divine demon island. Once you find any intruders, kill them without mercy, the Great Elder coldly ordered. The Great Elder ordered. His skinny body exploded with a murderous aura. This time, he was completely enraged. Yes, the 5 or 6 old men immediately obeyed. They soared into the sky and disappeared from the forbidden area, passing down the order to the divine demon clan. "Intruders, I will make you regret stepping onto the divine demon island." The Great Elder gnashed his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Since he couldn't leave the island, he would annihilate all the intruders on the island. The divine demon island was thousands of miles in circumference. There were ancient forests and steep mountain peaks everywhere. There were simply too many places for people to hide. No one knew if there were still people spying on the divine demon clan. After the group of old men left, the great elder's figure also disappeared from the forbidden area. Soon, the divine demon clan began to move and began to search for the intruders on the island. And at this time, 100 miles away from Divine Devil Island, on the Fallen God Sea, a storm was about to arrive. The sky was dark, and the surging black clouds seemed to be pressing down on the surface of the sea, making people feel an endless pressure. A large black ship was floating on the surging sea like a small boat, as if it could be overturned at any time by the sweeping waves. However, no matter how strong the wind and waves were, this large black ship still stubbornly floated on the surface of the sea, not being swept to the bottom of the sea by the waves. The demon dragon ship was a demonic ship refined from the spine of a demon dragon. Although it had been severely damaged, it still rode the wind and waves like a black dragon. On the ship, two figures were moving rapidly as they chased each other. From time to time, the dull and violent sounds of collision could be heard. The chase between Gu Fei and the terrifying monster had not stopped. Although the terrifying monster had suffered fatal injuries, it still hadn't died. It was still so ferocious that even Gu Fei felt his heart palpitate. Only now did he understand what kind of people were the most terrifying in this world. Madmen who couldn't be beaten to death were the most terrifying. Clearly, some unimaginable change had happened to the person who had pretended to be dead and attacked him on the ship, causing this person to sink into extreme madness. Where have you gone to go crazy? Why do you have to pester me to go crazy? Gu Fei really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was really unlucky to have gotten involved in this matter. Moreover, he already felt that something was wrong. The body of this madman was like a piece of divine iron filled with impurities. Gu Fei's attack was like a blacksmith hammering the divine iron. Under thousands of hammerings, the impurities of the divine iron would be refined out, leaving behind only the essence. The more this madman's body was attacked, the stronger it became, transforming, tempering. This shocked Gu Fei. The body of this madman was sublimating. It seemed that under his attacks, the impurities in this monster's body, as well as the impure and violent energy within it, were being tempered to become stronger and purer. The dark red blood emitted a strange bloody light, as if it contained an unfathomable power. This was the inexhaustible divine blood of a peerless character that had cultivated the indestructible body. This person's body seemed to be unable to withstand the powerful energy contained in this blood. He seemed to be changing his blood, wanting to vent the excess energy. The indestructible blood was too strong. It was unrealistic to want to completely refine it into the body. Thus, this strange person borrowed Gu Fei's strength to force the blood out of his body. This strange person might seem crazy, but in truth, he was doing the right thing. Only by being attacked by Gu Fei could he survive. With his own strength, it was already difficult for him to force the excess blood out of his body. The reason he had chosen to use his sacrificial soul stealing on Gu Fei was because he wanted to give up on his physical body. Failing to succeed, this strange person had fallen into madness. Driven by an intense will to live, he instinctively attacked Gu Fei. How preposterous! You want to use me as a whetstone to sharpen your demonic blade? How hateful! After Gu Fei came to his senses, he couldn't help being enraged. I'll fight you to the death. Let's see who's whetstone. Gu Fei clenched his teeth, no longer holding back. He used the 5-element annihilation seal with all his strength, attacking the monster. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. He no longer pursued this fellow. Since he could use him as a whetstone, then he could also use him as a whetstone. A martial artist was born to be a warrior. The shortcut to cultivation on the path of martial arts was to fight. Through battle, one could evolve and transform on the edge of life and death. Rumble! Silver snakes danced in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Then, a heavy downpour poured down from the sky. The world was immediately covered in a curtain of rain. Gu Fei, who was going all out, clashed with the humanoid monster. Chapter 270. Violent winds and torrential rain, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The entire goddamn sea seemed to be boiling, as if the end of the world was coming. The world seemed to be venting its anger. Thunder roared, and dazzling lightning tore through the dark sky. This was the power of heaven and earth. It deterred all living things and made all living beings afraid. It was irresistible. On the sea, it was almost impossible to see one's fingers in front of one's face. A large black ship was suddenly thrown to the top of the waves and then heavily smashed into the sea. In such a harsh environment, this ship still exuded a heart-palpitating, murderous aura. It was like an ancient demonic dragon tumbling in the sea, but it did not sink. From time to time, a strong light erupted on the ship, along with a terrifying and violent energy fluctuation. There were two figures moving as fast as lightning on the ship, fighting endlessly. These two people seemed to be crazy. In an instant, they collided with each other and then separated in an instant. The blood that splashed out was washed away by the rain, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. His eyes had turned into pupils, revealing a crazed look. His body was covered in blood, and several places on his body were still oozing blood. He suddenly leaped up and punched the monster's head. Kacha! The sound of bones shattering rang out. The ferocious power had caused the forehead of the terrifying monster that could no longer be called a human to cave in. Blood splashed out from the shattered area. The monster roared in pain and madly waved its badly mutilated palm, firmly hitting Gu Fei's chest. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out again. Before Gu Fei landed on the ground, he was blasted away and smashed into the broken ship behind him like a meteorite. The monster's head was hit hard, but it did not die. It let out a beast-like roar and rolled on the deck. Gu Fei was lying in the broken ship. His body had already been buried by the wooden blocks. He was gasping for breath, and the sound of his breathing could be clearly heard even in the midst of the raging storm. There was a sharp pain in his chest. Needless to say, his sternum was broken by the monster. Gu Fei was not worried about his injury, because he could feel that his broken sternum was rapidly healing. Although his body was still in the initial stage of the Five Elements battle body, its amazing healing ability had already been revealed. After being injured, his flesh, blood, muscles, and bones would recover at the fastest speed. This speed had reached a terrifying level that was visible to the naked eye. In the eyes of other cultivators, this was inconceivable. After breaking through to the ascending mortality stage, Gu Fei's physique had undergone another transformation. As long as his chest wasn't pierced, his heart was dug out, or his head exploded, he would be able to swiftly recover from any injuries. Of course, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The powerful regenerative ability of Gu Fei's body came at the cost of consuming the vigorous vitality stored in his body. To a martialist, the vigorous vitality contained in the body was equivalent to vitality. If it was not replenished, Gu Fei's vitality would be damaged even though his body had recovered. However, there were dozens of spiritual herbs in Gu Fei's storage bag, so he did not have to worry about the rapid depletion of his vitality. During the Great Battle, the body was constantly injured, and then it was constantly repaired. This was like using one's body as a divine weapon or a magical treasure, and using such an extreme method to temper it, causing it to transform and sublimate. The vigorous vitality quickly healed Gu Fei's broken sternum. His sternum was even more crystalline than before, and the new bones were even stronger. Looking inside himself, Gu Fei could clearly see that his bones seemed to be evolving towards the direction of the jade bones of an immortal spirit. He could already predict that when his cultivation reached the immortal spirit realm, his bones would probably be even stronger than the immortal spirit bone body. Pung! Gu Fei shook off the broken pieces of wood covering his body and rushed out of the crumbling ship. At the same time, the monster whose skull had been shattered by Gu Fei's punch and whose forehead had been caved in also stood up shakily on the deck. Gu Fei allowed the rain to fall on his body, but the battle intent in his body was burning like a raging flame. His sharp gaze was fixed on the humanoid monster in front of him. The monster's body was also extremely tough. Gu Fei realized that the shocking fist mark on the monster's forehead had already become very faint. He also had the ability to rapidly heal his injured body. He would need to use a special method to kill this crazy monster. However, given Gu Fei's current cultivation base, it would be difficult to use such a special method. Die! Gu Fei roared and a dazzling radiance shot out of his right hand. A cold sword chi surged out of his hand and instantly formed a 3-foot-long lightsaber. Whoosh! The monster seemed to have sensed the danger coming from Gu Fei. It left an afterimage on the spot and pounced towards Gu Fei ferociously. Without any fancy moves, Gu Fei pushed off the deck with both feet, causing the entire demonic dragon ship to shake violently. Then, Gu Fei seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced into the monster's arms. Puffed. Blood splattered. The moment Gu Fei pounced into the monster's arms, the lightsaber in his hand had already pierced the monster's chest. Bam! Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he heard the sound of his left arm's bones breaking. The intense pain stimulated his nerves. Gu Fei couldn't control his body and was sent flying backward. This was simply a method of mutual destruction. There was no defense, only offense. The unparalleled sword chi left a transparent, bloody hole the size of a bowl on the monster's chest. Pong! Gu Fei smashed onto the ice-cold deck and slid for dozens of feet before he stopped. He could no longer feel his left arm. Powerful vitality began to surge towards his left shoulder. The shattered bones and necrotic flesh were quickly replaced by new bones and flesh. The monster roared at the sky. A layer of demonic dark red light surged from its body. A violent force erupted, and the transparent, bloody hole in its chest began to shrink. The flesh beside the wound began to surge. Bright red granulation and tendons grew rapidly, repairing the bloody hole. Such a scene could be described as incomparably evil and terrifying. At this time, Gu Fei had already sat up on the deck. His left arm began to regain feeling. He rapidly consumed vitality to repair his injured body. A feeling of exhaustion welled up in his heart. He hurriedly opened his storage pouch and took out a spiritual herb. He threw it into his mouth and chewed it before swallowing it. Soon, a stream of cool air rose from his abdomen and flowed through his whole body. Gu Fei felt that his whole body was immediately relaxed. The enormous essence of the spiritual herb instantly made Gu Fei's vitality vigorous again. His body, which had been tempered 1,000 times, began to emit a strong sense of oppression. After the overdraft of the battle, Gu Fei's body recovered from extreme exhaustion and gradually became stronger. His whole body seemed to be cast from steel, giving people a feeling of great strength. There is no doubt that after recovering from the serious injury, his body had become even stronger. Although the improvement was very small, it was real. Gu Fei had already regarded this crazy, unkillable monster as a whetstone. In fact, Gu Fei was also very clear that he was also the monster's whetstone. After replenishing the exhausted essence in his body, the injury on Gu Fei's left shoulder healed in less than an hour, and the shattered bones were regenerated. Gu Fei stood up from the deck and clenched his left hand into a fist. Crack! 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 The bones in his entire left arm immediately emitted a burst of popping sounds, and his muscles and bones rumbled like thunder. The storm continued, and the angry thunder continued to tear the sky and earth apart. Dazzling lightning lit up the sky and earth from time to time, turning the pitch-black world into day for a short period of time. The demonic dragon ship drifted on the sea. In the storm, no one knew where it had drifted to. The sky and the ground were dark, and there was no way to tell the direction. Gu Fei realized that the bloody hole in the chest of the crazy monster in front of him had almost disappeared. Gu Fei couldn't help but admire the monster's amazing recovery ability. If someone had blasted such a bloody hole in his body, he definitely wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Healing a wounded body consumed a lot of energy and the monster was constantly consuming energy. Furthermore, it wasn't like Gu Fei, who could consume natural treasures to replenish the exhausted essence. The monster's power was declining, which was what Gu Fei was worried about. This proved that the strange power in the monster's body was gradually being tamed. When the power in the monster's body was completely tamed, it might wake up from its madness. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder exploded above the demonic dragon ship, and a dazzling light illuminated the sky and earth. Amidst the dancing silver snakes, two figures on the ship instantly exploded and collided with each other like two bolts of lightning. This was a direct collision of strength. There were no fancy moves. The sound of fists colliding with flesh rang out, along with the faint sound of bones breaking. The two of them were like two crazy beasts, fighting savagely. Their fists landed on flesh, and blood splattered everywhere. No one knew when or how many natural treasures they had consumed, but the bones in their bodies had been broken and healed several times. After the storm passed, the sky began to brighten. No one knew who stopped first. Gu Fei quietly sat on the deck at the stern of the ship, running his Xianxia to heal his injured body. The undying monster occupied the bow of the ship, and its blood-red pupils stared fiercely at Gu Fei. The madness in its eyes seemed to have subsided. Suddenly, the whole demonic dragon ship shook violently without warning. Then, the ship, which was floating aimlessly with the waves, began to move. After adjusting its direction, the speed of the demonic dragon ship gradually increased. Finally, it turned into a bird's light, braved the wind and waves, and rushed forward. Someone started the demonic dragon ship. Chapter 271. On the demonic dragon ship, apart from myself, there's only that crazy monster. Could it be that he started the demonic dragon ship? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He knew very well that apart from himself and that monster, even if there were other people on the demonic dragon ship, they were all dead. There was absolutely no third person alive. Moreover, after the previous storm, even the few corpses in the cabin seemed to have been thrown into the sea by the wind and waves. They had long become the food of the fierce beasts in the sea. Kacha, kacha, kacha. A series of slight, hair-raising sounds of bones breaking came from the bow of the ship. Gu Fei could no longer maintain his composure. He stopped operating his mysterious skill and looked at the bow of the ship in surprise. He saw that the undying madman was sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship. He seemed to be cultivating. Could it be that he had regained his consciousness? Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Perhaps this person had regained his consciousness and then started the demonic dragon ship. The demonic dragon ship contained an unfathomable power. Gu Fei had already felt at the moment he set foot on the demonic dragon ship. After starting the demonic dragon ship braved the wind and waves and sailed quickly on the God-fallen sea. From time to time, islands in the vast sea were left behind. The demonic dragon ship seemed to be flying on the surface of the sea. There was no longer any obstruction, and it made a low, whining sound. The fierce beasts in the sea, who could not avoid it in time, fled to the sides in panic. Although the aura of the demonic dragon was not as strong as before, it still had the power to deter the group of beasts. This was due to the fear of the demonic dragon. Gu Fei was surprised to find that the undying madman sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship seemed to be trembling slightly. A series of hair-raising sounds of bones breaking came from this person. This person had fought with Gu Fei for many hours. His clothes had long been tattered and draped over his body like a rag. The bloodstains had also dyed the cloth dark black. Gu Fei noticed the arm of this unkillable madman outside his clothes. The scene in front of him almost made him cry out in surprise. His face was aghast, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. The skin and flesh on that person's arm were breaking apart, revealing his bones. It was as if there was a force crushing his flesh and bones, and the sound of bones breaking kept ringing out. After the flesh, tendons, and bones were shattered, new flesh, tendons, and bones quickly grew out to replace the shattered flesh, tendons, and bones. Destruction and regeneration. These two completely opposite and strange scenes appeared on this person's body. Good heavens! Gu Fei immediately understood why this was happening to this person's body. The berserk energy on this person's body was beginning to be controlled. That power was currently fusing with this person's body, but this person's body was unable to withstand this powerful force. As a result, this scene had occurred. In fact, Gu Fei's guess was not far from the truth. This person had obtained an unfathomable power and suffered a fatal attack. He should have died, but unexpectedly, he survived. Then, he unexpectedly encountered Gu Fei, who had boarded the demonic dragon ship and fought with Gu Fei endlessly. After continuous venting, the domineering power on this person's body began to become docile. Now, this person still hadn't completely controlled the ancient power in his body. He was still in danger of exploding and dying at any time. His body was constantly breaking apart, and then constantly regrowing flesh, tendons, and bones. Between destruction and regeneration, his body was constantly transforming and sublimating, causing his body to gradually become strong enough to withstand the new power. What secrets did this person have? Gu Fei was shocked. If he allowed this person's body to continue transforming between destruction and regeneration, it would be very dangerous for him. Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but reveal a trace of killing intent in his eyes as he looked at the person at the bow of the ship. He stood up from the deck and was about to attack. Just at this moment, a voice rang in his ear. "If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly." This voice sounded as if someone had spoken in his ear. Gu Fei was startled. It seemed that his guess was right. This guy had really woken up. He discovered that under the messy hair of the person at the bow of the ship, there were two blood-red rays of cold light sweeping towards him. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and was about to press forward. That person seemed to know Gu Fei's every move like the back of his hand. Before Gu Fei could take a step, his voice rang in Gu Fei's ear. "Don't you want to return to the Tonglong continent?" Hearing this, Gu Fei immediately stopped. This person seemed to know what he was thinking. He said coldly, "What do you mean? If you think that you can threaten me like this, you are gravely mistaken." Gu Fei was a decisive person. He never hesitated when doing things. He would never change his original intention just because of a few threatening words. "Let's have a showdown when we return to the Tonglong continent," that person said. This guy was now in control of the demonic dragon ship. It was really unwise to fall out with this person at this time. Like what he said, they would talk about it when they returned to the Tonglong continent. Moreover, this kind of verbal promise had no binding force. Thinking of this, Gu Fei smiled. Then he said nothing and sat down cross-legged again. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack. However, this guy's physical body was extremely strong. Gu Fei wasn't confident that he could kill this guy. After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Fei couldn't attack rashly. Fortunately, he still had a trump card in his hand. He wasn't afraid of this person's tricks. Kacha, 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 kacha. The sound of bones breaking could still be heard from the bow of the ship. Seeing that Gu Fei had sat down again, the person seemed to be secretly relieved. Then he operated his demonic arts and endured the inhuman pain of his flesh being separated and reborn. He continued to temper his body. He was constantly changing between destruction and rebirth. It was hard to imagine that under such circumstances, he could still remain clear-headed. This person's body was gradually becoming stronger. Only a strong body could withstand the power in his body. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the deck at the stern of the ship. He closed his eyes and seemed to have entered a state of cultivation. Chu Gu was the first son of the demon monarch of 6 paths. Since he was born, he was crowned as a cultivation genius. When he was 5 years old, his father, the demon monarch of 6 paths, threw him into a mountain occupied by demon wolves. That mountain had a name, Demon Wolf Mountain. The Demon Wolf Mountain was incomparably dangerous. Even an adult demon wouldn't be able to walk out alive after entering the mountain. A year later, when everyone thought that Chu Gu had become food for the demon wolves, he walked out of the Demon Wolf Mountain. In his hands, he carried the head of a demon wolf king that was much heavier than him. A 6-year-old child had killed a demon wolf king. What did that mean? Everyone was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. No one believed that a child could do such a thing. The second day after Chuge left the Demon Wolf Mountain and returned to the demonic palace of Six Paths, he was brought by the demon monarch of Six Paths to an even more dangerous place, the Death God Desert. The Death God Desert was publicly recognized as a dangerous place in the far north demonic region. Compared to the Demon Wolf Mountain, it was like comparing a newborn child to a powerful adult. There was a lack of food and water there. Moreover, the desert was filled with demon scorpions. There were also groups of terrifying demon beasts. Even if awakened demon monarch of Six Paths entered the Death God Desert, very few could walk out. After the 6-year-old Chuge entered the Death God Desert, there was no news of him. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Not even the demon monarch of Six Paths knew. This time, Chuge, this little baby, should have died in the Reaper Desert. It wasn't just others who thought so. Even the people in the demonic palace of Six Paths thought so. However, 3 years later, when a 9-year-old child walked out of the Death God Desert, everyone's eyes almost fell to the ground. It was simply unbelievable. Chuge, the first son of the demon monarch of Six Paths, had grown up in the most difficult and dangerous environment. He had brushed shoulders with the Death God time and time again, creating the Chuge that he was today. However, even if he added up all the hardships he had experienced in the past, they couldn't compare to this trip to the demonic island. His soul had almost been destroyed, and he had completely disappeared from this world. Death was so close to him this time. He had successfully stolen the legendary blood of the demonic god from the forbidden area of the descendants of the demonic gods. He had wanted to consume the blood of the demonic god, to condense the body of the demonic god, and use the power of the demonic god to break through the shackles of cultivation. However, he had underestimated the power of the blood of the demonic god. Just as he had consumed a drop of the blood of the demonic god, an invincible demonic god statue had attacked him. Chuge had seen his subordinates die one by one. Even though he had escaped to the demonic dragon ship and summoned the remnant soul of the demonic dragon, which had yet to recover its spiritual consciousness, he still couldn't resist the terrifying demonic god statue. Everyone on the demonic dragon ship, including the demonic general on the ship, had been killed on the spot by the demonic god statue. Not a single person had managed to escape. In the end, Chuge's dantian had been torn apart by the demonic god statue. It had captured the condensed demonic infant and devoured it. The demonic god had even destroyed his primordial spirit with a single point of its finger. After the demonic god statue had taken back the blood of the demonic god and killed Chuge, it had immediately returned to the demonic god island. However, no one had expected that Chuge had already cultivated a second primordial spirit. The second primordial spirit was hidden in the abstruse demon pearl at the back of Chuge's head. The nameless demonic god had never expected that it would have misjudged Chuge's second primordial spirit. Thus, Chuge had escaped the calamity of almost having his body and soul destroyed. However, the blood of the demonic god in Chuge's body had almost destroyed his body and soul. After the demonic infant had been devoured by the nameless demonic god, the remaining blood of the demonic god in Chuge's body could be said to be less than 1% of that drop. However, his body still couldn't withstand the power of that 1% of the blood of the demonic god. Once the power of the blood of the demonic god exploded in his body, not only would his body collapse in an instant, even the abstruse demon pearl at the back of his head would shatter. His second primordial spirit would be lost. In this way, his body and soul would truly be destroyed. Fortunately, Gu Fei's arrival had turned the situation around. However, man proposes, God disposes. Chuge's second primordial spirit failed to take over Gu Fei's body. Instead, his primordial spirit was heavily injured. After that, something happened that made Gu Fei extremely depressed. An unkillable madman had entangled Gu Fei in a fierce battle. Chapter 272. Needless to say, the God-fallen sea was vast and boundless. After a few days, the demonic dragon ship had sailed for more than 10,000 li, but there was still no sign of land. Only the demonic dragon ship could penetrate 10,000 li deep into the God-fallen sea. After a few days, Gu Fei saw many powerful demonic beasts in the God-fallen sea. Some of the beasts in the sea were not afraid of the demonic dragon's aura and were only a few hundred zhang away from the demonic dragon ship. These beasts were as terrifying as demigods. Other than the demonic dragon ship, no other ship dared to intrude into their territory. No one knew how many powerful beasts were lurking in the depths of the vast God-fallen sea. The God-fallen sea was a perilous place. No one could explore its end. No one knew what was at the end of the God-fallen sea. Was it another continent or another world? No one knew, not even God. The God-fallen sea was a mysterious and dangerous place. One evening, the sky had already darkened. The demonic dragon ship suddenly slowed down. The sea area of 10,000 li had been left behind. Then, Gu Fei felt a vast and evil aura coming from the front. Gu Fei knew that they were not far from the northernmost demon area. This kind of indistinct evil aura should belong to the evilest area in the Tonglong continent, the northernmost demon area. He was secretly surprised. The northernmost demon area was indeed different. It seemed that the demonic nature in the world had been magnified, which made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. It was said that a peerless demon was suppressed in the northernmost demon area. This peerless demon was the source of all chaos and killings. As long as the demon was suppressed in the northernmost demon area, the northernmost demon area would always be the source of demons in the Tonglong continent. Legends were just legends. They had no basis. Moreover, the older the legend, the less reliable it was. The legend of the northernmost demon area was not credible at all. However, it was undeniable that the northernmost demon area still existed for thousands of years. It still stood in the northernmost part of the Tonglong continent. There had never been a rumor that the demonic cultivators in the northernmost demon area were all killed by that force. However, what made Gu Fei even more uneasy was the strange person who had been sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship for the past few days. Unknowingly, the strange man began to howl in pain. The inhuman pain finally needed to be vented through painful howls and howls. Tendons, bones, and flesh collapsed and then regenerated. This was a torture that was thousands of times more horrifying than death by 1,000 cuts. This strange man never stopped. The power of destruction and regeneration was vividly displayed on this strange man. No one knew what kind of pain it was to have one's muscles, bones, and flesh crushed and cut off. That strange person was enduring an extremely terrifying torture. But what shocked Gu Fei was that this person was still able to maintain his consciousness. This was simply too inconceivable. No one could endure this kind of pain for a long time. The boundless pain would have caused a person to collapse, but this person had endured it. Even someone as strong-willed as Gu Fei couldn't bear such pain. Watching one's own body collapse, and then watching one's own flesh, bones, and flesh regenerate. All of this would make a normal person crazy, but this strange person wouldn't. Listening to the howls of the undying person coming from the bow of the ship, Gu Fei was also terrified. This person seemed to have infinite energy, and he had been continuously howling for 3 days and 3 nights. It wasn't until they approached the extreme northern demon region that the howls and howls gradually stopped. That person's body also began to undergo obvious changes. It seemed that the power of life had begun to gain the upper hand, and the power of destruction was gradually suppressed. The speed of the body's destruction had obviously slowed down, and the new flesh, bones, and flesh began to stabilize. Gu Fei, who had witnessed this scene from beginning to end, couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that someone would use such an extreme method to regenerate in front of him. Yes, after the continuous conversion between destruction and regeneration, there was not much of the original thing left in this strange person's body, and it had all been replaced by new things. Such a new body was undoubtedly like a piece of well-tempered divine iron. Perhaps even the strange person himself didn't know how strong it was. And Gu Fei, on the other hand, felt a dangerous aura from this new body. It was undeniable that after this transformation, The strength of the strange person's body had surpassed Gu Fei's. The tattered clothes of the strange person sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship had already turned into flying ashes, and on the new skin and flesh, there was a sparkling light flowing, as if it was a newly refined artifact. However, this divine artifact still had a flaw, and it couldn't maintain its perfect state for long. In the next moment, its skin that was smooth like divine jade cracked open like exquisite porcelain, and numerous cracks that were dense like spiderwebs appeared on its skin. The flesh turned over, and the blood that seeped out from the cracks was extremely red. The blood that seeped out was so red that it made Gu Fei think that it was a blood-red agate. However, this kind of state of flesh and skin cracking could not be maintained for long. Very soon, the cracked wounds healed quickly, and the blood that seeped out from the wounds was absorbed by the skin into the strange person's body. The aura on the strange person's body became stronger and stronger, like a divine weapon that was being polished, and its edge was gradually revealed. This was not a good sign, and this made Gu Fei feel threatened. Although Gu Fei and this strange person had a verbal agreement that they would settle the grievances between the two of them after returning to the Tonglong continent, both Gu Fei and the strange person were very clear that this agreement was not binding. In other words, they could overturn this agreement at any time and directly attack the other party. Before sensing the aura of the extreme northern demon region, Gu Fei was at a disadvantage. That person could control the demon dragon ship, so the initiative was in his hands. However, after sensing the aura of the extreme northern demon region, Gu Fei knew that the initiative was back in his hands. It's time to settle our matter. Gu Fei smiled as he stood up from the deck. Two rays of divine light shot out from his eyes, and like two divine swords, they pierced towards the strange person sitting cross-legged on the bow of the ship. The strange person seemed to feel Gu Fei's murderous intent, and his body trembled slightly. Then he opened his tightly shut eyes. It was a pair of demonic eyes, and his pupils were blood red. However, the white part of his eyes had become incomparably black, as if there was a layer of pitch-black demonic aura enveloping his eyes. It was like a blood-red light in a bottomless abyss. Such a pair of demonic eyes made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Do you still think that you can threaten me at this time? The terrifying changes on that person's body did not stop, but his voice revealed an incomparably strong confidence. The way that this person looked at Gu Fei was like a high and mighty monarch looking down at an ant under his feet. This person was definitely a superior who controlled the life and death of countless people. Gu Fei knew that this person's background was definitely not ordinary. This kind of aura that had been in a superior position for a long time was very difficult to imitate, and it was also impossible to imitate. Who are you? Gu Fei asked the question that he had been wanting to ask for a long time. A dead person has no right to know my name, the person said coldly. He was still sitting cross-legged on the bow of the ship and did not stand up. However, he seemed to regard Gu Fei as a dead person, a corpse. It was as if he did not take him seriously at all and regarded him as an ant. Gu Fei was so angry that he laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then he stopped laughing and said coldly, "That's bullsh**T." Gu Fei directly expressed his anger with action. Bang! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's body emitted a dazzling five-colored aura, and a powerful wave of energy surged out in all directions with him as the center. The powerful energy caused the demonic dragon ship under his feet to tremble a little. Swoosh! Gu Fei left an afterimage on the spot. He did not say anything else, and directly flew over a distance of tens of feet to the bow of the ship and directly punched at that person. The fiery red brilliance instantly lit up the dark void, and the heaven and earth were illuminated. The violent aura was like a surging river, rushing towards the person sitting cross-legged on the bow of the ship. It was a terrifying aura like the raging flames of the divine fire, and the scorching temperature could melt steel. Under Gu Fei's punch, it seemed to have attracted the heavenly fire, burning everything. This was the terrifying power of the fire element fist. According to the legend, The five-element combat skill could shake the heaven and earth and shatter the void. It was not an exaggeration. Death Purgatory. A cold voice came from the fire, and then a pitch-black whirlpool appeared in the sea of fire. The moment the whirlpool appeared, the boundless fire was sucked into the whirlpool. Behind the incomparably evil black whirlpool, there seemed to be a terrifying devil's prison, and it actually sucked all the power of the fire element fist into it. Moreover, the whirlpool was still expanding, and the great suction also enveloped Gu Fei. Under the whirlpool of the death purgatory, that strange person was sitting cross-legged. Damn it! Gu Fei's body involuntarily moved towards the death purgatory bit by bit. Although he tried his best to resist, he still could not stop. The death purgatory was like a wide-open demon's mouth, and even the void seemed to be sucked in by this big mouth. The surrounding void produced ripples, and it was incomparably terrifying. Five elements: unification, annihilation, seal, technique. At the critical moment, Gu Fei did not think and immediately displayed the five elements unification combat skill. Now, he could already withstand the extremely strong power that the five elements unification combat skill would erupt. Mysterious seals constantly appeared between Gu Fei's hands, and the power of the five elements was drawn. With his own qi, he communicated with the five elements of the universe, and with the sparks, he ignited the energy tide between the heaven and earth. Rumble! The heaven and earth began to shake, and the power of the five elements gathered, converging on the mysterious seals that Gu Fei formed. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The power of the five elements rotated between Gu Fei's hands and constantly changed, and a vast and boundless power fluctuation was released. The great suction produced by the death purgatory was immediately blocked. At this moment, Gu Fei was like a martial god wearing a five-colored armor. At this moment, his figure was incomparably tall and indomitable. The five condensed seals constantly rotated in Gu Fei's hands. Finally, the five seals instantly fused together, and the power of the five elements suddenly reached the peak. Then, without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly pressed forward. The bright hand emitted an ancient and powerful aura that seemed to come from the prehistoric times. The entire heaven and earth produced ripples that could be seen with the naked eye, as if it could shatter at any time. At this moment, the strange person who sat on the bow of the ship and controlled the death purgatory also stopped looking contemptuous, and his expression became extremely serious. He realized that he had made a serious mistake, and he had underestimated his opponent. Boom! As if the heaven and earth were collapsing, a loud sound rang out from the ship, and the rolling sound waves spread far and wide. As the heaven and earth shook, the entire demonic dragon ship suddenly sank, and the explosion caused the surrounding sea to surge with monstrous waves. The powerful power of the five elements collided with the power of the death purgatory, and the burst of destructive power directly shook Gu Fei, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. The body of the strange person sitting on the bow of the ship shook continuously, and in an instant, countless cracks appeared on the skin and flesh on his body. Stinking blood seeped out, and he became a man of blood. The power of the death purgatory collapsed, and the power of the five elements also collapsed. The destructive storm raged on the demonic dragon ship, but it had to be said that this ship was really sturdy. Such a violent impact could not damage it in the slightest. The demonic dragon ship, which was in a state of activation, seemed to be protected by an unfathomable power. Even though the sea was surging with monstrous waves, it still sailed forward. The strange person suffered a great impact, and he fell on the deck of the ship. The impact on Gu Fei was even greater. He flew backward hundreds of feet, and he was already vomiting large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Gu Fei flew out of the demonic dragon ship and smashed into the sea with a splash. The bone-chilling seawater actually allowed Gu Fei to remain clear-headed. In the next moment, he rushed out of the sea and roared as he used the 8 desolate steps. The extreme speed of the 8 steps allowed him to move forward, as if he was teleporting on the surface of the sea, leaving behind afterimages in the void as he passed. In an instant, Gu Fei stepped on the waves and caught up to the demonic dragon ship. Then, with a loud bang, he landed heavily on the deck at the stern of the ship. "I underestimated you." The middle-aged man sitting on the bow of the ship looked coldly at Gu Fei, who was covered in seawater, and slowly stood up from the deck. A terrifying ripple spread out from his body, which was still constantly cracking and healing. His body, which had undergone an extreme transformation, was extremely powerful. Moreover, this transformation was not over yet. At the same time, a vast and boundless continent appeared in front of them. An ancient and vicissitude aura rushed over, but there was also a terrifying, evil aura. The continent in front of them was the origin of the demon Dao in the Tonglong continent, the extreme North Demon region. Chapter 273. Gu Fei stared at the powerful enemy in front of him. His arms emitted a slight bone-cracking sound. Just now, when he clashed head-on with the strange man, the strong recoil caused cracks to appear on the bones of his arms. Vigorous yuan qi surged into his arms, and the cracks on his arms rapidly healed. In an instant, Gu Fei's arms were as good as new. "Even if my cultivation has fallen to the transcending mortality realm, I can still kill you," the strange man said in an awe-inspiring voice. His body continued to split open with terrifying bloody wounds. Then, those bloody wounds quickly healed. The destruction and rebirth of the flesh were still alternating between this person's body. However, Gu Fei knew that this guy was about to completely suppress the violent, destructive power in his body. Who will kill who is still unknown? I want to see who will have the last laugh, Gu Fei said coldly. His body emitted a dazzling light, like a five-color divine flame dancing. Gu Fei's eyes were like lightning. His battle intent was like a rainbow. His hair fluttered without any wind. A powerful aura surged from his body, causing a strong gust of wind to blow around him. Your courage is commendable. It's rare to see someone like you. If you join me, not only will I spare your life, but I will also give you the best cultivation resources. How about it? That person seemed to be appreciative of Lin Fan's talent. Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. He stared at the middle-aged man on the bow and said, "What a joke. Why do you want me to be your subordinate? Your strength is only slightly stronger than mine." Gu Fei seemed to have heard a very funny joke. In this world where the strong were respected, people only respected the strong. Even ordinary cultivators would absolutely not submit to someone who was on the same level as them, let alone himself. The man saw Gu Fei's disapproval. Gu Fei actually dared to look down on him. This made him very angry. He angrily said, "If it was before, I could kill a guy like you with just a finger. I just saw that you were a promising talent, and it would be a pity if you died." Thinking that he had fallen to the point of being looked down upon by a transcending mortality realm cultivator, the middle-aged man couldn't help but become angry. The violent power in his body seemed to show signs of going out of control. Terrifying cracks appeared on the man's body. Blood splashed everywhere, instantly turning him into a bloody man. However, in the next moment, the cracks disappeared. Even the blood on the man's body was absorbed into his body. It was no wonder that the middle-aged man became angry from shame. One had to know that in the extreme northern demon region, this middle-aged man had enough strength and status to be proud of. No one dared to look down on him. "If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk to this man. His feet suddenly pushed against the deck, causing the entire demon dragon ship to sink. At the same time, Gu Fei's body was like a five-colored lightning bolt, rushing towards the man at the bow of the ship. "If you want to die, I'll help you." The man's feet also pushed against the deck, leaving an afterimage on the spot as he rushed towards Gu Fei. Boom! A dull, thunder-like sound of impact resounded. The demon dragon ship that was sailing shook. On the middle deck of the demon dragon ship, two powerful fists violently collided. It was like two pieces of divine iron colliding. Time seemed to have completely stopped at this moment, and the surroundings fell into silence. However, in the next moment, pound! The two figures quickly separated like phantoms. A circle of transparent ripples spread out between the two of them. The wild and ferocious power caused the surrounding broken pieces of wood to collapse into the air, after which they exploded and turned into wood shavings that scattered down. The demon dragon ship was protected by an unfathomable power, so it didn't suffer any damage. Even its sailing speed wasn't affected. It continued braving the wind and waves as it rapidly sailed towards the extreme northern demon region. The middle-aged man couldn't help but retreat to the bow of the ship before he stabilized his body. Then, all the flesh on his body exploded in an instant. His entire body was a bloody mess, as if he had been skinned alive. It was extremely disgusting and terrifying. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The blood was so red that it was almost demonic. Like raindrops, it dripped onto the deck and bloomed like bright red plum blossoms. This wasn't the injury caused by Gu Fei's punch. Instead, it was the fact that the explosive, destructive power in the middle-aged man's body hadn't been completely suppressed. The ferocious power caused the middle-aged man's flesh to rupture. The middle-aged man looked extremely ferocious and terrifying, as if he was a ferocious ghost that had crawled out from the blood pool of hell. However, this terrifying state of the middle-aged man's body did not last long. New flesh began to grow on his badly mutilated body, replacing the necrotic flesh. Soon, another unharmed person appeared on the bow of the ship. Under this attack, Gu Fei couldn't gain any advantage. His powerful body didn't have any advantage this time. He couldn't help but retreat to the stern of the ship before he stopped. A sharp pain came from his right fist. He lowered his head and saw that the surface of his fist had turned black. 4 of his finger bones had already cracked. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He didn't expect this guy to be so strong that he could hurt him with just the strength of his body. Even though his physical body had only evolved to the initial stages of the 5 elements battle physique, he was still 108,000 miles away from the great success stage of the 5 elements battle physique. However, this middle-aged man was the first cultivator in the transcending mortality realm who could injure him with the strength of his physical body. Roar! The middle-aged man roared towards the sky as if he had gone crazy. An extremely ferocious aura was emitted from his body. The pain of his body rupturing made the middle-aged man couldn't help but scream miserably. I don't believe that I can't refine this demon god's blood. The middle-aged man roared crazily. His long hair danced in the wind. Drops of blood splattered from his body. His body that had just recovered was now filled with cracks. Kill! Gu Fei roared and took a step forward. As if he had teleported, he instantly appeared above the middle-aged man and stomped down. He wouldn't give the middle-aged man another chance to suppress the violent power in his body. Rumble! A terrifying power surged under his feet. As he stepped forward, it directly shook the void. The destructive power enveloped the middle-aged man below. Gu Fei knew that the violent and powerful power in the middle-aged man's body hadn't been completely controlled by him. If he didn't kill this person now, he would be the one to suffer when the middle-aged man completely controlled the power. Gu Fei took the first step of the ancient battle technique, the Desolate Steps. This wasn't the 8 steps of extreme speed, but the extremely sharp 8 steps of death. The terrifying power sealed the void, making it impossible for the people below to escape. It obliterated the middle-aged man. Purgatory of death. The middle-aged man roared and waved his hands. A pitch-black vortex appeared between his hands. A terrifying and evil power gushed out from the black hole. Ripples immediately appeared in the void. The vortex produced a great suction force, wanting to devour Gu Fei's power. The two forces collided and offset each other. Bursts of intense light burst out. A powerful fluctuation that caused people's hearts to palpitate spread out. The demon dragon ship was also affected and shook violently. At this time, the speed of the demon dragon ship had already slowed down. However, it was still like an arrow released from a bow, rushing towards the devil region of the extreme north. The vast continent in front of them gradually became clear. The demon dragon ship was getting closer and closer to the coast. From 1,000 miles away, The people on the shore had already discovered the traces of the demon dragon ship. They all sent out a signal. Then, more and more people began to gather on the shore. Of course, the two people who were fighting desperately on the ship didn't know about the strange movements on the shore. The pitch-black vortex formed by the purgatory of death seemed to be connected to a terrifying devil prison. It emitted a gloomy and frightening aura. The great suction force seemed to be able to devour the entire world. However, no matter how much the suction force of the purgatory of death blocked and sucked, it couldn't devour the terrifying power of the first step of the desolate steps. The power of a cultivator originated from his body. It was one with his body, so it was very difficult to move it away. Moreover, the middle-aged man had already used the purgatory of death. Gu Fei had already paid attention. Therefore, not only was the power of the first step not devoured, it still carried the momentum of a landslide as it descended from the sky. Bang! Gu Fei stepped on the pitch-black vortex formed by the power of the purgatory of death. He used his incomparably powerful strength to resist the terrifying suction force of the purgatory. The pitch-black vortex shook continuously. No matter how much the middle-aged man urged the power of the purgatory of death, he couldn't dissolve the step Gu Fei had taken. The formidable power of the first step of the 8 deadly steps had successfully resisted the devouring power of the purgatory of death. Both the ancient combat skill and the unfathomable divine ability displayed great power. For a moment, Gu Fei and the middle-aged man were evenly matched. In the end, the purgatory of death collapsed, and Gu Fei was sent flying high into the sky. The desolate steps, 8 deadly steps. Each step was stronger than the one before it. It was like the overlapping waves of the Xianxia River. One wave after another, it became stronger and stronger. After the first step failed, Gu Fei immediately took the second step. This was the superposition of the power. The moment he took the second step, Gu Fei fell down like a meteor towards the middle-aged man. The sound of wind and thunder appeared under Gu Fei's feet. Powerful rays of light appeared under his feet like lightning. They were like destructive rays that tore through the void and bombarded the middle-aged man below. At the same time, the power of the second step and the first step superposition formed a terrifying power. It was like 100,000 mountains that covered the sky and pressed down. The two powers fused together and pushed the power of the second step of Gu Fei to the peak. The unparalleled power shook the void. The power of the desolate steps caused the middle-aged man's expression to change. Roar! 6 paths of void shatter the heavens. The middle-aged man below didn't dodge the earth-shattering power of Gu Fei. He roared crazily and used the unfathomable divine ability. Boom! The sky and earth shook violently. Then, transparent ripples spread out with the middle-aged man's hands as the center. This kind of spreading was not aimless. Countless transparent ripples, which were like water, actually moved towards Gu Fei. They were like waves that silently collided with the destructive light. The powerful light was actually annihilated in the void without a sound. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. The sky and earth shook. Although the sky didn't shatter, the transparent ripples produced by the vibration of the space contained an unfathomable power. This middle-aged man had actually shaken the void and caused the void to produce a terrifying wave of destruction to destroy his enemy. This person's method was too powerful. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do. It wasn't hard to imagine what it would be like if the power of this divine ability was used to the extreme. Using the terrifying power of shattering the void to destroy the enemy was a great divine ability. The silent wave and the transparent ripples were unstoppable and destroyed everything. The terrifying power that fell from the sky was also annihilated by this terrifying spatial wave. Gu Fei sensed great danger. A terrifying spatial fluctuation was currently enveloping him from below. If he was enveloped by such a destructive spatial fluctuation, there would only be one outcome, and that was to be smashed into smithereens. Not even a drop of blood would be left behind. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man's divine ability, The power of space could obliterate everything. It was difficult for Gu Fei to resist. Gu Fei was in the sky. He couldn't fly, so it was difficult for him to avoid this terrifying destructive attack. At this critical moment, the purple mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly twitched. Then, like a vertical eye opening, a dazzling purple light shot out from the vertical mark. Boom! The purple light instantly spread and enveloped Gu Fei. Powerful spatial waves surged out from the purple light and collided with the transparent ripples that were spreading from below. The middle-aged man's expression changed when he saw the scene in the sky. Ridiculous, this guy is really a freak. How can a transcending mortality cultivator cultivate in inner space? The middle-aged man had tried to rob Gu Fei before, so he knew that there was a space inside his Niwen palace. This was unbelievable. Opening a world inside one's body was a great divine ability that could split the heavens and earth apart. Only a true immortal could do this. How could a transcending mortality cultivator have such a great divine ability? But the truth was the truth. It was placed in front of him, and he had to believe it. A vast amount of spatial energy surged out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and enveloped him. Then, Gu Fei felt the world spinning around him. It was as if countless heavy hammers were smashing into his head. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. This was the collision of two different spatial energies. Gu Fei suffered a great impact, causing the entire inner space to shake. The heaven and earth within the inner space shook, as though it was returning to primal chaos. Chapter 274. The middle-aged man's theurgy was incomparably terrifying. He used the destructive power of the void to obliterate his enemies. If the power of this theurgy was unleashed to the extreme, it might really be able to shatter the void and send people into the terrifying spatial crack. The spatial crack was definitely an extremely dangerous place. It was filled with violent turbulence of energy. Even an immortal spirit wouldn't be able to escape unscathed after entering it. Of course, the middle-aged man's theurgy hadn't reached the terrifying level of being able to shatter the void. However, he was able to cause the void to vibrate and direct this terrifying vibration towards his opponent. This was a terrifying technique that could shatter the void and tear everything apart. However, if the middle-aged man thought that he could use this technique to kill Gu Fei, he would be disappointed. Gu Fei wasn't unfamiliar with the power of space. At this critical moment, Gu Fei guided the power of space from his inner space to resist the turbulence caused by the middle-aged man. This was a confrontation between two forces of space. A part of the void seemed to have turned into a transparent ripple. It rippled violently and soundlessly, but it exuded a terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor as if the void had collapsed. The two forces of space suddenly exploded and spread in all directions. The purple light screen that enveloped Gu Fei's body burst like a bubble. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the flickering purple light. His long hair was fluttering in the wind, and his clothes were torn. His bronze skin was flowing with multicolored light, as if he was cast from steel. He gave off an incomparably powerful feeling. Gu Fei's aura was monstrous, and his battle intent was like a rainbow. He slowly descended onto the demonic dragon ship like a god of war descending to earth. A terrifying power surged from his body. Preposterous! How is this possible? The middle-aged man was forced to the edge of the ship by the burst of space power. Behind him was the surging sea. The middle-aged man couldn't believe that his theurgy had been broken by this young man in front of him. The middle-aged man's face was split open, and his appearance was extremely hideous. In the next moment, the bloodstains on his face disappeared, revealing his chiseled and demonic face. His blood-red eyes flickered with an evil light. "Thank you for your demonstration. I've learned a lot," Gu Fei said as he landed on the deck and looked coldly at the middle-aged man on the edge of the ship. There was no sadness or joy in Gu Fei's voice. It was as calm as a mirror. However, this calmness seemed so abnormal to the middle-aged man that he felt uneasy. "What did you learn?" The middle-aged man vaguely sensed that something was wrong. His red and black eyes stared at Gu Fei's face as he spoke in a deep voice. He wanted to see something from Gu Fei's face. However, it was a pity that Gu Fei's expression did not change at all. He was still wearing a calm expression. Do you want to know? Gu Fei suddenly smiled. His smile was so abrupt and without warning. Then, the purple mark between his eyebrows suddenly flashed with a purple light. It tore through the void like lightning and shot towards the middle-aged man. Like an eye of destruction, a terrifying wave spread from Gu Fei's eyebrows. The transparent ripples could be seen clearly with the naked eye. Damn! The middle-aged man's expression changed. He left an afterimage on the spot and instantly dodged. Swoosh! The purple light pierced through the void and instantly tore apart the middle-aged man's afterimage. It shot out tens of feet before it began to dissipate in the void. The middle-aged man's figure reappeared where he originally stood. It was as if he had never left. At this moment, he looked at Gu Fei in shock. Oomph. The power of space can also kill people. Thank you for letting me understand the use of the power of space. Gu Fei smiled happily. Just now, he had mastered an extremely powerful magic skill. In the battle just now, he had witnessed the terrifying power of the power of space. The transparent ripples could shatter and tear apart everything. If the power of the space vibration was strong enough, there was no doubt that the transparent ripples produced by the space vibration could tear apart the void. Although Gu Fei could not control the power of space in the outer world, he could control the power of space in his Naiwan palace. After being inspired by the middle-aged man's magic skill, Gu Fei had an epiphany. Then, a scene that shocked the middle-aged man happened. The middle-aged man looked at Gu Fei in a new light. This person was still so young, but he already had a powerful cultivation that could rival the older generation. His potential was unlimited. If he could not befriend such a person, then he would kill him. The middle-aged man's killing intent towards Gu Fei was stronger than ever. Oomph. Gu Fei sensed the piercingly cold, murderous aura coming from the middle-aged man and immediately responded with action. Swoosh! With a sound, the vertical mark between his eyebrows opened like a divine eye. Bright purple divine light shot out and swept towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wanted to kill Gu Fei, but Gu Fei also wanted to kill the enemy in front of him. The situation between the two of them had reached an irreversible state of irreconcilable enmity. The middle-aged man dodged the divine light and rushed towards Gu Fei. The heavy energy fluctuation suddenly erupted like a mountain flood. His whole body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dark red bloodlight. Heavenly Devil Hand. The middle-aged man's right hand blasted towards Gu Fei. A dark red light suddenly surged out of his hand, and a dark red blood hand condensed from power grabbed towards Gu Fei. The terrifying blood hand gave off a terrifying ripple of energy. It shook the surroundings and made Gu Fei feel endless pressure. It was as if he could smell the pungent smell of blood. Gu Fei did not retreat. Instead, he directly pressed forward with his palm. A huge palm shadow rushed out from his hand and met the blood hand. The battle skills of the 5 elements had evolved into another terrifying battle skill, which was the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Hand. It used the power of the 5 elements within the body as a guide, drawing the power of the 5 elements in the world outside the body for one's own use. It was a manifestation of a skill approaching the way. An endless amount of 5 elements force was drawn over. The 5-colored giant palm condensed into a solid form and exuded a terrifying might. It collided with the crimson hand that was about to reach over. Boom! There was an earth-shaking sound, and the surging power shook the surroundings. The dazzling light illuminated the entire region of the sea nearby. Even the demonic dragon ship that was quickly sailing towards the extreme northern demon region was affected. The ship shook violently. The ship's keel, which was refined from the spine of a demonic dragon, obviously did not shatter. However, the entire demonic dragon ship was not completely made from the bones of a demonic dragon. If it weren't for an unfathomable force protecting the demonic dragon ship, the wooden buildings on the ship would have collapsed in the confrontation between the two powerhouses. The huge airwave caused the deck to look like a tornado. A great pressure shrouded all directions, and the mighty aftershock set off huge waves on the surface of the sea outside the ship. At this moment, the demonic dragon ship was less than 400 kilometers away from the shore. A few demonic experts on the shore had already noticed the abnormality on the ship. On the shore pier, a beam of fire soared into the sky and headed in the direction of the demonic dragon ship. In the midst of the fire, a middle-aged man in a green robe with fluttering sleeves stepped on a flying sword that emitted boundless chi of fire. He disappeared into the distance in an instant. This middle-aged man was not a demonic general in the void-controlling realm. That was because cultivators in the void-controlling realm could fly in the air, even without the help of external objects. On the demonic dragon ship, amidst the loud noise, the two gigantic palms collapsed and dissipated at the same time. Gu Fei felt an intense pain in his body and a stifling feeling in his chest. He could not help but continuously retreat. This time, he was at a disadvantage again. However, the middle-aged man did not move and his expression did not change. It was obvious who was stronger. This middle-aged man was too powerful. He was actually able to suppress Gu Fei, who was in the second sky of the Ascended Realm. What realm was his strength at? Swoosh! The middle-aged man's movement technique was like the wind and lightning. He turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Gu Fei in an instant. He directly struck out with another palm. This time, it wasn't the powerful Sky Demon palm, because he could already see that Gu Fei could not hold on any longer. He didn't need to use any other divine abilities to defeat this opponent. I'll give you one more chance. If you surrender to me, I can spare your life. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. His eyes were like cold stars, flashing with a terrifying killing intent. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. The middle-aged man was like an unreachable mountain. His body, which was constantly cracking and healing, emitted a powerful aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! Without any suspense, Gu Fei was sent flying with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His strength at the peak of the second sky of the Ascended Realm was actually unable to resist this middle-aged man. It seemed like the middle-aged man was much stronger than him. Gu Fei didn't lose, but he was at an absolute disadvantage. He was completely suppressed by the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had the upper hand, but he didn't show any mercy. He didn't have the slightest intention of relaxing. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't have any intention of surrendering, the middle-aged man pressed forward like a huge mountain. Every punch was thrown with the greatest strength, not giving his opponent a chance to turn the tables. The middle-aged man's battle experience was extremely rich. Bang! Gu Fei raised his palm to meet the attack, but he was once again pushed back. The bones in his arm seemed to have broken. The powerful impact caused the skin and flesh on his arm to split open. His body heavily slammed into the half of the ship that hadn't collapsed yet, causing the entire ship to shake. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He didn't think that the middle-aged man would be so strong. He displayed such shocking battle strength, forcing Gu Fei to continuously retreat. It was as if there was an invisible force binding him, forcing him to continuously clash with the middle-aged man. Every strike was like a huge mountain crashing towards him. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. The middle-aged man was incomparably strong. His attacks were incomparably ruthless, not giving his opponent a chance at all. Chapter 275. Gu Fei was furious. Before this, he was still able to fight the middle-aged man endlessly. However, when a middle-aged man seemed to be about to suppress the violent energy in his body, Gu Fei realized that he was no longer a match for him. As a cultivator, he didn't want to lose, and he couldn't lose. The power of the peak second sky of the Ascended Realm was enough to fight against cultivators at the third sky of the Ascended Realm. He could even fight against cultivators at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm. How could he lose? Could it be that this middle-aged man's cultivation had already reached the fifth sky of the Ascended Realm? Gu Fei knew that the path of cultivation could allow him to stand out amongst cultivators of the same level. It was enough for him to challenge cultivators of a higher level. But in front of this middle-aged man, he had no advantage at all. Even the powerful physique that he was so proud of couldn't compare to this middle-aged man. Death Purgatory. The middle-aged man closed in once again and unleashed this terrifying divine ability. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared in the void as if it was connected to a terrifying purgatory. The aura of death surged out from the whirlpool and filled every inch of space. The day instantly turned into night. Suddenly, a cold wind blew on the ship, and the sun and moon dimmed. It was as if there were tens of thousands of demons howling in the bottomless hell. The evil aura made one's hair stand on end. The middle-aged man no longer held back. He attacked with all his might, wanting to devour Gu Fei into the terrifying hell. "I'm not willing." Gu Fei roared toward the sky. His eyes were bloodshot, and his long hair danced wildly in the wind. The purgatory of death shrouded this part of the world, and the dense death aura had already surrounded him. Just as Gu Fei was about to be swallowed by the terrifying purgatory of death, the vertical mark between his eyebrows suddenly split open. Dazzling purple divine light pierced through the void and crazily bombarded the terrifying purgatory that was about to swallow him. Gu Fei's fury turned into a destructive light that tore through the void, piercing through the void and actually resisting the devouring of the purgatory of death. This made the middle-aged man very surprised. Gu Fei was already at the end of his tether, and he coughed out quite a bit of blood. How could he take on his death purgatory? The purple divine light blasted holes in the terrifying purgatory that covered this part of the world. The dense, pitch-black death chi actually showed signs of dissipating. Network E, the middle-aged man, also suffered a great impact, and terrifying cracks started to appear on his body. He used all of his divine power to barely control the power of purgatory, and fought evenly with the purple divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. In the end, the purgatory of death collapsed, and the terrifying death chi that enveloped the heavens and the earth dispersed. However, the middle-aged man stood there without moving, whereas Gu Fei was blasted flying while lying on his back, and a stream of blood flowed down from the center of his brows. But at the same time, a dazzling five-color divine light erupted from Gu Fei's body like a raging flame. His anger and unwillingness were like a blazing fire burning outside his body. An extremely strong and domineering power rushed out of his body, causing his entire body to be enveloped in light. Gu Fei's body violently shook. At this instant, the meridians in his body seemed to turn into rays of light that flowed through his muscles, bones, and flesh. As if he had broken some kind of shackle in his body, every muscle on Gu Fei's body seemed to be burning, and a huge amount of energy surged out from every muscle and every bone, forming a monstrous amount of energy. This energy broke through the shackles of the peak second sky of the Ascended Realm, allowing Gu Fei to break through to the third sky of the Ascended Realm in this life and death battle, completing a transformation. The endless amount of energy that had been smelted into his muscles and bones finally exploded at this instant, causing Gu Fei's body to transform once again. Before this, when this middle-aged man was still in a state of madness, Gu Fei had been fighting with him nonstop. Whenever he was exhausted, he would consume the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth to recover his energy and continue the battle. After this continuous battle, Gu Fei's harvest was huge. The spiritual essence of the heavens and earth was constantly being smelted into his body, changing his body. And at this instant, he had successfully broken through the shackles of cultivation, stepping into the third sky of the Ascended Realm. His muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were strengthened once again, taking another step towards the five elements battle body. His bones trembled, his flesh trembled, and the new energy washed over his body again and again. Gu Fei's bronze-colored skin sparkled like a precious jade, flickering with a resplendent radiance. He was like a fire phoenix rising from the ashes, and the injuries on his body instantly healed. In this life and death battle, he had completed a transformation in both his strength and body. An incomparably strong energy surged through his body, and every inch of his skin contained a terrifying amount of energy. It was like a piece of divine metal that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, giving people a feeling of great strength. The middle-aged man's expression changed the moment Gu Fei was sent flying. In the next instant, he turned into a shadow and rushed towards Gu Fei. However, everything that had happened to Gu Fei had happened in the blink of an eye, so it was impossible for him to stop it. Although the middle-aged man's right hand swung out, and the terrifying energy from the heavenly demon hand shook the heavens and earth, Gu Fei had already completed his transformation at this moment. A powerful spatial energy surged out from the center of his eyebrows, allowing him to move 10 feet away in an instant, dodging the attack of the heavenly demon hand. Gu Fei's hair fluttered in the wind, and the purple mark between his eyebrows flickered with a purple light, like an eye that was constantly opening and closing, staring at the middle-aged man with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Without any superfluous words, Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps, and as if he was flying, he rushed towards the middle-aged man. Then, he threw out a punch, and a violent astral wind whistled towards the middle-aged man. A large amount of dazzling 5-colored light surged out like a raging sea. An ordinary punch, but contained an extremely powerful energy. Gu Fei did not hold back and attacked with all his strength. He wanted to kill this powerful enemy in front of him. The third heavenly layer of the transcending mortality realm, to the younger generation of the cultivation world, could be said to be unattainable, but Gu Fei had broken through to this realm. Among the younger generation, it was already hard to find a worthy opponent. Damn it! The middle-aged man was enraged and directly threw out a punch. He wanted to use pure strength to defeat Gu Fei head-on, so that Gu Fei would be convinced. However, what made the middle-aged man incomparably angry was that he seemed to have completely become the opponent's whetstone. It was as if he was helping this person cultivate. In a short period of time, this young expert not only comprehended the magical use of the power of space, but also made a breakthrough in his cultivation. His opponent's improvement was too fast, and he could definitely be called a genius in the cultivation world, or even a genius among geniuses. Such a person could not be left alive. If he was allowed to grow, he would definitely become a formidable opponent, and would bring endless trouble to the middle-aged man. Therefore, the middle-aged man did not hold back, and attacked with all his strength. Gu Fei's improvement made the middle-aged man very fearful. The 2 fists collided, and a terrible sound of wind and thunder erupted. The middle-aged man's body shook violently, and the deck under his feet shook violently. If it wasn't for the mysterious power protecting the demonic dragon ship, the deck would have been crushed by him. The middle-aged man took 5 steps back, and every step he took was like a moving mountain. The demonic dragon ship under his feet shook violently. Swoosh! A 5-colored radiance flashed, and Gu Fei landed on the deck, facing the peerlessly powerful middle-aged man. Gu Fei, who had undergone a transformation, seemed to have the upper hand now. The 5-colored flowing light constantly flowed on the surface of his body, and his whole body was still slowly undergoing the final transformation. The dense meridians in his body were like a spider web, and they transported waves of primordial qi to every corner of his body. The primordial qi smelted into his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones became even greater. Powerful primordial qi fluctuations spread out from Gu Fei's body. He was like a life-saving cat, possessing an incomparably strong vitality. The middle-aged man was extremely shocked. The situation had changed so quickly, and it was completely beyond his expectations. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Using the desolate steps, Gu Fei displayed the extreme speed of the 8 steps extreme movement technique. He moved quickly in the void, and wherever he passed, he left afterimages. It was as though he had transformed into 8 people, rushing towards the middle-aged man. The 8 figures seemed real and illusory at the same time. It was difficult to distinguish which figure was Gu Fei's real body. This kind of extreme movement technique was even more powerful than the evanescent shadow skimming technique. The 8 figures moved in unison, and they raised their fists in unison. Then, they waved their right fists and smashed forward. The middle-aged man did not panic at all. Instead, his blood-red eyes shone with a deep demonic light, and a shocking battle will exploded from his body. He raised his fist to block one of the 8 figures. Bam! The 2 fists collided, and a dull sound was heard. The most direct collision of power, and the 2 of them were like 2 gods of war fighting fiercely. The 2 of them quickly separated, and it seemed like they were evenly matched. However, the middle-aged man was secretly shocked, and he felt his arm go numb. This punch of Gu Fei's was extremely powerful. Eat another one of my punches. Gu Fei laughed, and he closed in on the middle-aged man. He directly punched out, without any fancy moves. Sometimes, power was more powerful than any magical technique. The middle-aged man was shocked to find that there seemed to be a force binding him, forcing him to face his opponent head-on. He knew that the momentum of the battle was already in his opponent's hands. Bam! Another dull sound, like a muffled thunder, caused the void to tremble. This punch of Gu Fei's was heavier, and more domineering than the first punch. This time, the middle-aged man was pushed back by Gu Fei's punch. The power of the third sky of the Ascended Realm had successfully suppressed this middle-aged man. Gu Fei didn't show any mercy, and he instantly chased after the middle-aged man, throwing out another punch. This was a direct confrontation of power, and the ferocious fist energy caused a violent storm to blow on the deck. The middle-aged man only felt pain from the wind, and his skin felt like it was about to be torn apart by the wind. Gu Fei's fist energy was extremely sharp, and there was no technique to it. An invisible momentum enveloped the middle-aged man, forcing him to face it head-on. The 2 fists collided, and the middle-aged man was suppressed once again. He was pushed back by Gu Fei's punch. Chapter 276. Gu Fei, who had broken through to the third sky of the Ascended Mortality Realm, was extremely powerful and seemed to have turned the tide of the battle. Every dog has its day. Now, he was the one taking large strides forward. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but Gu Fei was someone who would take revenge immediately. Swish! Gu Fei once again arrived in front of the middle-aged man and punched out without a word. Words were useless at this moment, so he directly used his fist to settle the matter. Roar! The middle-aged man roared in anger as he was once again pushed back by Gu Fei's unparalleled fist. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He had the upper hand just now, but now he was forced into a passive position by his opponent. The situation had been completely reversed. Just now, he had used the same method to deal with the other party, and now the other party was using the same method to deal with him. Young master! A loud shout came from the front. Then, a fiery light descended from the sky and landed on the demonic dragon ship. A figure appeared from the fiery light. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe with a thin face and eyes as sharp as a sword. Young master, what happened to you? After the person landed on the demonic dragon ship, he was immediately shocked by the strange state of the middle-aged man's body and hurriedly asked in a panic. Terrifying cracks appeared on the body of the middle-aged man he called Young Master. There was no longer blood seeping out of the cracks. Instead, there was a faint dark red light shining from the cracks. However, this situation didn't last long. Soon, the terrifying cracks on the middle-aged man's body disappeared, and his skin became smooth again. It's you. At this moment, Gu Fei saw the person clearly and couldn't help but exclaim. The green-robed middle-aged man who controlled the flaming sword light was the leaf fire sword demon, Xianxia. Xianxia die! Gu Fei roared and directly attacked the person. The 5 elements annihilation hand displayed great power. A giant palm condensed above Xianxia, emitting a terrifying fluctuation of yuan qi and bombarding Xianxia. It's you, brat. You're not dead yet? Xianxia also saw Gu Fei and said in disbelief. He had never imagined that he would see Gu Fei here. Humph! If he didn't die, I'll kill him again. Xianxia was also someone who had seen great storms and waves. The shock on his face quickly receded and he waved his hand. Buzz! A fiery sword light immediately rushed out of his body, turned into a light that was more than 100 feet long, and slashed towards the big hand that was bombarding down from the sky. The sword light was like a raging fire, but the sword chi that it emitted did not have the characteristics that a raging fire should have. Not only did the surrounding temperature not rise, but it also plummeted. The sword light was like fire, but the vast and mighty sword chi was bone-piercingly cold. This completely opposite situation caused others to feel that it was extremely strange. Boom! Zhao Xuanji's sword light fiercely struck the palm of light that enveloped him. Dazzling light shot out, and the vast and terrifying power caused visible ripples in the void. How was this possible? Zhao Xuanji was shocked. He realized that although his sword light had shaken the palm of light that was bombarding him, it had not broken through the palm of light as he had expected. The peerlessly sharp sword chi collided violently with the surging power of the palm. Then, as the palm of light collapsed, the fiery sword light was also sent flying. Zhao Xuanji was shocked by this result. How did this kid's cultivation become so powerful? He was actually able to deflect his sword light. Could it be that this kid had run into some great luck and encountered some sort of fortuitous encounter? Zhao Xuanji formed a hand seal, and the sword light that had been sent flying immediately flew back towards him. At this moment, Gu Fei was in great danger. The middle-aged man that Zhao Xuanji addressed as young master also attacked Gu Fei while Gu Fei and Zhao Xuanji were fighting. Gu Fei found it difficult to resist the joint attack of two transcending mortality realm demon masters and was forced to retreat. However, Zhao Xuanji's fiery sword light was coming toward him again, causing Gu Fei to feel exhausted and flustered. At this moment, the speed of the demonic dragon ship slowed down again. It was already close to the shore. The people on the shore seemed to be impatient as well. A few figures rushed out from the dock and stepped on the waves, flying towards the demonic dragon ship. No one who could walk on the waves on the demonic dragon ship was a weakling. This was because demon cultivators of the awakened self realm did not dare to rush into the fallen god sea. The situation was very bad. Gu Fei could feel a few powerful auras approaching him quickly. He did not need to ask to know that these people were the same kind of people as the two enemies in front of him. Roar! With a roar, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared above the middle-aged man. A violent force surged out from under his feet, shaking the void. Bang! The middle-aged man was directly thrown into the cabin. Then, he slammed his palm towards the fiery sword light that was moving like a fire snake. Without any suspense, the sword light that emitted a bone-chilling and terrifying sword chi was repelled by the palm force. However, the sword light of a flying sword was different from ordinary magic treasures. At the same time that the sword light was repelled, Gu Fei felt a sharp pain in his palm. The sharp edge of the sword left a deep wound on his palm that revealed his bones. The flesh on his palm trembled, and the wound quickly shrank. Only a few drops of blood flowed out, and it was already healed. Gu Fei used his full strength and displayed the power of the third heaven of the transcending mortality realm to the fullest. He actually forced the two experts to retreat. Then he directly walked in the void as if he was teleporting, leaving afterimages in the void as he rushed out of the demonic dragon ship. What a powerful flying sword! Gu Fei felt the flesh on his right hand move. Even with his powerful body at the third heaven of the transcending mortality realm, he was still injured by the flying sword. This made him inwardly shocked. In reality, what Gu Fei didn't know was that Zhao Xuanji was even more shocked than him. The martial skill that Gu Fei had displayed was simply too shocking. If it was before, Zhao Xuanji would have thought that using his body to resist a flying sword was an extremely stupid action. What did it mean to use one's body to resist a flying sword? One had to know that 90% of a sword cultivator's innate abilities were on the flying sword. It was said that one sword in hand could break all innate abilities. But when Zhao Xuanji found that the flying sword that he had cultivated his entire life could only leave a sword mark on Gu Fei's hand, he couldn't help but be shocked and furious. By the time Zhao Xuanji put away his flying sword, Gu Fei had already charged out hundreds of meters away. 8 steps were extremely fast. With each step, Gu Fei's body seemed to disappear into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already 30 meters away. After the middle-aged man charged out of the cabin, he immediately chased after Gu Fei. Zhao Xuanji became one with his sword and turned into a streak of fire that shot into the sky. He rode on his flying sword and chased after Gu Fei. Zhao Xuanji and that young master were already having a hard time. If 3 more demon masters with cultivation similar to those 2 came, they would only be waiting to be killed if they didn't escape. Gu Fei wasn't a hero. Even a hero wouldn't be able to fight 4 opponents at once, so he decisively chose to escape. At this time, the demon dragon ship was less than 200 miles away from the shore. Although there were fierce beasts in the nearby seas, they were no longer a threat to transcending mortality realm cultivators. "Stop him!" The middle-aged man shouted at the 3 demon masters who were quickly approaching from the shore. The 3 demon masters immediately surrounded Gu Fei. The middle-aged man's identity was extraordinary. He could actually shout at an expert like Zhao Xuanji. Zhao Xuanji was also from the Hexapath Demon Palace. Could this person be related to Demon Monarch of 6 Paths? Gu Fei vaguely guessed the middle-aged man's identity from the words of these people. In the world of cultivation, a person's age and appearance were the most unrealistic things. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths was a devilish youth, but the person Zhao Xuanji called Young Master was a middle-aged man. No wonder he felt like he had seen this person somewhere before when he first saw him. It seemed that this fellow was a relative of Demon Monarch of 6 Paths. He might even be a nephew of Demon Monarch of 6 Paths. If he knew that the person he'd fought with on the Demon Dragon ship for several days and nights was the first son of Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, he would probably hide as far away as possible. Of course, there was nowhere he could hide on the Demon Dragon ship. The 5 transcending mortality realm experts surrounded Gu Fei. Zhao Xuanji flew on his sword and was the fastest of the 5 experts. However, he quickly realized that speed wasn't his advantage, and flying on his sword wasn't his advantage either. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps. With a single step, he was already more than 30 meters away. He displayed the extreme speed of the 8 steps extreme speed technique to the extreme. The 5 transcending mortality realm experts' encirclement hadn't closed yet, but Gu Fei had already rushed out of it, leaving the 4 of them far behind. Only Zhao Xuanji, who was flying on his sword, was able to follow closely behind Gu Fei like a dogskin plaster that couldn't be shaken off. For Gu Fei, a distance of 50 kilometers wasn't something he could cover in the blink of an eye, but it didn't take long. Gu Fei quickly approached the shore. At this time, the people on the shore had already noticed the abnormality in the sea. Dozens of demonic cultivators gathered on the pier immediately spread out, trying to stop Gu Fei. Even someone like Zhao Xuanji can't stop me. These guys are simply courting death. Gu Fei sneered and directly rushed up to the surface of the sea. Dozens of magic treasures immediately flew out from the hands of the people on the shore. They emitted powerful energy waves and attacked Gu Fei. Pump! A 5-colored aura rushed out from Gu Fei's body. It was as if he was wearing a 5-colored armor, and all the magic treasures of the demonic path that were attacking him were shaken off. He didn't stop, and his speed didn't even slow down. He directly rushed through the demonic cultivators who tried to stop him. In an instant, miserable screams rang out on the shore. 7 or 8 unlucky guys in front of Gu Fei were directly knocked away. 2 of the most unlucky guys were directly smashed into pieces by Gu Fei. 2 bursts of blood burst out, and they died on the spot. The demonic cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, they immediately retreated far away. At this time, even if these guys ate the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard, they wouldn't dare to stop Gu Fei. Chapter 277. The lives and deaths of these low-level demonic cultivators were insignificant to Chu Gu, the first son of the 6 Paths Demon Monarch. He would never take it to heart, even if these people were his subordinates. One had to know that in the extreme northern demon region, there were many demonic cultivators who wanted to join Chu Ji's side, and there was no lack of experts among them. The survival of the fittest, the survival of the strong, the weak could only rely on the strong, or else they would be destroyed by the strong. This was the law of survival in the extreme northern demon region, and it was a very common thing. When Gu Fei rushed into the forest on the shore, Chu Gu and the other 3 demon masters rushed ashore from the sea. Chu Ji's face was extremely ugly. Send out the 6 paths kill order. I don't want this kid to walk out of the extreme northern demon region alive. Chu Gu directly ordered, and then rushed into the forest. A group of frightened demonic cultivators, under the leadership of the transcending mortality realm demon masters, had no choice but to enter the forest. Even if they were very reluctant, their goal was very simple, and that was to kill Gu Fei. Those with low cultivation were destined to be cannon fodder. The forest for Gu Fei was really too familiar. He grew up in the mountains, and entering the forest was like a beast entering the forest and a fish returning to the sea. This was his world. Gu Fei quickly passed through the forest, and the dense foliage blocked the line of sight of the distant fire sword fiend Zhao Xuanji, who was flying in the sky on his flying sword. But Gu Fei was not able to shake off Zhao Xuanji, because Zhao Xuanji had already locked on to Gu Fei's aura. Walking in the forest was different from walking on the sea. There were almost no obstacles on the sea, but in the forest there were obstacles everywhere. Gu Fei's speed immediately slowed down. Buzz! The flying sword hummed as Zhao Xuanji, who had caught up to Gu Fei, immediately made his move. Streaks of dazzling sword light shot out towards Gu Fei, who was traversing through the forest below. The sword light was so sharp that it tore through the air, causing the forest below to crumble continuously. Damn it! Gu Fei cursed in his heart as he quickly moved through the forest, dodging the fiery sword light descending from the sky. Zhao Xuanji could control his flying sword, so he had the advantage while Gu Fei was in a situation where he could only take a beating. The trees around him were constantly shattered by the sword light, and the splinters of wood that exploded were all blocked by the gang energy that surged out of Gu Fei's body. There were a few times when Gu Fei was almost hit by the flaming sword Qi, and he was in danger. Soon, as the chase continued, Gu Fei entered the depths of the jungle. Zhao Xuanji's sword light could injure Gu Fei, making Gu Fei feel threatened. In terms of cultivation, Zhao Xuanji was also much higher than Gu Fei. Even if Gu Fei's cultivation had reached the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm, and he had a strong body and powerful skills, Zhao Xuanji would definitely be the one to win in a real fight. However, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Xuanji to defeat Gu Fei. Gu Fei was very clear that as long as he was entangled by Zhao Xuanji, the people chasing after him would surround him and everything would be over. He definitely couldn't be entangled by Zhao Xuanji. Thus, Gu Fei dove into the dense forest, wanting to escape from Zhao Xuanji. Cold sword energy filled the skies of the forest. It was like a bright lamp that attracted the attention of the pursuing demonic path cultivators. Sword lights constantly bombarded the area, creating intense fluctuations. Zhao Xuanji was creating chaos to attract the other experts. "Eat my palm." After avoiding a round of bombardment, Gu Fei retaliated. A palm of light with terrifying energy surged out from the woodland below, heading straight for Zhao Xuanji, who was flying on his flying sword. "Oomph." Zhao Xuanji laughed coldly. Previously, he had only given Gu Fei a chance to escape because of his carelessness. As for now, Zhao Xuanji definitely wouldn't let Gu Fei disappear from his sight. Zhao Xuanji became one with his sword, as if he had turned into a heavenly sword, slashing down from the sky. Boom! The unprecedentedly powerful, flaming sword light instantly split the palm of light that was coming up from below into 2 halves. The terrifying and peerless sword Qi suddenly erupted, and the light palm that had been split into 2 instantly collapsed in the surging sword Qi, dissipating in the void. Zhao Xuanji, who had become one with his sword, was extremely powerful. After breaking the palm of light, the sword light didn't weaken at all, and continued to slash down towards the forest below. Shwa, 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 shwa. In the dense forest, several afterimages flashed rapidly. It was impossible to tell which one was Gu Fei's real body. However, Zhao Xuanji didn't care about that. He didn't need to know which one was Gu Fei's real body, because he had already enveloped all the afterimages with his sword light. The bone-chilling sword light that exuded an incomparably powerful, murderous aura descended from the sky. When it reached the sky above the forest, it suddenly turned into 9 streaks of rainbow light that shrouded a part of the world and rushed towards the figure below. The terrifying sword light tore apart heaven and earth, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. If one were to look carefully, they would notice that the water droplets hanging on the tips of the leaves that had yet to drip had instantly turned into sparkling and translucent ice beads. Zhao Xuanji had pushed his sword qi to its peak. Even an expert like Dan Shenzi would have to retreat in the face of this move. Zhao Xuanji was a traitor of the Guangqing Immortal Sect. Although he had already turned demonic, he still cultivated the sword immortal path of the square Immortal Sect. His flying sword was extraordinarily powerful, and his battle prowess was much greater than that of an expert of the same level. Enveloped by the sword light, Gu Fei groaned inwardly. It seemed that he had no choice but to use his trump card. He was still no match for these experts of the older generation. The experts of the older generation were far superior to the younger generation in terms of cultivation, knowledge, and combat experience. This was an insurmountable gap between the cultivators of the younger generation and the experts of the older generation. This was because these things needed to be accumulated over time. Just when Zhao Xuanji thought that Gu Fei was about to be dismembered by the 9 sharp sword lights, he suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. Oh no! Zhao Xuanji turned pale with fright. He seemed to have overlooked something. This carelessness would put him in a desperate situation. Zhao Xuanji's clothes were drenched in cold sweat in an instant. This was a cultivator's ability to sense unknown danger. One had to admit that Zhao Xuanji's battle experience was incomparably rich, and he was extremely sensitive to danger. He didn't even think about it as he directly rode the sword light into the sky. However, the other 8 sword lights, each of which was tens of meters long, were still flying towards Gu Fei like rainbows. 8 rays of sword light came from 8 different directions, enveloping a part of the world and sealing a part of the void. They closed in on the trapped figure in the middle. This was a sword formation that had already surpassed the scope of a sword technique. One had to admit that Zhao Xuanji's cultivation in the way of the sword was extremely high. There were probably only a few sword cultivators at the ascended mortality stage who could form a sword formation from a flying sword. Of course, Zhao Xuanji's sword formation was only in its embryonic form and wasn't complete. Even so, it was enough to deal with Gu Fei. If the sword light formed from his main body was added to the mix, the entire sword formation's power would be pushed to the peak. Unfortunately, he had retreated at the last moment, greatly reducing the power of this embryonic sword formation. However, it was also because he had decisively retreated that he managed to escape. The moment Zhao Xuanji rode the sword light into the sky, a vast sword qi suddenly exploded from the forest below. This sword qi was extremely powerful, causing the sky to change color. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out in the forest below. In the next moment, a part of the forest silently collapsed. Trees, flowers, vines, all the vegetation turned into fragments. Tiny fragments flew all over the sky. The forest within a radius of 100 meters disappeared, replaced by a patch of sand. A figure wielding a sword stood in the center of the sand. The hazy sword was faint and illusory, as if it wasn't a real sword. However, Zhao Xuanji felt great danger from the sword. He felt the sword qi in his body tremble, causing the fear in his heart to intensify. It was as if a king's sword had been unsheathed, making him want to submit. He could feel the flying sword in his body tremble, as if it was afraid and alarmed. It was like a subject seeing its king, terrified. Bzzz. A sword hum sounded like the cry of a phoenix from the 9 heavens. A streak of violet light shot out from the figure's hand, shooting straight for the bull. The 8 streaks of fiery sword light that shot towards Gu Fei immediately shattered in the air. The sword was already so powerful even before it had actually been drawn. This streak of light was pure violet. It was so bright that it seemed like a blinding bolt of lightning that had suddenly appeared in the night sky. It was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. The violet sword chi dyed the surroundings purple. Gu Fei had never felt such a tyrannical sword light. He only felt his chest suddenly become sluggish. The warrior's yuan qi in his body surged out from his right hand like a great river, crazily pouring into the sword. Gu Fei was only shocked. In less than 2 seconds, half of his yuan qi had been absorbed by the sword spirit that had been summoned. The sword qi grew even stronger, and the illusory sword spirit in his hand seemed to have solidified. What's going on? If it absorbs any more, won't all my yuan qi be sucked dry? In just a moment, Gu Fei felt like stars were flying before his eyes. How could he dare to be the slightest bit careless? Gu Fei bellowed furiously. His voice was like a thunderclap as he ruthlessly slashed at the fleeing figure in the sky. Zhao Xuanji was also quite a character. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately flew away on the sword light. What a joke! If he were to be struck by such a powerful sword qi, wouldn't he be reduced to ashes? He had no choice but to flee, because if he didn't, there would only be one outcome: death. Swish! Like a piece of cloth being cut by a pair of sharp scissors, the purple sword light shot out from Gu Fei's hand was over 1,000 feet long. Wherever the sword light went, it was unstoppable. Even the heaven and earth seemed to have been sliced in half by this sword light, and the sky seemed to have been split in half by this cyan light. The sword light was too fast, so fast that Zhao Xuanji had no chance to dodge at all. Zhao Xuanji, who had fled several hundred meters away, was instantly caught up to by the sword light, scaring him out of his wits. The resplendent violet sword light streaked through the sky like a ray of destruction. A miserable shriek rang out as a mist of blood erupted in the sky. Zhao Xuanji fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. What a pity that I couldn't kill him in one strike. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. He could clearly see that the sword had directly broken through Zhao Xuanji's protective sword light, but at the critical moment of life and death, Zhao Xuanji had shifted to the side and avoided being struck in his vitals. He wanted to slash out again and kill this greatest enemy of his, but Gu Fei was already powerless to do so. He didn't dare to slash out a second time. However, although it didn't kill Zhao Xuanji, he was still half dead. His entire left shoulder and arm were shredded into a mist of blood by the sword light. In the end, the violet sword light rushed out several hundred meters before slowly dissipating. Its violent momentum was as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. Gu Fei defeated the enemy with one strike. The sword split the void, and the terrifying sword aura shook the surroundings. The power of the nameless sword soul's one strike was actually this powerful. Even though Gu Fei had experienced all kinds of great scenes in the virtual sky world, he still couldn't help but be amazed by this scene. This was the first time he used the remnant sword soul in his body after breaking through to the 3rd layer of ascended mortality. He never imagined that it would be able to display such astonishing power. Oh my God, this sword soul is definitely a rare sacred tool. It's only one strike, and I didn't even have time to use the sword technique, but it already emptied half of the cultivator's true origin in my body. If I were to use another strike, I would become a dried corpse even without those people doing anything. Gu Fei was horrified. As his cultivation level increased, the power he exerted when he used the sword soul had also increased to an unbelievable level. With this sword soul in hand, Gu Fei was confident that he would dare to draw his sword and fight against great cultivators in the void controlling realm. However, he didn't dare to touch this sword soul anymore. Gu Fei hurriedly withdrew the sword soul back into his body. He felt his heart beating wildly, but he didn't forget that he was still in danger. After looking around, he immediately rushed into the forest next to him. The demonic cultivators nearby were all shocked by the shocking sword light and couldn't help but stop in the forest. Many of them saw the unbelievable scene in the sky. Everyone was stunned. After the sword light disappeared for a long time, some people finally recovered from the shock. 7 or 8 figures quickly rushed toward the place where Xianxia fell. As soon as Gu Fei left, a figure walked out of the forest. This person's expression was extremely ugly when he saw the hundreds of meters of forest that had turned into sand. Terrifying cracks appeared on his face like a spider's web. Chapter 278. The Northern Demon Area was an evil place. The demonic nature that made people's hearts palpitate seemed to be everywhere. It was as if this place had been separated from the Tonglong continent and became a different world. It could be said that this was a heaven for demons, but it was the territory of other cultivators. There was a famous saying in the Tonglong continent. That was, whoever wanted to become a demon, go to the Northern Demon Area. Some people said that the reason why the Northern Demon Area could exist was because the source of the demonic nature could not be eliminated. But where was the source of the demonic nature? No one knew. In an old primitive forest close to the fallen god sea in the Northern Demon Area, Gu Fei encountered great danger. The sky had already darkened. The arrival of the night made the old primitive forest seem even more eerie. The forest at night was much more dangerous than the forest during the day. Some things that liked to be active at night began to move. Gu Fei stopped in a bamboo forest. He used his palm like a knife and cut off the incomparably hard bamboo. Then, he sharpened the bamboo and made it into sharp bamboo spears. He wanted to set up a trap. He wanted to let those people who were following him like dogskin plaster know that he was not to be trifled with. Setting up a trap was an extremely easy thing for Gu Fei. When he was cultivating in Taishan Mountain, he often went into the depths of the mountain to fight with those fierce beasts. When he encountered some strong beasts, Gu Fei used a trap to deal with them. Of course, humans were not beasts. It was not easy to trick those who were following him, especially those transcending mortality, realm demon masters. Gu Fei knew that his traps were useless against them. He did not want to use traps to deal with demon masters. He wanted to deal with those awakening mortality realm demon cultivators and those annoying barbarian dogs. Suddenly, a few loud and clear eagle cries rang out in the sky. Gu Fei abruptly raised his head and looked through the gaps between the bamboo leaves. He saw 3 huge black shadows circling in the dark sky where not even the slightest bit of star could be seen. They caught up so quickly, Gu Fei was a little surprised. At this time, Gu Fei had just finished setting up the last trap. Then, without any hesitation, he rushed into the depths of the bamboo forest. Soon, a slight rustling sound came from the forest outside the bamboo forest. It was the sound of something moving in the forest. Following that, a few black shadows walked out from the forest. They had black fur and a pair of dark red, ferocious eyes that emitted a frightening light. Their ears were especially long, and their noses were especially large, taking up 2/3 of their entire faces. This was a fierce and vicious beast, a species that only existed in the extreme North Demon region. This was a demonized creature. Its body was a full 3 meters long, and its 4 limbs were short and thick. This was a barbarian dog, a wild beast that excelled at tracking. In the extreme Northern Demon region, there were many people who captured these wild beasts and raised them like little dogs that obeyed their orders. A barbarian dog was not a vicious beast. In fact, it couldn't even be considered a vicious beast. It could only be considered a fierce beast, and it wasn't even the most fierce of beasts. However, the barbarian dog's tracking ability caused it to be favored by demonic path cultivators. In just a short while, 7 or 8 barbarian hounds walked out from the surrounding forest. However, these barbarian hounds seemed to be able to sense the danger within the bamboo forest. They only growled softly outside the bamboo forest, not daring to walk into it. These barbarians had tracked them here, and the demonic path cultivators had also arrived nearby. The loud and clear eagle cries sounded out once more. The howling of the wind came from above the forest. The forest was violently swayed by the strong winds that swept down from the sky. 3 black, giant eagles descended from the sky. Each giant eagle had a wingspan of 30 to 40 feet, and on the back of each giant eagle stood a black figure. Their giant wings stirred up strong gusts of wind. The arrival of the giant eagles caused a commotion among the barbarians outside the bamboo forest. They began to anxiously growl. What a cunning fellow! On the head of the giant eagle stood a gloomy Chu Gu. He had already led a group of subordinates to pursue Gu Fei in the forest for several hours, but they still hadn't been able to do anything to him. What was even more hateful was that after this fellow heavily injured the distant fire sword demon Zhao Xuanji, he had set up a vicious trap in the forest while he was escaping, causing several of his people to die. Of course, those who died were all low-level cultivators. But Chu Gu felt that he had been fooled by Gu Fei. This made Chu Gu seethe with anger, and he vowed to tear Gu Fei to pieces. 10 black figures silently walked out from the forest, standing to the side in fear and trepidation. Chu Gu didn't even look at these people. Instead, he rode the giant eagle into the sky and flew deep into the bamboo forest. The other 2 giant eagles followed closely behind Chu Gu. With 3 demonic masters chasing after him, Gu Fei could only retreat. Facing 3 demonic masters at the transcending mortality realm, he had no chance of winning. Should we go in? Outside the bamboo forest, after Chu Gu left, a demonic cultivator whispered. His voice was so soft that he almost couldn't hear it. The others were silent. No one spoke, and no one dared to leave. After a while, these people became a little restless. No one doubted Chu Ji's methods. He was a ruthless and decisive person. But the people following behind Gu Fei knew that they were carrying out an extremely dangerous task. If they weren't careful, they could lose their lives. Even if they knew that they were being used as cannon fodder by their master, Chu Gu, they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. This was the sorrow of the weak. They couldn't control their own fate. One of them pointed forward. The 7 or 8 barbarian dogs immediately growled in a low voice, as if they were very unwilling, and walked into the bamboo forest. Using the barbarian dogs to scout ahead, there was nothing to fear even if there were any traps ahead. With the barbarian dogs blocking for them, even if a few barbarian dogs died, it didn't matter. At most, they would have to train a few more. If they lost their lives, everything would be over. These people spread out and carefully followed the barbarian dog into the bamboo forest. Soon, the barking of the barbarian dogs and the exclamations of the demonic cultivators could be heard from the bamboo forest. They couldn't avoid triggering the traps in the bamboo forest. I clearly sensed that brat's aura appearing here. Why did he suddenly disappear? Chu Gu, who was riding on the giant eagle, roared as he rushed into the depths of the bamboo forest. His angry voice echoed in the bamboo forest. Chu Gu suffered unimaginable injuries on God Demon Island. The demon infant was devoured by the nameless demon, and his physical body was destroyed. It could be said that it was an absolutely fatal attack. Fortunately, he cultivated a second primordial spirit, which prevented him from being killed on the spot by the nameless demon on God Demon Island. He was lucky enough to escape the calamity of being annihilated. However, although he didn't die and survived, his cultivation fell from the peak of the void controlling realm to the 6th layer of the transcending mortality realm. However, it was also a blessing in disguise. As long as he completely refined the remnant of the demon blood in his body, he believed that his cultivation would recover soon. He might even be able to break through the bottleneck and enter the half-demon realm. However, before that, he must eliminate one person, and that person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei's improvement was too fast. With such an enemy existing, Chu Gu couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Under Chu Ji's ferocious might, the 2 demonic cultivators on the eagle's back trembled with fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Search for me. Even if you have to turn this place upside down, you must drag that brat out for me. Chu Gu roared loudly and directly raised his hand. A terrifying dark red blood light rushed out of his hand and shrouded the bamboo forest below. Under the shroud of the blood light, the bamboo forest silently crumbled and turned into countless pieces. Then, those pieces continued to crumble under the blood light and turned into dust. The bamboo forest with a circumference of 20 zhang disappeared just like that. Chu Ji's actions startled the two demonic cultivators. They hurriedly stepped on the giant eagles and dispersed, searching the sky above the bamboo forest. The three demonic cultivators stood on the back of the eagles, and from time to time, they cast demonic techniques and bombarded the bamboo forest continuously. Terrifying energy ripples spread throughout the bamboo forest. The depths of the bamboo forest suddenly became chaotic, causing some of the ferocious beasts living in the bamboo forest to flee in all directions. No one knew that in the distance, there was a pair of eyes closely watching the situation in the sky above the bamboo forest. The three giant eagles flew very low, almost sticking close to the bamboo forest. However, Chu Gu and the others intentionally or unintentionally maintained a certain distance. The three of them didn't stray too far away from each other. Oof. These guys really know how to put on a show. This pretense is just to lure me into attacking. Gu Fei hid among the bamboo, leaves in the distance, and coldly watched the scene in the sky above the bamboo forest. Chu Ji's rage and the panic of the two demonic cultivators were just a smokescreen. Their goal couldn't be clearer. They wanted Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark, to think that the people on his side had let down their guard. This was to lure Gu Fei into attacking them. In fact, Chu Gu and the others had already been secretly accumulating power and waiting. As soon as Gu Fei appeared, they would immediately launch a thunderous attack on Gu Fei. If Gu Fei couldn't even see through such a trick, then there was no need for him to mingle in the world of cultivation. In that case, I will beat them at their own game. Gu Fei sneered in his heart. Then, he quietly slid down the bamboo and stealthily moved towards Chu Gu and the others. The power of the inner space could isolate one's aura. This was how Gu Fei had suddenly disappeared from under the noses of Chu Gu and the others. However, it had to be said that the noses and ears of the barbaric dogs were too sensitive. They were still following closely behind him. Coupled with the giant eagles flying in the sky, it was difficult for Gu Fei to completely shake off the people chasing after him. Most importantly, ever since he had seriously injured Zhao Xuanji, the Sword Soul had extracted 50% of the warrior's qi in his body. This made it difficult for him to launch a surprise attack on Chu Gu and the others in a short period of time. If he had known that it would cause such a big problem, he would have shown his trump card on the ship and killed that guy. At this time, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He didn't know that the guy was Chu Gu, the first son of the demon monarch of Six Paths. After several hours of fleeing, Gu Fei's consumed yuan qi was gradually recovering. Therefore, he thought of using the nameless sword soul in his body. The three giant eagles were only a few hundred feet apart. As long as one of them was attacked, the other two would be able to arrive in an instant. It seemed that they had let down their guard, but in fact, the three of them were more cautious than ever. Could it be that Gu Fei has already left the bamboo forest? After an hour, Chu Gu and the others still hadn't found anything. However, the barbaric dogs and the giant eagles had tracked him into the bamboo forest, so Gu Fei should be nearby. Chu Gu and the others had no doubts about the tracking ability of the barbaric dogs. Moreover, the three giant eagles under their feet had eyes as sharp as lightning. They were best at capturing creatures on the ground, so there was no reason for them to be wrong about the giant eagles. Through cultivation, human sixth senses would become extremely sensitive, and they would obtain all kinds of magical powers. However, compared to the magical powers of some beasts, they were still a little inferior. Of course, if a human's cultivation had reached the divine transcendence realm, they would be able to observe things down to the smallest detail. Everything in the sky and on the ground would be imprinted in their minds, which was something that no beast could compare to. However, Chu Gu, whose cultivation had fallen and even his demon infant had been devoured, had lost all his magical powers. He had to rely on beasts to track Gu Fei, which really made him very depressed. If it was in the past, Chu Gu could have killed a large number of cultivators like Gu Fei with a wave of his hand. Why would he need to go through so much trouble now? Moreover, he had suffered a lot of losses. However, Just when Chu Gu and the others had almost searched the surrounding area and thought that Gu Fei had already escaped, the long-awaited attack appeared. When a giant eagle flew over a clump of bamboo at a low altitude. Bang! With a bang, the dense bamboo leaves suddenly burst open, and a figure rushed out from the bamboo, leaves that filled the sky like a ghost. Roar! Chu Gu and the other demon master roared angrily at the same time, their bodies leaping up from the eagle's back at almost the same time. In an instant, they crossed a distance of more than 100 feet and rushed towards the demon master who was being attacked. However, just as Chu Gu and the other demon master leaped off the eagle's back, a shrill eagle cry sounded. A purple light had already pierced through the giant eagle's body from bottom to top, and directly pierced the right soul of the demon master who was standing on the eagle's back. In the midst of the scream, the demon master who had been nailed to the eagle's back by the purple sword light, his entire right leg suddenly exploded. The giant eagle under his feet was also torn into two by the peerless sword light, and a large amount of stinking hot blood burst out. That demon master had never thought that Gu Fei's attack would be so fierce. Even the giant eagle under his feet was instantly dismembered, and he was already severely injured before he could even take out his magic treasure. Dying. At this time, Chu Gu had already killed his way forward. With a roar, he directly struck out with his strongest killing move. The entire area of space shook, and a vast power shook the void. The destructive ripples of space surged towards the figure who was shrouded in the sky, full of blood. 6 paths of void, shattering the vault of heaven. This was the strongest magical power that Chu Gu could currently use. Even the 2 demon masters were shocked, and they could not care about attacking Gu Fei anymore, and hurriedly dodged. A terrifying power sealed the void, trapping the figure who was bathed in blood. Chapter 279. Chu Ji's demon path divine art was not powerful enough to annihilate the void, but the tearing force produced by the violent vibration of the space was enough to tear Gu Fei to pieces. Although Gu Fei had severely injured a demon master, he had also encountered great danger. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His hair fluttered wildly as he waved the materialized sword soul in his hand, breaking through the layers of destructive fluctuations and rushing out. He landed in the bamboo forest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not dare to stay, and rushed into the dense bamboo forest. At the same time, the sword spirit in his hand disappeared into his body. At this time, the demon master whose right leg had been destroyed by Gu Fei jumped as if he was flying and chased after Gu Fei. The demon master was also very tough. He endured the pain, gritted his teeth, and used a spell to freeze the wound on his right leg, so that the rapid loss of blood would not endanger his body. Although he had lost his right leg, the demon master's cultivation did not seem to be affected much. He only had his left leg left, but he quickly closed in behind Gu Fei. Wind rise. The demon master let out a low shout, and his hands danced in a mysterious trajectory. Suddenly, an extremely fierce gust of wind appeared out of nowhere in the bamboo forest. Amidst the gale were countless transparent wind blades that slashed towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. The nearby bamboos were either cut by the wind blades or uprooted by the gale and swept into the sky. The demon master had been seriously injured by Gu Fei's sneak attack. He had lost his right leg, and his body was also injured. He wanted to cut Gu Fei into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. Feeling the sudden explosion of terrifying energy behind him, and the terrible sound that sounded like countless ghosts breaking through the air, Gu Fei's hair stood on end. Without hesitation, he used the desolation steps and dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. The bamboos in his way were all shattered by his protective aura. Behind him, countless wind blades whistled towards Gu Fei. Under the cover of the wind blades, the bamboo was cut into thousands of pieces and fell to the ground. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps to the extreme, and he quickly passed through the bamboo forest like a phantom. With one step, he disappeared, and in the next moment, he was already 300 to 400 feet away. The countless transparent wind blades that were aimed at Gu Fei all missed. Gu Fei's speed was too fast. Among the practitioners of the same level, no one could beat him. Demon thunder shakes the 9 heavens. A loud shout came from above the bamboo forest. Then, the sound of thunder shook the heavens and the earth. Streaks of black lightning, as thick as a child's arm, tore through the void and bombarded Gu Fei, who was moving rapidly below. A heart-palpitating, destructive aura spread out. The other Devil Master had already caught up to Gu Fei on his giant eagle. As he raised his hands, rumbling sound could be heard. Bolts of black lightning appeared above his hands and bombarded Gu Fei. Boom, boom, boom. Large swathes of the bamboo forest were turned into ashes by the furious lightning. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the entire forest shook. An extremely cold and gloomy aura began to spread out. The black lightning seemed to contain a frighteningly cold aura. Gu Fei, who was quickly traversing through the forest, was in a perilous situation. He constantly dodged the wind blades coming from behind and had to unleash the destructive lightning bolts that fell from the sky. Right now, he didn't have any strength to fight back and was in a passive situation. Using the Sword Soul just now consumed a lot of Yuan Qi. Facing the joint attack of 2 Devil Masters, Gu Fei couldn't resist, so he could only escape. At that moment, Chu Gu, whose magical ability had been broken by Gu Fei, leaped onto the eagle's back with a furious roar and commanded the giant eagle to chase after Gu Fei. Even if Gu Fei was at his peak, it would be difficult for him to resist the joint attack of 3 transcending mortality realm Devil Masters. Escaping was the only choice. This wasn't a coward's action, but a wise one. Gu Fei's extreme speed, 8 steps allowed him to gradually widen the distance between him and the one-legged fellow. However, the 2 fellows in the sky were still hot on his tail. Sky Devil Saber. Chu Ji's aura was like a rainbow. From afar, he shouted and unleashed a demonic blood-colored saber light at Gu Fei. The incomparably sharp blood-colored saber Qi chased after Gu Fei as if it could shatter the void. Everywhere it passed, the trees collapsed and terrifying saber marks were left on the ground. Although Chu Gu didn't have the world's #1 devil saber in hand, the saber Qi he unleashed was as terrifying as a divine weapon. Of course, unless it was the flying sword of an expert swordsman like Zhao Xuanji, this level of saber Qi could no longer cause substantial damage to Gu Fei's strong body. However, when the saber Qi struck his body, Gu Fei was still in unbearable pain. In fact, Chu Gu more or less knew about Gu Fei's background. He knew that this level of attack could not hurt Gu Fei, but his goal was not to hurt Gu Fei, but to slow him down. However, Chu Gu had miscalculated. Gu Fei's speed in the forest did not slow down because of this. As the chase continued, Gu Fei rushed out of the dense bamboo forest and then plunged into an even denser forest. Soon, he had left the one-legged demon master behind. Gu Fei had the initiative in this chase because he was the one running away. He had the final say in which direction and where to run. Therefore, although Chu Gu and the other demon master rode the giant eagle in the air, it was difficult for them to stop Gu Fei. Both of them were very fast. In just a short while, they had chased each other for hundreds of miles. Those barbaric dogs had long been left far behind by Gu Fei. Rumble. Bolts of black lightning struck down at Gu Fei amidst the rumbling of thunder. The Fiend Master who had cast the Black Supreme Demon Thunder was still controlling the lightning and bombarding Gu Fei below. The sound of thunder shook the forest and frightened the animals in the forest into fleeing in all directions. Damn it! Gu Fei was extremely angry. He quickly flashed through the forest to avoid the black lightning that fell from the sky. He could ignore Chu Ji's Sky Demon Saber Qi, but he could not ignore the Supreme Demon Thunder that was filled with a destructive aura. The power of this Demon Thunder was secondary. The most worrying thing was the Supreme Demon Qi contained in the Demon Thunder. The cold Qi emitted by this Demon Qi would slow down the circulation of Gu Fei's Qi and blood. If he was struck by the Thunder, Gu Fei was in danger of being frozen in an instant. As he was avoiding the Yin thunder, Gu Fei suddenly heard the faint sound of water falling from the sky to his left. He quickly changed his direction and rushed in the direction of the sound. Chu Gu and the Demon Master also changed their direction. They rode the giant eagle and chased after Gu Fei. Soon, a river appeared before Gu Fei's eyes. Without a second thought, he dashed downstream. The sound of a waterfall could be heard from the front. At this time, Chu Gu and the other Demon Master, who were standing on the back of the eagle, felt that something was wrong. This guy seemed to want to use the water to escape. In this way, the scent on Gu Fei's body would be washed away by the water. Even the barbaric dogs would not be able to track Gu Fei. "Stop him!" Chu Gu shouted. He then commanded the giant eagle to charge forward like an arrow. The Demon Master, who was standing on the other giant eagle, immediately launched an even more ferocious attack at Chu Gu. Thunder shook the sky. The black lightning seemed to tear apart the heaven and earth, shaking the void. A violent aura of destruction swept out. The place that was struck by the demon thunder was surrounded by a layer of black ice. Gu Fei used his extreme speed of 8 steps. Every step he took was like teleportation. He disappeared in an instant, and the next moment, he was already 300 to 400 feet away. Before the supreme demon thunder hit him, he had already appeared in another place. It was difficult to track his movement, so it was difficult to hit him. Chu Gu drove the giant eagle forward quickly. However, although the giant eagle's flying speed was fast, it was not as fast as Gu Fei's extreme speed of 8 steps. The rumbling sound of water could already be heard in front of him. A layer of water vapor could be seen rising in front of him. Even in the dark night, it was very conspicuous. The cold wind was chilly, and the water vapor was everywhere. A large river seemed to have been suddenly cut in half. The horizon suddenly sank, and a 1,000-foot waterfall surged down. The sound of water was deafening. Gu Fei did not care about anything else. He dodged the black lightning and then rushed out of the waterfall under the unwilling gazes of Chu Gu and the Demon Master. Hearing Chu Ji's furious roar coming from behind him, Gu Fei, who had charged out of the waterfall, felt the water hit his face and a cool feeling spread across his body. Then his entire body began to rapidly fall. At this moment, an eagle's cry suddenly came from above. 2 huge black figures also rushed out of the waterfall. Gu Fei was shocked. Only now did he realize that rushing out of the waterfall and letting his body fly was a stupid move. "Die!" A cold voice came from above. Chu Gu and the other Demon Master attacked mercilessly. Terrifying magical techniques and black lightning bombarded Gu Fei mercilessly. The terrifying power converged into a destructive wave, ready to devour Gu Fei. A great sense of danger surged in his heart. Gu Fei's long hair stood on end. There was no time for him to think as he directly strode forward in the air. Swish, swish, swish. A series of shadows flashed in the void. Gu Fei was like an arrow released from a bow. He rushed down the waterfall. 8 steps, Gu Fei changed his position in the void. He wanted to avoid all the attacks. However, he was not on land. There was no leverage under his feet. Although he could change his position in the void, the distance he could move was limited. Just as Gu Fei was about to fall into the deep pool of the 1,000-foot waterfall, a black lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm struck his body. Plop! With a sound, Gu Fei smashed into the water. In the turbulent river, there was only a small splash. Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the water. Chapter 280. The 1,000-foot waterfall poured down in torrents, like a white chain falling from the 9 heavens. The rumbling of the water was deafening, and the current was rapid. Gu Fei, who had fallen under the waterfall, was instantly swept away by the current. Hazy water vapor enveloped an area of several acres, like a ball of steam rolling and surging. 2 huge black shadows circled in the sky. They were 2 giant eagles. On the back of the giant eagle, Chu Ji's eyes shone brightly, as if he could see through the void and sweep his gaze downward. He did not think that Gu Fei would die after being struck by the supreme in demon thunder. If he was dead, he wanted to see his corpse. If he was alive, he wanted to see him. If he was dead, he wanted to see his corpse. Without seeing Gu Fei's corpse with his own eyes, Chu Ge could not sit still. However, in the dark night, under the waterfall, the surging water made it difficult to find Gu Fei's figure. Just as Chu Ge was about to jump into the waterfall to search for Gu Fei, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly came from the turbulent pool below. Two spots of light suddenly appeared in the pool, quickly approaching the surface of the water. Then, a huge black shadow appeared in the pool below. Boom! With a bang, the entire waterfall exploded, and a huge black shadow rushed out from the water. A terrifying, murderous aura instantly filled the space between the heavens and the earth. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, a huge sharp claw directly grabbed at the giant eagle circling above the waterfall. The giant eagle seemed to be scared silly, and its huge body swayed, almost falling from the sky. Oh no! The sudden change of events caused the demon master on the eagle's back to turn pale. Without thinking, he leaped from the eagle's back and rushed toward the shore. Just as the demon master leaped off the eagle's back, a mournful cry of the eagle rang out. Pong! The giant claw directly smashed the eagle into a mist of blood. The demon master who had leaped off the eagle's back did not manage to escape either. A huge black shadow swept towards him like lightning. The demon master did not even have the time to scream before he followed in the footsteps of the giant eagle. His entire body was struck and turned into a bloody mist. Not only was his physical body instantly shattered, but even the devil core in his body did not have time to fly away. Together with his physical body, it was instantly smashed, and his body and soul were destroyed. Ooh! A gust of wind suddenly rose, and the water vapor above the waterfall surged like a cloud. From time to time, a hazy black figure appeared in the cloud. One could vaguely see a huge meandering body slowly swimming in the clouds. Its shiny black scales were clearly visible. This is Chu Ji's breathing suddenly quickened, as if he was suffocating. He had never imagined that there would be a legendary demonic beast at the bottom of the waterfall pool. Suddenly, a gigantic dragon head passed through the cloud and stared at the man and the eagle on the opposite side. Chu Ge could feel that the giant eagle under his feet was trembling. The giant eagle was afraid. It was afraid of the terrifying demonic beast above the waterfall. It was a flood dragon. The aura of the flood dragon made the giant eagle extremely frightened. It could no longer fly normally and was about to fall from the sky, as if it could fall from the sky at any time. The head of the flood dragon, with two forked dragon horns, was extremely ferocious. A pair of ferocious eyes flashed with a frightening light as it glanced at Chu Ge, as if it could attack Chu Ge at any time. This insignificant human actually dared to break into its territory. This flood dragon was obviously very angry. Therefore, as soon as it appeared, it killed the giant eagle and the demon master on the back of the giant eagle with lightning speed. A demonic beast of the Imperial Void Realm. Chu Ji's expression changed. This is going to be troublesome. He never thought that he would encounter a demonic beast of the Imperial Void Realm here. A demonic beast of this level could fly in the air and had already unlocked its spiritual wisdom. Its intelligence was no less than that of a human. Run! Without any hesitation, Chu Ge leaped from the back of the eagle with lightning speed and rushed towards the forest on the shore. He had no choice but to escape. A demonic beast of the Imperial Void Realm, and a flood dragon at that. If he did not escape, there would only be one outcome, and that was death. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from behind Chu Ge. The rolling sound waves shook his ears and made his ears buzz. He only felt that the world was spinning and his blood and chi were tumbling. The rumbling sound of wind and thunder followed. A huge danger was surging towards Chu Ge from behind. Without looking, he knew that the flood dragon behind him had made a move. The shrill cry of the eagle rang in the night. It was so ear-piercing. The flood dragon directly killed the giant eagle on Chu Ji's back. In an instant, it caught up with Gu Fei. The giant dragon claw that was emitting a frightening black light directly clawed at Chu Ji's head. Demonic beasts of the Imperial Void Realm were really too powerful. With their powerful, fleshly bodies, tyrannical strength, and terrifying divine abilities, even human cultivators of the Imperial Void Realm would have a headache if they were to encounter such terrifying demonic beasts. If Chu Ge was still at the peak of the Imperial Void Realm, he could still fight with his flood dragon. But now, Chu Ji's cultivation had fallen to the transcending mortality realm. He was completely not a match for the flood dragon. Seeing that Chu Ge was about to be smashed into a blood mist by the flood dragon's claw, a layer of demonic blood light suddenly gushed out from his body. At the moment when his body was about to be smashed by the dragon's claw, he suddenly disappeared into thin air. No, it shouldn't be that he disappeared into thin air. It was because Chu Ji's speed had suddenly increased to an unimaginable level. It was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. That was why there was an illusion that he disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Chu Ji's figure that was shrouded in bloodlight appeared 100 feet away. It could be said that his speed was godly, much faster than Gu Fei's 8 steps extreme speed. Roar! Seeing that Chu Ge actually escaped from its claw, the flood dragon couldn't help but be furious. It roared at Chu Ge and rode on the clouds, turning into a black lightning as it chased after Chu Ge. Chu Ge hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood essence. That mouthful of blood essence instantly enveloped Chu Ge. Then, as if it was burning, it burst out with a dazzling demonic blood light. He used the demonic blood flight escape technique to turn into a blood light and instantly disappeared into the distance. The speed was so fast that it was simply unimaginable. The flood dragon knew that it couldn't catch up to him. It roared continuously in the air, scaring the birds and beasts in the surrounding area and causing them to flee in all directions. The forest was suddenly in chaos. After a while, the flood dragon retreated back into the deep pool of the waterfall. Hundreds of miles away, Chu Ge stopped in a valley with a pale face. Using the demonic blood flight escape technique had greatly injured Chu Ji's vitality. It was as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out, causing him to feel like he was about to collapse. In this world, there was no such thing as a free harvest. If Chu Ge wanted to escape from the flood dragon's claws, he had to use his own blood essence to activate the demonic blood flight escape technique. He had no other choice. Chu Ge only felt a sharp pain throughout his body. His skin and flesh were once again covered in bloody scars. The violent energy in his body seemed to show signs of flaring up again. The power of the demonic god's blood had already been mostly refined by him, but it still hadn't completely fused with his own blood essence. This was like burying a lightning bolt in his body that could explode at any time. As long as he didn't completely refine the demonic god's blood, the power of the demonic god's blood would still be a hidden danger in his body that could endanger his life. It seems that I have no choice but to go into seclusion. Chu Ge was very clear that it was time to deal with the situation in his body. But that Gu Fei, I should ask that person to take action. Thinking of this, Chu Ge stretched out his right hand, and a black token immediately appeared in his palm. It was an ancient token with some ancient patterns engraved on it. A layer of hazy black gas lingered around the token. Then, a ray of light shot out from between Chu Ji's eyebrows and into the token. Go! Chu Ge waved his hand, and the token turned into a faint black light that shot into the sky. It flew towards the southeast and disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, Chu Ge walked out of the valley and headed towards his own place of cultivation. The demonic palace of the Six Paths 10,000-mile communication talisman was not inferior to the Dao Sect's fire talisman and flying sword messenger. The dim black light flew rapidly in the sky, covering thousands of miles in an instant. Thousands of miles to the southeast, there was a small town. In a courtyard in the town, there was a pavilion by the lake. There were a few people drinking and chatting merrily. Suddenly, one of the youths seemed to have sensed something. He put down his wine cup and walked out of the pavilion. The others in the pavilion were surprised and followed him out of the pavilion. At this moment, the youth looked at the sky and waved his hand. Immediately, a dim black light appeared in the dusky sky and flew towards the direction of the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, it landed in the youth's hand and floated above his palm. A simple and unadorned token appeared in the youth's palm. This youth was dressed in white and had a smile on his face. He had a graceful demeanor and looked like a young master. However, this youth's eyebrows were a little different from the others. They were two red eyebrows. "Second young master, this is—" a youth in purple behind the youth asked in surprise. The others also had a look of surprise on their faces. It was obvious that these people knew what the token floating above the youth's palm was. He actually used the 10,000-mile messenger to send a message to the palace. Is he really in big trouble? The youth with red eyebrows smiled, and then directly probed into the token with his divine thought. The youth quickly withdrew his divine thought. His expression changed several times. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he murmured to himself, "Who is Gu Fei? Why does he want that person to go and kill him? Who is Gu Fei? I've never heard of him. Do you know this person? Is he a new master?" The people behind the youth whispered to each other, but no one knew who Gu Fei was. The youth with red eyebrows knew very well that if the people behind him did not know who Gu Fei was, then no one in the entire northern demon region would know who Gu Fei was. The youth with red eyebrows looked at the token that was surrounded by black gas and frowned. Then, with a wave of his hand, the token immediately turned into a ray of black light and shot into the sky. In an instant, it disappeared into the southeast horizon. Not long after, a demonic shadow rushed out of the 6 demon palaces and rode a demonic cloud towards the northwest. Chapter 281. Something interesting is going to happen in the Lost Forest. Are you guys interested in watching the show? In the courtyard of the small town, the youth with red eyebrows smiled as he turned around and said to the young men in luxurious clothes, "Something interesting?" The young man in purple rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "If it's related to your big brother, I think we should forget about it." "Yes, second young master, we haven't had our fill yet. We won't go home until we're drunk tonight." The other young men called the youth with red eyebrows and walked into the pavilion. Although the scarlet-browed youth was still smiling as if nothing had happened, an imperceptible cold light flashed across his eyes. Then he walked into the pavilion and continued to drink with the other youths, chatting cheerfully and wittily. Before Gu Fei fell into the water, he was struck by the demon master on the eagle's back with the supreme demon lightning. The powerful power of the lightning caused his entire body to be numb. Then, the destructive black current flowed through his body, making him feel as if his entire body was being torn apart. At this moment, his powerful physical body fully displayed its advantage. Even though he was attacked by the extremely violent lightning, Gu Fei still maintained his consciousness and his limbs did not become stiff. He felt himself floating and sinking in the water, tossing and turning as he was washed down by the rapid current. What really made Gu Fei feel danger was not the violent lightning, but the supreme demon chi contained in the supreme demon lightning. This extremely cold demon chi invaded Gu Fei's body along with the lightning, passing through his muscles, bones, blood, and meridians, destroying Gu Fei's physical body. It almost froze the blood and chi in his body, turning him into a cold corpse. Fortunately, Gu Fei's physical body had been tempered thousands of times. His blood, flesh, tendons, and bones had been continuously refined and smelted with a large amount of yuan qi. Under the stimulation of the supreme demon qi, Gu Fei's tendons, bones, and flesh continuously shook, releasing waves of pure yuan qi to resist the demon qi. Gu Fei didn't know how long he had been floating in the water for, but with his cultivation at the third sky of the Ascended Realm, he could stay underwater for a long time without any problems. When a mouthful of turbid water was stuck in his chest, Gu Fei climbed out of the river and carefully walked into the dense forest by the river. He tried his best not to leave any traces behind as he passed by. After walking in the forest for about an hour, Gu Fei was already far away from the river. However, at this time, The yin qi emitted by the Taiyin devil qi in his body became stronger and stronger. Gu Fei realized that the yuan qi in his body seemed to be unable to suppress the sinister power. His limbs gradually became stiff. This was not a good sign. If he did not find a place to expel the extreme yin devil qi from his body, he would be in danger of freezing. Such powerful demonic energy. Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly surprised. For a moment, he could not find an absolutely safe place to circulate his mysterious qi and expel the cold energy from his body. He carefully walked through the forest. Finally, he walked into the depths of the forest and easily killed a powerful beast. Then, he directly sat down against a large tree where the beast was entrenched. The place where the beast appeared had the aura of the beast. Other beasts did not dare to enter the territory of the beast. Therefore, other than those who were chasing after him, this was the safest place. Gu Fei circulated his mysterious qi and triggered the yuan qi in his body. Black qi gradually appeared on the surface of his body, and his body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of hazy and dark mist. At the same time, the essence of heaven and earth continuously gathered. The spiritual energy in the forest was dense, and there was a faint glow in between. The Taiyin devil qi that Gu Fei had forced out of his body was gradually dispersed by the gathered energy. Gu Fei was very clear that he was not out of danger. Now, his first task was to recover as soon as possible and then deal with the pursuit of the people of the Devil Dao. He circulated his martial arts and used the 5 elements yuan qi in his body as a guide to communicate with the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. He guided the essence of the sun and moon and the essence of the wood into his body and began to expel the extreme yin devil qi from his body. As time passed, the aura in Gu Fei's body gradually began to flourish. The essence that gathered from all directions entered Gu Fei's body, and the traces of demonic energy were constantly forced out. On the road of martial arts, after the cultivation was successful, one could also use the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. This was the so-called divine skill of the body, communicating with the inside and outside of the world, complementing each other. Unknowingly, a layer of ice appeared on Gu Fei's body. As time passed, the ice on Gu Fei's body became thicker and thicker. Finally, his whole body was sealed in ice. The forest was filled with cold air. A strange gray fog with a hint of darkness gradually spread out with the ice as the center, causing the forest to seem like a miasma. Time always passed unknowingly. At noon, the sun was in the middle of the sky. However, the sun in the sky, no matter how you looked at it, was a little different from other places. It was blurry and unreal, as if there was a layer of something blocking it. The sun in the sky gave people a feeling that it was half covered by a peepa. The most common scene of the sun shining on the earth was absolutely rare in the extreme North Demon region. The sunlight seemed to be unable to shine directly down. No one could analyze this phenomenon. The extreme North Demon region was located in the extreme north of the Tonglong continent. Although the climate was harsh, some places were not bitterly cold. The Lost Forest was a wild forest with a circumference of thousands of miles. This forest was close to the Fallen God Sea. The climate here was not the same as other places in the extreme North Demon region, which were all bitterly cold. It was not cold here. On the contrary, it was a little hot. In the extreme North Demon region, there were few places that were not covered by the bitter cold. In the dense forest, no one knew how many ferocious beasts, and monstrous beasts lived. But what was certain was that in the Lost Forest, danger lurked everywhere. People who walked in, if they were not careful, they would never come out. This was a dangerous place. Of course, compared to the other dangerous places in the extreme North Demon region, the Lost Forest was already a relatively safe place. As long as they did not go deep into the forest, most people could walk out of this forest alive. Because it was the only forest area in the extreme North Demon region, there were countless birds and beasts living in it. At the same time, there were all kinds of spiritual plants growing. There were countless cultivation resources that cultivators needed. Therefore, some low-level demonic cultivators often formed hunting teams and ventured into the lost forest to hunt ferocious beasts. Then, they used the beast skins and the beast crystals condensed from the ferocious beasts to exchange for the cultivation resources they needed. The cultivation environment in the extreme North Demon region was very harsh. Everywhere was cold and barren, and there was a lack of cultivation resources. This was especially true for those rogue cultivators who did not rely on any of the major demonic cultivators. If they wanted to obtain the cultivation resources they needed, they would have to obtain them themselves or exchange them with others. In this hot and stuffy noon, there was a group of people carefully walking through the forest. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man who carried a large axe on his shoulder. The strong man was 9 feet tall, and he wore an old yellowish-brown leather armor. He had a full beard that was like a halberd, and his entire person looked extremely fierce like a lion. Behind the middle-aged man, there were 4 people. One was a short old man. One was a long-haired beauty wearing black leather armor. One was a skinny young man, and the last one was a handsome young man wearing green clothes with a sword in his arms. This was a very strange team, no matter how one looked at it. It was a strange combination. With just a glance, one could tell that these 5 people were people who had temporarily come together because of something. The beautiful woman, the old man, the strong man, the young man, the old man, the middle-aged man, and the young man, 3 different generations of people, were all gathered together. The strong man with the beard opened the way in front. When he encountered any debris that blocked the way, he would sweep it away with his axe, and it would be cleared in an instant. After they passed through a bush, they stopped under a big tree at the bottom of a hill. "Boss Tai, how long until we enter the range of activity of the red flame beast?" The thin youth asked the strong man with the beard, and then he took off the water bag on his waist and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. In this hot and stuffy lost forest, water was an essential thing. When the others heard this, they all looked at the strong man with the beard. The strong man with the beard threw the black iron axe on his shoulder to the ground and sat down. The strong man with the beard looked at the thin youth and said unhurriedly, "What's the hurry? If it goes smoothly, we can go back tomorrow." "Oomph. The red flame beast is not so easy to kill." The handsome youth with the sword in his arms said with some disdain, and there was some arrogance in his expression. The character of people who cultivated the sword seemed to be a little arrogant and unsociable, giving people a cold and unapproachable feeling. The strong man with the beard smiled non-committally and didn't say anything else. The atmosphere between these people was a little stiff. As for the small old man and the long-haired girl, they just looked at all of this with cold eyes, as if it had nothing to do with them. It wasn't hard to see that these people seemed to be united, but they were divided at heart. They were not united, and this was not a good sign. The strong man with the beard and the others began to take out their dry rations, and with the clear water in the water bag, they began to eat and drink. Walking in the forest, maintaining one's physical strength was the most important, even for cultivators who were much stronger than ordinary people. At this time, no one noticed that in the dense foliage above their heads, there was a black shadow silently moving downwards. Chi! Without any warning, the sound of something breaking through the air sounded above their heads. Then, the people who were eating under the tree didn't even have time to react, and a white thing instantly wrapped around the waist of the strong man with the beard, Boss Tai. In the next moment, Boss Tai's huge body was actually pulled upwards, and the area around his waist that was wrapped by the white thread was sizzling with white smoke. This sudden change caused everyone to be shocked. The other 4 people quickly scattered with a schwa sound. The long-haired girl raised her hand. So. With 2 sounds, 2 black lights shot out. One of the black lights instantly cut through the white thread that wrapped around Boss Tai, and the other shot into the dense foliage of the tree. Chapter 282. The skinny young man walked forward with a folding fan in his hand. With a wave of his folding fan, he fanned the strange mist in front of him. A strong gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, sweeping towards the forest ahead. The strange mist shrouding the forest ahead was immediately dispersed by the strong gust of wind. The scene that appeared in front of everyone left them dumbfounded. In the forest ahead, a fiery red exotic beast was lying in the forest. Ice shards hung on its flame-like fur, and behind the exotic beast was a huge block of ice. The most unbelievable thing was that through the thick block of ice, they could clearly see a person sitting cross-legged in it. Chapter 283. The red flame beast's corpse was actually lying in the middle of the forest. This already made Boss Tai and the others inexplicably shocked. But when they saw the frozen figure not far from the red flame beast, all of them could not think, as if they had turned into a statue, standing there, motionless. The reason why Boss Tai and the others entered the Lost Wild Forest was to hunt the red flame beast, and someone had given them a generous reward to release this task. If they could successfully complete this task, then each of them would be able to get the reward they wanted, and in the next few years, they could find a place to cultivate and no longer have to worry about their cultivation expenses. In the Northern Devil region, the cultivation resources were in the hands of the Devil Path's major forces, and those Devil Path cultivators who were at the bottom of the hierarchy had to run around for cultivation resources. Therefore, those Devil Path cultivators with low cultivation bases in the Northern Devil region, there were only two ways out. One was to rely on the major forces, and the other was to have a large number of cultivation resources. Magical weapons, medicinal pills, and even cultivation methods, as long as they could afford it or use satisfactory things to exchange, they could obtain them. Boss Tai and the others did not think that this would be the result. The incomparably fierce red flame beast that could spit out flames was already killed before they arrived. Even if they used their toes to think, they knew that this red flame beast must have been killed by the person in the ice. Moreover, it seemed to be a fatal blow. Although Boss Tai was tall and sturdy, like a big guy with well-developed limbs and a simple mind, but this was only his appearance. In fact, he was not only a master, but also a good hunter. There were no obvious traces of fighting in the forest, and there were not many bloodstains on the ground. Judging from these signs, they came to a conclusion that made Boss Tai's heart palpitate with fear. That is, in front of this person, this terrible red flame beast did not even have the strength to fight back, and was killed on the spot by this person. After a while, the little old man was the first to sober up from the horror, and all around, the scattered grayish-black fog showed signs of gathering again. That monster seemed to contain a gloomy, cold chi, and in the front of the forest, one could see water droplets condensed into ice and the white frost on the dead leaves. It was like a world of ice and snow. One had to know that the atmosphere in the lost, desolate forest was different from other places in the extreme northern Devil region. The climate was hot and rainy, but there was absolutely no ice and snow. It was obvious that the person in the ice block was cultivating a strange technique, a demonic technique of extreme and extreme cold. The cold aura that emanated from his body not only sealed him in ice, but also caused the temperature of the forest around him to plummet, resulting in the current situation. What do we do now? The little old man deliberately lowered his voice as he asked Big Brother Tai beside him, as if he was afraid that the person in the ice would hear his words. The corpse of the red flame beast was right in front of him. No one was willing to do so. However, no one knew what the consequences would be if the person in the ice block was alarmed. Originally, it was already a huge taboo in the cultivation world for them to barge into someone else's cultivation ground. They should have retreated, but if they were to take away the prey that had been killed by someone else, they would have completely offended that person. The person who was able to kill the red flame beast, if he were to make a move on them, their ending would definitely not be any better than the red flame beast. Big Brother Tai did not say anything, and the others also did not say anything. Retreat, or there were only two choices in front of everyone. If they chose the former, it would be relatively safer. If they chose the latter, no one would know what would happen. Hurry up and decide. The little old man was anxious as he urged. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them, because no one knew when the person in the ice block would wake up. Cold sweat seeped out of Big Brother Tai's forehead and then rolled down his face. The red flame beast was right in front of them, but in the end, Big Brother Tai clenched his teeth. If he had to die, then so be it. He signaled the skinny young man to wave his fan to disperse the strange grayish-brown fog in front of them. At this time, everyone already knew Big Brother Ty's decision. The skinny young man immediately took action. He gently waved the folding fan in his hand, and the grayish-brown mist that gradually gathered in front of him was immediately dispersed by a cool breeze. It was as if there was an invisible big hand gently pushing away the strange mist. The skinny young man's move was very gentle, unlike before, when he released a strong wind with a wave of his hand. Now, he was afraid of disturbing the person in the ice block in front of him. Big Brother Ty, the long-haired woman, the little old man, and the young man holding the sword immediately walked forward and grabbed the red flame beast's forelimbs. Together, they lifted up the 5 to 6 meter long strange beast. Their movements were very light, almost not making any sound. However, just as they lifted the red flame beast and were about to leave, Pala, a light sound came from behind them. This was only a light sound, not much louder than the sound they made when they stepped on a thick layer of dead leaves. However, it was this light sound that made everyone's movement stop. The bodies of Big Brother Ty and the others seemed to suddenly stiffen. Their lifted feet hung in the air, not daring to move, not even daring to breathe. Hala! Another strange sound came from behind them. Listening to it in the ears of the 5 people, it was even more frightening than the screams of evil spirits. Even more frightening. The pores on the bodies of Big Brother Ty and the others all exploded. Their whole body was cold from head to toe, as if they had suddenly fallen into an extremely cold ice cave. They were nervous to the extreme, cold sweat dripping down, and their hearts thumping. Did the person behind them wake up? No one dared to turn around to look, and no one dared to move. They just carried the red flame beast, standing in the middle of the forest like a fossil. The sound of the ice block cracking sounded one after another. Every time it sounded, the hearts of Big Brother Ty and the others fiercely jumped. Finally, a strange sound came from behind them, and then a gust of extremely gloomy, cold wind blew from behind them. The expressions of Boss Ty and the others immediately changed greatly. The extremely cold wind that blew from behind them almost froze them, causing them to be extremely frightened. They only heard an E sound behind them. Then they saw a figure flash in front of them, and a young man dressed in white stood in front of them. This appearance, if it wasn't the person in the ice block, who else could it be? Who are you people? Why did you appear here? The white-clothed young man said indifferently. His cold eyes, like cold electricity, quickly swept over Big Brother Ty and the others. The white-clothed young man who broke out of the ice was Gu Fei. We are bounty hunters. Next month is the 500th birthday of the Red Moon City Lord's father. Someone hired us to kill a red flame beast for the birthday celebration. Big Brother Ty was very straightforward, directly revealing his identity and the purpose of entering the Lost Forest. Red Moon City, Red Flame Beast. Gu Fei frowned as he looked at the ferocious beast he had killed being carried by these people. 500th birthday. The father of the Scarlet Moon City Lord Sure has lived a long life. Gu Fei muttered to himself. These 5 people's cultivation was only at the self-awakening realm. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was the bearded man who answered. With the strength of these 5 people, to kill this red flame beast seemed to be a bit difficult. With a glance, Gu Fei already saw through the cultivation and strength of Big Brother Ty and the others. The red flame beast was a strange beast that was between a fierce beast and a fierce beast. For a self-awakening realm cultivator, if they wanted to kill it, there would be a certain amount of risk. And, all of a sudden, Gu Fei's gaze landed on that short old man. This man seems like... Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the short old man, like a cold star, bursting out rays of light. Just as Gu Fei's eyes lit up, the short old man moved. He really was as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. The short old man left an afterimage on the spot and quickly floated backwards like a cloud of smoke. What a fast speed! However, in Gu Fei's eyes, this speed was nothing. With a wave of his hand, a palm of light shot out and instantly arrived before him. Bam! The short old man, who was about to charge into the dense forest, exploded into a mist of blood. The short old man didn't even have the chance to scream before he died under Gu Fei's palm. Then, Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a bead that emitted a grayish light flew toward him and landed in his hand. This bead emitted a weak soul fluctuation. Without a doubt, this bead must be the devil core that was condensed from the short old man's body. A devil master at the first sky of the ascended realm? Oof. Even I almost misjudged him. Gu Fei laughed coldly. At the same time, his right hand that was holding the devil core issued a pong sound and emitted a bright golden light. Gu Fei used the power of metal to erase the remnant soul that was attached to the devil core. The short old man's soul was instantly destroyed, and he completely disappeared from this world. Gu Fei's ruthless methods caused Boss Tai and the others to be inconsolable. They had never imagined that the little old man was actually a devil master expert who had concealed his strength. All right, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. I want to know where this place is. Gu Fei said coldly as he played with the light gray devil core that no longer emitted any soul fluctuation. My lord, this is the lost, desolate forest. It is the only forest in the demon area. This time, the skinny youth rushed to answer before Boss Tai. Boss Tai and the others couldn't help but feel a little strange. This devil master killed the short old man with just a wave of his hand. How could such a person not know about the lost, desolate forest? Very good. Which one of you has a map? It would be best if it is a map of the extreme northern demon region. If you do, I will use this thing in my hand to exchange for it. Gu Fei looked at the four of them with a playful expression as he spoke with a faint smile. My lord, you're really going to use that thing to exchange for it. Boss Tai's eyes widened to the size of a bell. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a trembling voice. The others' expressions weren't much better than Boss Tai's. Could it be that you have a map? Gu Fei was a little surprised. He was just casually saying it. If they wanted to leave the northern demon area and return to the central plains, the easiest way was to find a map of the northern demon area. Yes. Boss Tai quickly took out a piece of jade and nervously handed it over to Gu Fei. The others looked at Boss Tai with incomparable jealousy. A map for a devil core. This was something that they couldn't even dream of, but it happened. Chapter 284. Gu Fei took the jade slip and sent his divine sense into it. Very quickly, he retracted his divine sense. The thing inside the jade slip was exactly what he needed. This thing is yours, said Yongling. Gu Fei put away the jade slip and casually threw the bead that was emitting a misty gray light to Boss Tai. Boss Tai was immediately overjoyed. At this time, he was still holding onto one of the red flame beast's thighs. He immediately let go and caught the bead with trembling hands. The other two people threw the red flame beast's corpse to the side when Boss Tai let go. Gu Fei got what he wanted. He no longer paid attention to these people and directly walked out. Very quickly, his figure disappeared into the bushes. He left just like that? No one could believe their eyes. After a long while, Boss Tai came back to his senses. He carefully brought the gray bead in his hand to his eyes and looked at it again and again. We're rich this time. Boss Tai's face revealed a stupid expression. He stared with a pair of eyes that were the size of bells. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see every line on the devil core. His saliva was about to drip onto the ground. The devil core faintly emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. There was no doubt about it. Most importantly, the strand of primordial spirit of the little old man that was attached to the devil core had already been erased by the youth. This devil core was equivalent to an ownerless treasure. As long as the power contained within could be drawn out, the benefits would be unimaginable. Boss Tai's cultivation had already reached the bottleneck of the ninth heaven. If he could successfully devour the power within the devil core, breaking through his current cultivation bottleneck would not be a difficult task. However, he seemed to have forgotten that his three companions were also extremely envious of the thing in his hand. The long-haired woman, the skinny young man with a folding fan, and the green-clothed swordsman with a treasured sword. When everyone looked at the gray bead in Boss Tai's hand, their eyes revealed a fanatical light. Devil core. Moreover, It was an ownerless devil core. Everyone wanted it because this was a treasure trove of power. As long as they could open this treasure trove, they would be able to easily obtain great power. The skinny youth couldn't hold it in any longer. He was the first to wave the folding fan in his hand towards Old Tai. The moment he moved, the long-haired woman and the green-robed swordsman also moved toward Old Tai. "You? What do you want?" Boss Tai felt that the atmosphere was not right and immediately put away the devil core in his hand. Holding onto the black iron axe, he stared at the three people who were rushing over and said in a deep voice, "After a transcending mortality realm demon master was killed, the demon core left behind was incomparably precious to a demon Dao, cultivator of the self-awakening realm. Swallowing this demon core, they might be able to reach the heavens in a single step and become a demon master expert. An ownerless demon core that had its divine sense erased to a demonic Dao cultivator in the self-awakening state. It was an incomparably strong temptation. No one could resist such a temptation. These people had long forgotten about the mission, the red flame beast, and the rewards. At this time, they only had eyes for the devil core. In the face of huge benefits, the dark side of human nature would be stimulated and lured out. Then under the drive, it would expand infinitely. "Boss Tai, do you really not know what we want to do?" The corners of the skinny young man's mouth slightly rose, revealing an evil smile. The mysterious runes on the folding fan in his hand began to light up. Wong, wong, wong. The sword in the green-robed swordsman's hand also began to tremble in the scabbard, releasing waves of crisp sword cries, as if it could shoot out from the scabbard at any time and turn into a sharp sword light. The long-haired woman stared at Boss Tai, her hands already hooked onto two crescent blades that were suffused with a faint blue brilliance. Boss Tai felt danger. He knew that these guys had already made up their minds to kill him. It was all because of the devil core. Could it be that all of this was already within the youth's expectations? A devil core was exchanged for a map, but it also left behind a seed of disaster. Whoever had the devil core would become the common enemy of the other three. They wished that they could cut Boss Tai into 8 pieces and then snatch the devil core into their hands. Killing each other. In order to obtain cultivation resources, they did not hesitate to leave the northern demon region with their companions. This kind of thing could not be more common. In this world, where only the strong were respected, obtaining great strength was the most important thing. Only with great strength would one not become someone else's cannon fodder. Only then would one not become a strand of soul under the hands of the strong. Without any suspense, a great battle suddenly erupted. However, Boss Tai was fighting 1 against 3 and was at an absolute disadvantage. He wasn't a match for those 3 at all. Very quickly, he was injured and fled, while the other 3 chased after him. There was nothing much to say. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. The people of the demon path believed that the strong were respected. If they couldn't win, then running away was not a shameful act. No one looked at the flaming red corpse of the strange beast that was tossed to the side. They had completely forgotten the reason why they entered the Lost Forest. Outside the forest, Gu Fei heard the sounds of fighting and shouting coming from behind him. He smiled and was about to leave when suddenly, as if he had sensed something, he turned around and looked towards the horizon. He could vaguely see a black dot on the horizon. This black that was moving towards him. Gu Fei's complexion immediately changed. He turned around and dove into the forest. A loud and clear eagle cry came from the horizon. The black dot rapidly grew larger, revealing itself to be a giant black eagle. Its black feathers were faintly suffused with a layer of black light as it rapidly approached the forest. When that giant black eagle flew over the forest, Gu Fei was already 20 to 30 miles away. He wasn't aimlessly moving forward. He was heading towards Hongyu City. Boss Tai's Jade Slip map clearly indicated the topography of the northern demon region, the danger zones that couldn't be set foot in, the towns and cities where humans lived. Of course, there was also something that Gu Fei desperately wanted to know, the path to leave the northern demon region. Hongyu City was one of the 9 ancient giant cities in the northern demon region. No one knew who built these 9 giant cities in the demon region, nor did anyone know the origins of these 9 giant cities. They were ancient and had experienced the vicissitudes of time. They still stood tall after countless years. It was as if they had already stood on the earth since the beginning of the world. In the northern Demon region, more than 90% of the humans lived in these 9 ancient cities. Of course, the residents of the cities were mostly ordinary people. Gu Fei wasn't going to congratulate the father of Hongyu City Lord for his 500th birthday. The reason why he decided to go to Hongyu City was because it was a path that Gu Fei had to pass through. After expelling the great Yin devil Qi that had invaded his body, Gu Fei's Yuan Qi had recovered. However, he knew that he had not completely shaken off the tail behind him. No one could compare to Gu Fei, who had grown up in the mountains, in terms of experience in the forest. He could do it without leaving any traces behind. However, it had to be said that the barbarian dogs raised by the demonic sects weren't just for decoration. These barbarian dogs were definitely natural beasts that track people. No matter how careful Gu Fei was, the barbarian dogs were still able to detect his tracks. The people from the 6 Demonic Paths Palace chased after him from afar. Gu Fei tried all sorts of methods, but it seemed like he couldn't shake off the pursuers. However, Gu Fei's methods weren't completely useless. At the very least, they slowed down the pursuer's speed. After walking through the forest for about 300 li, Gu Fei finally exited the lost, desolate forest. Once he exited the lost, desolate forest, the vegetation around him became sparse. After leaving the lost, desolate forest and walking for about 10 kilometers, Gu Fei realized that the vegetation around him was decreasing. Tall trees were already very rare. All he could see were some short shrubs. Everywhere he looked, he could see withered weeds and the hard, dark brown soil under his feet. The soil seemed to have been soaked in countless amounts of blood, like dried bloodstains. After walking for about 30 to 40 kilometers, he couldn't see a single decent tree. Even the short shrubs had begun to sparse. Not only that, Gu Fei also realized that the temperature around him was getting colder and colder after he walked out of the lost, desolate forest. At this time, he could already feel the cold wind blowing. After leaving the lost, desolate forest, there was actually a barren land in front of him. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. If he walked in such an open area, it would be very easy for the pursuers behind him to catch up to him. Gu Fei didn't hesitate any longer. He took large strides and rushed forward. A 5-colored radiance came out of his body and blocked the cold air. It was as if he had turned into a 5-colored rainbow that cut through the dark brown ground. 8 steps of extreme speed allowed Gu Fei to run as if he was flying, and in an instant, he was already far away. After half an hour of running on the dark brown ground, Gu Fei estimated that he had already run 300 to 400 kilometers. Then, Gu Fei soon discovered a town standing on the horizon in front of him. He knew that this was not the Crimson Moon City marked on the map, but a small town, a transit station for entering and exiting the lost, desolate forest. Those who went to the lost, desolate forest, or those who came out of the lost, desolate forest, would rest in this small town for a while before continuing on their journey. Soon, Gu Fei arrived outside the town. This was a small town built with black stones and dark brown mud bricks. When Gu Fei appeared outside the town, the 2 barbarian dogs lying on the archway outside the town's entrance raised their ferocious heads and glared fiercely at Gu Fei. At this time, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded in the town. The 2 barbarian dogs immediately stood up from the archway and ran into the town. There's a town. Gu Fei looked at the 3 words on the archway and couldn't help but smile. The name of this town was really special. It seemed that within a radius of several hundred kilometers, there really was only one town. Chapter 285. The sun was setting in the west. Of course, in the northern Devil Domain, one could not see the sunset. The sun only showed a rough outline on the western horizon. Gu Fei walked into there's a town. He saw that the houses on both sides of the road were very simple. However, there were all kinds of shops. Gu Fei even saw a weapon shop. The weapons of cultivators were, of course, different. They were weapons that contained magical power fluctuations. They were suitable for those low-level devil cultivators in the self-awakening realm. High-level cultivators had their own magic weapons, but they did not look at these weapons that were only slightly more powerful than ordinary weapons. There were not many people walking on the street. Those people saw a stranger appear in the town, but they did not seem to find it strange, nor did they have any surprised expressions. On the western horizon, a burning cloud reflected the world red, like a red-hot iron. The town seemed to be covered with a thin layer of red gauze. Gu Fei came to the only inn in the town. Here, there were more people. Gu Fei noticed that the people coming in and out of the inn were all wearing leather armor and carrying weapons. They were fully armed. These low-level devil, Dao, cultivators all wanted to go to the lost, desolate forest to try their luck. If their luck was good, they might be able to hunt a rare, strange beast or pick a heaven-earth spirit herb, which would be enough to cover their expenses for several years. Gu Fei did not enter the inn. He knew that soon, those trackers behind him would follow his tracks and come to this town. He did not want to stay in this town. Gu Fei directly passed through the town. However, just as Gu Fei was about to walk out of the town, two figures suddenly appeared on the street in front of him and rushed towards him. Gu Fei was suddenly startled. He could not help but feel a little surprised. In an instant, he felt a strong hostility from the two people who suddenly appeared in front of him. Two devil masters. When Gu Fei felt the strong aura from the other party, Gu Fei's pupils immediately shrank. He stopped in his tracks. The people chasing after him would definitely not be able to catch up to him in time, because they would not be able to tell which direction he was heading in. In that case, there was only one explanation, and that was that those people had already sent out a message and used the manpower within a 1,000-mile radius to cast an invisible net to deal with him. Gu Fei was like a fish that had escaped the net, and now he had crashed into the enemy's big net. The two devil masters who were approaching Gu Fei stopped 3 zhang away from Gu Fei and stared coldly at Gu Fei. The streets of a small town were quite wide. Gu Fei and the two demon masters in front of him stood opposite each other. Both of them had serious expressions on their faces, neither daring to underestimate the other. "You are Gu Fei?" One of the yellow-haired middle-aged men said coldly, and he didn't conceal the dense, killing intent in his tone. "Humph, you are that Chu Ji's lackeys?" Gu Fei asked with a cold smile. They had skills, but they were willing to be someone else's lackeys. Gu Fei was very disdainful of these two fellows who blocked his way. When the two demon masters heard this, they immediately flew into a rage and shouted together, "How dare you? Is the name of our young master something that people like you can call out?" "I called him out, so what?" Gu Fei directly looked down on the two fellows in front of him. "Then you could go to hell." The furious yellow-haired, middle-aged man shouted and directly attacked Gu Fei. As he waved his hands, a deathly gray demonic light immediately appeared from his hands and slashed at Gu Fei. A terrifying and gloomy aura of death immediately filled the air. This was the death light blade that emitted a dense aura of death. Without saying anything else, the other Devil Master also made his move. A vast amount of magic power surged out of his body. A stone shrouded in black chi flew out of his body and smashed towards Gu Fei. When the black stone flew out, it was only the size of a fist, but when it smashed towards Gu Fei, it instantly became the size of a house and smashed towards Gu Fei's head. As the black chi curled around the huge demon stone, there seemed to be countless fierce demons roaring and struggling, causing Gu Fei to feel endless pressure. Golden Fist. Gu Fei took a step forward and shouted as he blasted his fist forward. A dazzling golden light surged forward like a golden wave. In an instant, it collided with the countless deathly gray light blades of the yellow-haired demon master. There was a burst of sound of wind and thunder, and the death light blades all collapsed in the golden light. At the same time, Gu Fei's left hand formed a seal and smashed towards the demon stone that was emitting a strong spiritual power fluctuation. Bang! The demon stone directly flew away. Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. After resolving the attacks of the two demon masters, he directly strode forward, causing the two demon masters to be inexplicably shocked. They never thought that Gu Fei's strength would be so strong. Buzz! A sword cry sounded and a five-colored sword light condensed in Gu Fei's hand. That wasn't a sword soul. It was a sword chi condensed by Gu Fei's 5 elemental yuan chi. Although this five-colored sword light wasn't a true divine weapon, it was condensed into a solid form and emitted waves of powerful sword chi. It wasn't inferior to a true divine weapon by much. Kill. Gu Fei took a big step forward, and the five-colored sword light in his hand slashed towards the two demon masters. For a moment, the street was filled with sword chi. Gu Fei fought against two transcending mortality realm devil cultivators by himself. He was fearless, and his battle intent was like a rainbow. This was a violent collision between a martial skill and a divine art. The sword light in Gu Fei's hand shattered the deathly light blades of the death light blades. He then used the 5 elemental annihilation seal to bombard the demon stone that was shrouded in devil chi. The fierce battle that erupted on the street immediately alerted everyone in the small town. Everyone was attracted by the battle and watched from afar. Gu Fei had successfully resisted the joint attack of the two demon masters. He knew that he wouldn't lose, so he slowly relaxed his mind. Unknowingly, he was gradually immersed in a mysterious realm of martial Tao. It was rare for him to meet an evenly matched opponent. At this moment, Gu Fei didn't have any distracting thoughts in his mind, only the pursuit of martial Tao. The 5-colored sword light in his hand not only emitted unparalleled sword chi, but also the martial intent in his heart. The dazzling sword light gradually changed from 5 colors to gold, green, water blue, fiery red, and earth gray. The power of the 5 elemental yuan chi was constantly changing. The multifarious and ever-changing sword light was like a rainbow, crisscrossing in all directions. The unparalleled sword chi produced a piercing sound. Perhaps even Gu Fei himself would never have thought that at this moment he had entered a state of selflessness. In his mind, there was only pure comprehension of the profound meaning of martial Tao. Many seemingly right but wrong martial Tao problems that he had encountered due to the improvement of his cultivation were gradually becoming clearer as the 5 elemental yuan chi in Gu Fei's body circulated and the 5 elemental sword in his hand was brandishing. Gu Fei's body emitted a faintly discernible 5-colored chi. The sword light that condensed in his hand was getting stronger and stronger. He was surrounded by a colorful light. Vaguely, it seemed that other than the sword light in Gu Fei's hand, there were also 4 hazy sword shadows around him. An even more profound martial Tao battle skill in the ancient cultivation method was gradually being comprehended by him and then mastered. The profound meaning of the martial Tao battle skill flowed from his hand. The two demon masters surrounding him turned pale. They were both transcending mortality realm cultivators. How could they not understand Gu Fei's current state? The two demon masters knew that Gu Fei was already immersed in a mysterious martial realm. It was extremely likely that he would make a breakthrough during the battle. This was not a good sign. They did not dare to hold back anymore. They attacked with all their strength. The demon stone emitted an endless amount of demon chi, covering the heaven and earth. Within the demon chi, the demon stone emitted a demonic light. It became the size of a small mountain and continuously bombarded Gu Fei. A part of the void was shaken by the terrifying power emitted by the demon stone. Rumble. The houses on both sides of the street were affected. They collapsed one after another. Smoke and dust filled the air. The other demon master shot out terrifying death light blades. They tore through the void and unceasingly slashed towards Gu Fei. The two great demon masters attacked with their full strength, erupting with terrifying energy fluctuations that caused the entire town to shake. The spectators in the distance were terrified. They were constantly forced to retreat even further away by the shock waves that came from the battle. However, the stronger their attacks were, the fiercer Gu Fei's counterattack became. It was still a stalemate. The two demon masters were unable to gain the upper hand. This continued for nearly half an hour. The more the two demon masters fought, the more afraid they became. They looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. They knew that they could not let Gu Fei continue. They must destroy his mysterious state. The yellow-haired devil master's long, dark yellow hair danced wildly in the wind. He crazily urged the magic power in his body, and the energy of the spell surged out from his body. Then, with a flash of light, a dark gray death light blade appeared and slashed at Gu Fei from all directions. Every blade of death was 50 to 60 feet long and exuded a heart-palpitating aura of death. There were at least 1,000 of them, and such a terrifying spell technique sent bursts of terrifying energy fluctuations through the air. It was as if this part of the world had been sliced into thousands of pieces. As for the other demon master, he soared into the sky and leaped onto the mountain-sized demon stone that was emitting a terrifying demonic aura that blotted out the sky. He rode the demon stone and smashed it towards Gu Fei. The terrifying demon stone descended from the sky like a primordial demon mountain. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth trembled, emitting a muffled, thunderous sound. The void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Its power was astonishing. The terrifying attack from all directions, and the sky was like a raging sea. It crazily rushed towards Gu Fei. It was like a terrible, destructive storm. It wanted to completely obliterate Gu Fei.